Chapter 79. No surprises. Valen paced back and forth, appearing angry, bitter, infuriated even. There was no rhythm of calm and collected man he appeared to be most of the time. His footsteps were frantic and quick and misaligned, and his eyebrows danced like worms, wiggling about, up and down. Silas had just informed him of the newest vision that there'd be another attack. As such, the latter understood the young prince's mood. Again and again, their little corner of the world was attacked. Why? Just, why? What is so goddamn important about this place? Valen cursed out finally, fuming, his voice enamored with primal rage. Again and again and again, will it ever even end? Silas remained silent, uncertain himself. He'd actually forgotten one of the first conversations he had with Derek during the loop, the warning that thralls usually announced an even worse invasion that was to follow. He'd forgotten many things during that year and a half, he realized. Too many things, it seemed. How are they even going to attack? Valen, out of frustration, sat down and got up again, twice, actually, before resorting back to pacing about the room. The entire castle's buried under 15 feet of snow. And human general even entertaining the idea of invading this castle midwinter would have been laughed to an early and very forced retirement. Sit down, Silas said. But... Sit down, he repeated once more, and the prince, though reluctantly, obeyed and sat down, though his leg continued to dance up and down, like a tick he couldn't stop. Does it matter? The dead, do they need a rationale to attack us? Let me ask you, how do you see the dead, Valen? Silas asked. To me, it seems that a whole lot, and not just you, see them as people. Granted, very moronic people, but people still. Well, are they not? Valen argued. They are people, just dead. Silas shrugged. They used to be people, you could say. But not anymore. You can't use any human general would have been laughed at, of course they would have. But who would be laughing at the dead? And, more importantly, would they care? Regardless of how they attack the place, it's on us to defend it, Silas said. Whether it's buried underneath 15 feet of snow or showered in perennial rain or submerged in the likes of heat which makes us all prance about naked. Besides, you've spent some time with Ioun by now, you should have learned that the dead have their own world entirely independent of ours. Their own culture. Their own beliefs and ideals and what have you. Perchance, they know that we can't defend as effectively while buried underneath all that snow, and they calculated that their drawbacks are lesser than ours. Who knows? Ugh, Valen grunted, rubbing his face for a moment. I know. It's still frustrating. Why? Prior to this year, invasions were beyond infrequent. Yet, we're about to have our third in a few months of time. It's unprecedented. Maybe the precedent is being set, Silas supposed aloud. Besides, you're acting as though you've forgotten what we've seen. Valen quieted and slowly calmed down. Though bitterness was still evident on his face and in his eyes, at least he wasn't throwing a tantrum still. What do you propose we do? What we've always done, Silas said. But, we'll have to deliberate. Is it worth clearing up the snow up to the wall so we can use some of the artillery weapons, or barricade ourselves within the castle and meet them here? Now, that's up to your and our dear captains to decide. I can't imagine their reactions will be good, Valen said. We've only just settled down and had some peace and calm. Silas agreed it was frustrating. But he was certain that the current tale was decades, if not centuries in the making, and this was simply the story playing out. His arrival, the shadows, the dead, all things coalescing within one grand spanning narrative. The issue was, none of them saw the grand span of it, just the personal stories. The stories of heroics and the stories of loss, but all of them human. Effectively blind, all Silas knew was what he saw, though he could suppose a grand story being unveiled beyond the curtains of reality, he just saw and knew the bits and pieces. The attacks. The whispers. The uncertainties. The pain and horror of expectation. I'll see if I can wring something out of Ioun, Silas said. In the meantime, we should start preparing. I don't know when exactly they will attack. Just, that it will be soon. Very well, Valen nodded. I will call for an emergency meeting and inform everyone. We shall talk after the fact. Yeah, Silas nodded as the prince put on the thick coat and departed. Silas didn't wait in the room for too long either, putting on some heavy, leather garbs, he departed as well, oily like lantern in hand, splitting the corridors and heading toward Ryan's basement where he suspected Ioun was. Though he was frustrated, he wasn't worried after all. They'd deflected 2 invasions thus far, and even if more thralls showed up, they had Valen. As he suspected, Ioun was with Ryan. The boy was sitting in silence in one corner, closely observing the young girl who was studying talismans. She'd grown slightly, Silas noticed, since he met her. Not by a lot, perhaps an inch or two, but as she was on the shorter side of things, to begin with, it was more noticeable. She'd also lost some of the color she had when they met, her skin turning slightly paler. It wasn't strange, though. Nobody at the castle had even an inkling of pigment from what Silas saw. The closest to tanned anyone got was likely Dine, but that was about it. How's it going? He interrupted the silence and asked. Not bad, Ryan replied. Damn, are you wearing your entire wardrobe? She asked as soon as she saw him. Mock all you want, Silas said. But the prince isn't nearly as generous with firewood with the rest of us as he's with you. Wait, really? I wouldn't know. Ugh. Every time. Why do I still keep falling for it? She asked herself more so than Silas, yet the latter still felt compelled to reply quite seriously. Because you're desperate. Anyway, seeing that he hit the nail at the head, perhaps a bit too much, Silas quickly moved on. I've got some bad news. Do you ever bear any other kind of news? Ryan sighed, putting the tools away, settling in the chair. What is it now? Another attack. Am I even needed anymore? Silas quizzed. Stay in your lane, Ryan. I'm the prophet here. Ugh, Ryan groaned audibly and bent forward for a moment, appearing disheartened. Does it ever end? How are they even going to attack us? We're buried under 15 feet of snow. Hey, that's exactly what Valen said. Because it's the truth. I don't know, Silas shrugged, turning toward Ayun. I came down here to try and learn. Ryan followed his gaze and focused on Ayun as well, falling silent. I cannot say either, the boy replied casually. I was to achieve the victory. What comes after me? I am blind to it. And it seems I shall continue to not know, Silas sighed. I suppose we'll just have to do what we've done every other time. What is that? Prepare. Ryan quizzed. Die and die and die. Silas nodded, keeping the true answer to himself. Rather than leaving immediately, however, he sat down, taking off some of the layers of clothing as Ryan's basement truly was warm. So, what are you working on? He asked. Ayun looked at my runic characters and suggested some altering, she replied, her excitement returning though evidently dampened by the news. Look here, she pushed a palm-sized, brown and stained parchment, characters written in black ink strewn about. Do you recognize them? Silas inspected the paper for a moment, kind of recognizing some of them. These three? Maybe. I think that's Ku character, right? Used as a binder. Yes, Ryan nodded. According to Ayun, Ku is actually a derivative, a simplified version of an ancient character. This is not it, however, she quickly added. This is me just doing some experimentation. The actual character has about 80 lines. A single character has 80 lines. Silas asked, partly certain he misheard. It is a bit insane, I know. A bit. But the differences are massive, she exclaimed. You know how you have to break lines on the talisman into chunks, basically, since Ku can't handle more than a single transition. Yes. The ancient character is different, all those chunks can be turned into a single grouping. As such, I can actually thin out the fat I don't need to write in the fade-ins and fade-outs, which themselves take up hours across all the different chunks. Not to mention that the transition of energy will be massively faster, it will be quicker to activate the talismans, and the effects would be, at the minimum, twice as strong. And that's just changing one character. Ayun also taught me alternatives to LYT, BET, and SYT characters. Though each alternative adds about 400 extra lines across the board, they'll likely thin out the rest of the lines in thousands in the long run. This could change how talismans are written for everyone. Even my master uses the current characters, though she doesn't have to write nearly as many supporting lines as we do. If I can master these new ones and implement them naturally, you'll be the wickedest exorcist of them all. Damn yes. Ryan exclaimed once more, her voice high-pitched. She looked like an adventurer stumbling upon the treasure trove, her face alight with hope and future prospects. Are you ready to use them to create talismans for defense? Gods no, she quickly dismissed the idea. Forget that, my rate of actually making them is beyond abysmal, even the ones I did make so far have this very unfortunate tendency of malfunctioning. Oof. Better not, then. Better not, indeed, she said. But, given time, I'm confident I'll make it. I'm sure you will, Silas shot her an encouraging smile and patted her. You're the most brilliant exorcist we have, after all. I'm the only one we have, no. Oi, what about me? Really? Are we back at this again? The only place that would qualify you as an exorcist is the one that'd be impressed with the existence of talismans themselves. Stop getting ahead of yourself. You are still years away from even being within the vicinity of consideration for an exorcist. See this? Silas turned to Ayun. She has no respect for her elders whatsoever. Ayun remained silent, tilting his head in confusion, clearly not knowing how to react to it. Stop dragging him into your little fantasy, Ryan said. And help me clean this up. I'm almost out of prepared papers, so you should get on with making some. I'll teach you the ancient Ku characters so we can practice together. Come on. Stop looking dumbly about and help me. We'll also need to start fashioning new talismans for the attack, and we'll. Chapter 80. Wines sing the tales long forgotten. I can't see. Ryan exclaimed. Get out of the way. Her tiny hand pressed against Silas' side and tried to push him, but failed. The latter glanced down at her and smirked before stepping to the side, letting her come up to the railing and look over it. Wow, her lips gaped in awe at the sight. Amidst the mountains of snow, a lane of clear, though wet dirt stretched flat from the castle to the wall. 20 or so coat-draped souls shoveled the snow repeatedly further out, widening the lane. I didn't really think they'd be able to do it. None of us did, Silas said. But fear of death is a good motivator, it turns out. Then why aren't you with them? Ryan looked at him. Shouldn't you be the most motivated one? Silas merely smiled, focusing forward to the cleared-up part of the castle. Did he fear death? His own? No. What he feared was a wall, one so tall it would forever bar him from stepping forward. What? Trying to play the role of the courageous? Ryan questioned with a faint scoff, lifting herself up on the railing. The cold winds shimmered by, causing her to immediately descend and shiver, withdrawing within the castle walls. Her expression fell further upon realizing just how much those clearing the snow had to suffer. Don't you remember? I'm a guardian of humanity, he exclaimed. Hey? Guardian of what? What are you talking about? Oh, she doesn't remember. No, that's wrong, she never lived it. God, just how many memories I'll blend together. Nothing, he quickly corrected himself. But remember it from now on, this guy here, a guardian of humanity. I'd be quicker to believe ghouls can fly and worms can use magic. Oh, ouch, Silas said. What do you think, Valen? Don't you see me as a guardian? Silas' words caused the relaxed Rhine to immediately stiffen as she robotically looked to the side where she saw the young prince disrobing with a smile. I indeed do, Valen replied. It's nice to see the two of you out in the light for a change. Tell me about it, Silas sighed, though only partly focused on his conversation with Valen, most of his attention was on Rhine, who turned into a mute. It was a remarkably beautiful thing, he mused, how she went from a chatterbox with no reservations around him to a shy, guarded, insecure girl as soon as Valen showed up. I thought those walls would become my tomb. Well, you do look like someone who walked out of a tomb, Valen joked, joining the trio. I always tell Rhine, Silas said. You and the prince are more alike than you could possibly imagine. Oh? We are. Valen glanced at Rhine, smiling broadly at the girl. That makes me incredibly happy. On the other hand, Rhine's eyes widened in wonder and childish joy, her lips trying to part to let out some sounds, though failing. Silas, realizing this, quickly came to the rescue. Naturally, she's far more adorable than you, he said. But you pine that brooding but inspiring look down to a T. Where'd you come from, anyway? A meeting, Valen responded. Where else? What did you discuss during this meeting, pray tell, Silas asked, though turned his head to the side, appearing entirely disinterested. Contingency plans, Valen's words, however, drew him back into the conversation. Unlike them, Silas didn't have even thought of failure, not the permanent one, anyway. However, for all they knew, they had one chance, and if they fell, their fall would open the floodgates to the rest of the kingdom. That's why I'm happy I found the two of you here. In case things seem to be going awry, Valen said. Derek swore he would escort the both of you to safety. Both Rhine and Silas turned mute for a moment, though for remarkably different reasons. It was Silas who first broke the silence. You're fucking with me, right? Fu no, no I'm not, Valen, taken aback by the crude words for a moment, responded quickly. Nah, you're definitely fucking with me, Silas doubled down. If you think even for a moment it'd be me instead of you in that trio. No, it has to be you. Valen didn't back down, however. Hey? Why? Who the hell am I to be saved above the prince himself? Who are you? How can you even ask that, the prince said through slightly gnashed teeth. You are our savior, Silas. You are the reason any of us are even still alive. Without you, this entire place would have long since become our tomb. And yes, I'm a prince, but so what? There are dime a dozen of us, out there. But there is only one you. And if my home, my kingdom, my people are to stand a chance of a future, they'd stand it with you by their side, and not me. What about? I've told you repeatedly, though Rhine tried to chime in, Silas quickly interrupted her. I'm just a man, Valen. If you die, I, quite literally, won't have a purpose. The only reason I see things is because of you. You see things because you are gifted. How about you trust a guy who's seeing things as to why he sees things? I don't. Because I'm tired of you sacrificing yourself for me. Rhine, once again, tried to chime in, but Valen interrupted her just the same. I am decidedly not worth it. Bah, all of this is a pointless, trite discussion, Silas shrugged it off. We won't lose. We can't lose. That's why it's a contingency plan, Valen said. If we fall, the rest of the kingdom needs to be warned. Why don't the both of you go and I stay here? Rhine, finally out of patience, yelled at them, temporarily drawing their attention to her. However, they had strange looks in their eyes. What? Why are you looking at me like that? I mean, you're an exorcist, Silas mumbled. And a young girl, Valen added. So what? She protested. You, she pointed at Silas. Are a prophet. Someone 10 times more valuable than an exorcist. And a young girl, she turned to Valen, facing him straightforwardly, perhaps for the first time since they met. There were no reservations in her gaze nor her posture, just pure determination. You're barely older than me. By what? 3? Maybe 4 years? Not to mention a prince of the kingdom, dead though you may be to it for now. My life isn't intrinsically more worth than either one of yours. So, why am I getting saved? Wow, you weren't kidding, Valen smiled lightly and turned to Silas after a stunned moment of silence they shared. She truly bites. I kept telling you, Silas shrugged. But she did get one thing right. What? You're both young pups, Silas said. And I'm an ancient crook. The world's wrong if the old get to live while the young die. You can't be. Enough, from the both of you, Silas' voice shifted suddenly, turning lower and harsher, his gaze piercing through both of them. Neither of the two ever truly felt Silas was much older due to how he generally gelled well with them, but they understood, at that moment. Those the wrinkles in the stretched face, the raspy voice. I already said there won't be a need for any contingency plans. Ah, here it is. What? Valen braved a question. A gift, Silas cracked a smile. From me to you. What gift? Valen leaned over the railing and faced down, noticing that several men had walked forward, two of them holding musical instruments, and one appearing to be the castle's bard, though it was difficult to say underneath the numerous layers of clothing. Pipe down now, Silas said. A show's about to start. The guards in uniform soon appeared as well, lining up the sides of the cleaned lane. Though they were shaking and shivering in the blistering and cutting wind, they stood rooted in place. Just as the last one lined up, the belting of the drums began. It was low and slow at first, slowly picking up the pace. It burned through the sounds of the winds and reached many curious ears that have come out to listen, be it through the windows or at the castle's entrance. The drums beat peaked and fell silent for a moment, and within that silence, a soft, melodic voice belted out. O woes of men and woes of kings! Stately walls to guard us deep. Amidst the snow the fire seethes. The light and dark to guide our fears. And when the cold comes rapping slow, and dead come knocking at our doors, and when the dawn that seemed so close falls behind the curtains drawn, in the men's most unholy hour, when the dead drown out our choir, and when the life all seems so lost, come forth the prince to save our homes. Light the torch to guide our way, the savior of the maidens fair, and build the ship to sail away from the darkness that now sways. And when we falter, he shall rise, the handsome prince who never lies. His promise. In the meantime, Silas was grinning gleefully, Rhine was doing her best not to burst out in laughter, and Valen was standing rooted and frozen, red in the face, his thoughts a hodgepodge of insults and pleas he had directed toward Silas. What's worse, the song only got worse from that point on, with the highlights, at least for Valen, being a man above all other men, and not just above the belt, and he who'd slain 1,000 ghouls, yet pure in soul he now returns, and gems such as maidens fair now worship him, and who could fault them for their sin. At a certain point, it simply stopped being even a song. It was just a very loud voice with some muted drums explicitly praising every single inch of who Valen was, and, well, mostly wasn't. Lines such as his touch can heal the sick and his lips made all women who touched them pregnant, and many, many, many more lines like those. In the end, unable to bear it, Valen crouched and rammed his head into his hands, screaming. Rhine herself danced between embarrassment, joy, and embarrassment again, yet had to admit that it was unlike anything she'd ever seen before. On the other hand, Silas was quite proud, especially of the kiss may make them pregnant and the above the belt lines. He had quite a lot of input into the song, to the point he had to reassure the bard repeatedly that he wouldn't be beheaded for uttering some lines aloud. He frowned for a moment, his gaze drifting from the celebratory mood down below toward beyond the wall. He felt the disturbance in energy, and he wasn't alone in it. Rhine had stopped snickering, her face hardening, a look of faint horror emerging in her eyes. Derek shot out of the castle and looked up toward Silas, nodding. Wake up, he kicked Valen gently. They're coming. Dash hey. Valen mumbled. The dead, Silas said, are here. And boy, are they here. Chapter 81. Tears of a God. Snow kissed the gentle dirt repeatedly, snowflakes pooling into hills and mountains, and melting under the pressure of rotted feet and boots on the other end, forming rivers and ponds and streams. Walls stood like a barrier between two antithetical worlds, two opposites, two inevitabilities in the unending story of reality. The sky above remained ashen, and whether it was day or night, nary a ray of sun burned through. Dark, instead, rain. An invisible muses sang the song of the winds, low and harrowing, cascading through the open doors and windows. There was no silence to behold the moment, the world was swallowed in the season, in the cold, in the wet of the winter. On one end stood the living, braving the fears, and on the other stood the dead. It was a sea. A flood. A number that left everyone stunned, Silas especially. The rows encompassed the entire northern walls, tens of thousands only of the visible ones. The dead never ended, and they never began. They were all and everything untouched. He instinctively grabbed onto the stoned wall, cupping a handful of snow. His brain didn't even register the chill and the cold of his fingers. Instead, it was too busy losing reason and hope. What in the God's name is this? Valen mumbled helplessly. This is not normal, Derek, similarly, shuddered and shivered and stuttered in disbelief. Indeed, it is not, a childish, yet choral voice drew attention to himself. Ioun climbed on top of the wall and glanced to the other end, inspecting the dead. I am afraid your home has been marked. Marked? Silas quizzed. As new grounds for the building of the well, Ioun said. All the dead here shall give birth to it. Silas' eyes widened in horror, the chill of his soul far eclipsing that of the winter. You needn't have told them that, a voice broke from within the ranks of the dead as a cloaked and hooded figure, hunched unhealthily, stepped forward, supported by a wooden, crow-headed cane. You will kill their spirits, Ioun. Your protection will not be eternal, ghost, Ioun spat out. And when it ends, I shall rip your spine out personally. He, the figure laughed strangely. Always a pleasure. But, I plead thee leave now. We wouldn't want any misunderstandings to occur, would we now? Ioun turned toward Silas and Valen before sighing. Good luck, little humans. The boy suddenly melted like a chunk of ice into a body of water and disappeared, as though he was never there. Good, the figure said, turning around and walking back toward the ranks of the dead. Now that the nuisances are gone, Chanti Akapanam. As the voice faded like a distant whisper of a dying man, through the belting whines came roars of the dead, roars that shook the world. All eyes grew alight, as from within the ranks of the dead, over 20 pulsating figures came rushing out. Silas recognized them immediately, as did Derek, but only the latter responded in kind. Everyone, get off the walls. However, even his loudest, throat-burning shout, barely reached anyone. And those few that it did, stood about confused, unsure as to why. Just then, the infernals reached the wall, and exploded. Beyond the sheer horror, Silas mused as he found himself flying through the air, looking back at the wanton destruction. It was beautiful. His eardrums were immediately blasted, bleeding profusely. But the sight, for the briefest moment he experienced it before being blinded, was beautiful. Colors spilled over the world like canvas, edgeless, formless, bleeding over from one onto another. The massive wall was uprooted like a plant, its bits and pieces and chunks flung about everywhere like an upward rain. Amidst the rubble of the stone and the rocks and the wooden planks, what stood out the most were corpses. The human blood stained the world at that moment. All of the reality slowed down for him to see all that he could lose. Valen was cut across his abdomen, his lower half missing. Just like Silas, he was stunned, brutalized, arms spread open like a prayer to the gods that would not listen. Ryan was bleeding from both her eyes, and it looked like she was crying tears of blood. She was screaming. Silas saw whether it was in pain, in horror, of any combination of the two, he didn't know. But his heart broke. All the same, it broke like a glassed bowl tossed against the wall, its shards spilling onto the ground. Tenor was decimated completely. Silas saw it as soon as the first explosion occurred. He, unluckily, stood straight above one of the explosions, his entire body blown up into bits and pieces, chunks mingling with the rest. Derek lost his right arm, his expression a mixture of horror, pain, agony, and anger. The whole of mankind bled at that moment, amidst the rapture, amidst the horror, amidst the blood-stained snow. They fell like trees being cut by a lumberjack. One by one, yet at once. You have died. Save point. Pup's blood has been initialized. There's no way, Silas mumbled into the cold and distant night. In the distance, they celebrated. They celebrated a victory. But his heart was bereft of joy. Instead, within it, only horror at the realization they were doomed remained. They couldn't win. Even if there were twice as many of them, they couldn't win. There has to be a way, he mumbled in a contradiction. It can't end here. No, it can't end here. I won't allow it. It can't. The scene was still vividly imprinted onto his brain, and he knew that it would never leave him. It would join the ranks of the few other scenes that he could never forget, no matter how many years had passed. The first time he died, the first time he saw the sky rain the dead and the figure being lowered on the harness of chains, the first time he killed someone, and now, it was that. The scene straight out of a story depicting the downfall of mankind. The dead won. No, to call it a victory would imply there was some kind of a struggle. There wasn't. Jesus Christ, Silas mumbled, standing up and walking over to the porter boys in search of wine. How many years will I spend in this fucking loop? After scoring a few jugs of wine, he retreated into the darkness of the woods, hiding behind a tree. Up until now, at any other point, he never felt completely hopeless. He felt defeated, hollow, even beaten, but never hopeless. No, not completely hopeless, he mumbled, half drunk. He could think of only one thing that would have a chance of salvaging this loop: talismans. Specifically, the ones Ryan and he experimented on using the ancient version of the characters. Naturally, they didn't make any through that method, largely because they just had a few days to practice. But, that could be remedied. 3 months in a couple of weeks, that's how long the current loop would last. To be grounded, Silas gave himself 3 months per loop to continue learning those talismans. They'd have to immediately swarm Ioun to share them and then study. And each loop, Silas would have to force Ryan to catch up, since she had a far greater comprehension ability. Over and over and over again, until, someday in the distant future of the present, they could make talismans entirely from the ancient characters. Fuck, he cursed, drinking without a stop, even after vomiting once. Fuck, 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 fuck. Eat, a voice drew Silas out of his stupor, causing him to look to his left. There, a woman stood draped in the guard's armor, looking at him strangely underneath the hood. He could barely distinguish some of her features due to the lack of light, but, at least, her shimmering, lime green eyes stood out. I'm sorry. I thought I heard something, so I came to. Want a drink? Silas interrupted her, trying to hand her a jug of wine. To his surprise, she looked at him for a moment before accepting and walking over, sitting opposite of him. What? She quizzed. You look like you need to keep drinking. I'm here to provide company and ensure you don't kill yourself. We haven't met, I don't think, Silas said, though he couldn't be certain. After all, he was fairly drunk. I'm Silas. His speech was quite slurred, but he continued to drink. I know who you are, she said. Oh? I'm famous? How flattering. Why are you here? She quizzed. Celebrating on your own. HOH? You think this is me celebrating? Silas crackled in laughter, startling the woman for a moment. Celebrating, she says, ha 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 ha. Das a good one. Good one, I tell ya. No, afraid I'm not celebrating. I'm mourning. Mourning, what? She quizzed. Even drunk, Silas picked up on her rather thick and strange accent, almost a posh-like one. just even more pompous, so to say. The death of mankind, he said, heaving the jug of wine up in the air. Don't tell anyone this, but I ain't really a prophet, you know. You don't say, the woman mumbled. Instead what I am is a looper. A looper. I die, and then I go back. Go back in time. Ha ha ha, can you believe it? Utterly insane, I know. Bah. I die and I keep on dying and waking up in this fucking place, this fucking night, over and over and over again. And it's only just begun. I died, recently, he continued, talking to himself more so than with her. Not just me. All of us, actually. We were at the castle. It was winter. Deep, deep snow. An attack. Another one. Had. Another one. So many dead, he said, drinking some more. And then, boom. Boom went the wall. And us with him. And I am tired. So tired. It has to be me. For everything. There's only me. I have to figure out this. Figure out that. Find all the answers. And now I need to learn how to stop an army of tens of thousands of dead. How to stop the castle from falling. Bullshit. Fucking bullshit, he yelled, deeply drunk by now. I'm not good at this crap. I mean, gimme some rich fuck, and I'll get you some of his money, you know? I'll get you that. But, fuck, do I look like some hero who will save the world? I'm trying, god damn it. But this world, this fucking world of yours just won't chill. You sound like you need a hug, her voice still somehow managed to pierce into her psyche. A hug? No, what I need is a nuclear fucking bomb to deal with that army, Silas said, sighing. I'm just, so tired. So tired. Even so, she said, the sound of her boots beating against the snow drawing closer as she crouched in front of him. You shouldn't sleep in the snow. You could die. Can I tell you something? Like, honestly, the woman drew back slightly at the stench of his breath, but still nodded. Sometimes, I wish I could. Life is precious, she said. We need to hold on to it. Come on. Take my hand. I'll escort you to your tent. What did you say your name was? Silas asked, hardly aware of what was happening. I didn't, she replied, tossing his arm over her shoulder and slowly dragging him to the camp. Steady. Just hold on to me. You're good, he mumbled, falling asleep. A whole lot of you are good. Valen. Tenor. Ryan. Even that handsome fuck Derek is good. Why are you all good? If you were evil scums, I could have left. I could have gone away. Washed my hands of you lot. I could have escaped this hell. Silas fell asleep, his mind dazed and adrift, uncertain. For the first time in a long while, he slept peacefully, as though cradled within the arms that banished all his demons. He slept and he rested, blooming like a flower in the dawn. Chapter 82. Hellscape. Silas groaned audibly as his eyes began to flicker. The pain quickly assailed his head in addition to the burning of his throat. Even still, opening his eyes completely was difficult and gargantuan task for how groggy he was, not to mention that what awaited him was a hazy, blurry sight he couldn't make much sense of. Water, he mumbled to the world, and yet, to his shock, a hand helped him sit up and offered him a cup of water. Here you go, Valen's chirpy voice broke past the haze as Silas quickly took the cup and gorged it down whole. Just how much did you drink? You must have outdrank us all last night. Yoog, Silas bent forward and grabbed his head with both his hands. It was a nostalgic feeling, actually. It's been a long while since he'd gotten that drunk. And he was also reminded just why it has been so long. The feeling wasn't that great. In fact, it was awful. Beyond the headache, his stomach was a-tumbling, and he felt like spilling his insides out, and yet couldn't. It was an awful feeling. In any case, Valen said. Take your time. I'll station a guard outside of the tent if you need anything, holler at them. Wait, Silas briefly woke from his stupor and reached over, pulling at Valen's sleeve. Last night, did you see who carried me in? Carried you in? Yeah, Silas nodded. It was a woman. I think. Did you see who it was? Can't say I did, Valen replied. I already found you passed out on the bed by the time I returned. But, if you'd like, I can ask around. No, it's fine, Silas said. Was probably my drunken imagination, anyway. Will you be all right? Yeah, go on ahead, Silas said, pulling back and lying down on the bed. I'll need a day. Or 2. Or 3. However many you'd like, Valen said before he departed, leaving Silas lonesome with his thoughts once more. Last night was hazy, but he recalled a few moments, notably him whining like a little child to what was likely a phantom, spilling his grievances and soul-buried complaints. Nonetheless, it was a good, therapeutic even, session of sorts. He needed it especially after witnessing the scope of the attack. The attack, he mumbled, finally recalling why he'd gotten stupendously drunk in the first place. The sea of the dead, the shredded walls, the banquet of blood and gore, the penultimate end of the world. Hoo, he blew air through his lips as though he was trying to blow his troubles away, rubbing his face in a delirious attempt to wake up and make sense of things. But he couldn't because things didn't make sense. He was asked to be the hero, but he didn't have even an iota of strength a hero should have. He didn't have the tools, the means, nothing, really, but the inability to die. But the inability to die was worthless in the face of the perpetual death. In the face of something even a hero would struggle to defeat. To be a hero, yet not heroic, savior, yet not salvation, all with the scarred, broken, drifting mind that kissed the health a lengthy farewell. Sitting back up, he reached for the bowl of water once again, drinking some and using some to wash his face and neck. It was pointless to make up excuses, to wallow in pity and the sense of impossibility. He'd have to do it, one way or another. What was the alternative? Taking the few dozen good seeds and trying to escape the castle in the middle of the worst winter he'd ever seen? Could he even do it? He was uncertain. Possibly. But could Valen? Could Rhine? Could Tenor? Would they? He'd have to lie and deceive every one of them and then escape, leaving hundreds to die. That was why he held on to hope for the talismans based upon the ancient characters. Rhine was excited when it came to them, citing unimaginable possibilities. He had to be excited too, and he had to pray. Pray that they could undo the death itself. Because even if there was another solution, he couldn't see it. He wasn't clever enough or cold enough or brilliant enough to see it. He was a petty man tasked with being a hero in a world that he knew nothing about. He recovered for the rest of the day, practiced for the next few before resetting the loop, befriending Derek, informing Valen, and then rushing back to the castle to deal with one death he'd already solved. Ioun. After Valen captured the boy's attention, Silas immediately shoved Rhine and him in the same room and forced the ancient characters out of Ioun. This was the only way, he believed. And even if it was, he couldn't possibly comprehend just how long it would take. He studied for just under 3 months relentlessly, and then the dead came. And the dead won. The darkness swallowed the light, and the spirit of man was unkindled. You have died. Save point. Pup's blood has been initialized. Characters, unlike what Silas thought they were, words were more akin to entire languages. Depending on the bend and the angle of a line, the meaning changed. They were words, but words in a language that was akin to 1,000 languages from Earth combined. A slight alteration could change the meaning of everything. You have died. Save point. Pup's blood has been initialized. The characters, the letters, the words, the writs, they were like the prayers, like the solemn sermons, gospels of gods. They begged, they pleaded, they bled. Give us. Take us. Approve us. Save us. Undo us. Rescue us. Save us. Save us. Save us. You have died. 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 The hazy world blurred into a blend of shapes and colors. All was one and one was all. At least, Silas thought so in his drunken state. He mumbled and stumbled and stuttered, his obsession with the ancient characters bleeding into random ramblings of a madman. Rick commences the change, line dotting 2 meanings, cruel and indifferent, blend configures the cold, and in the cold's variant, Rick becomes Ryak obsessive or Rick gradual. And therein they merge in a blend. It burned. You have died. It hurt. You have died. It waned. You have died. It cried. You have died. It sang. It sang the words and it sang the melodies and it sang the letters. A piece of paper to alight the entire east. To melt the frigid snow. To make it rain ash. A piece of paper. Letters. Numbers. Lines. Words. Characters. Meanings. You have died. Ha 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 ha, Silas laughed madly, his eyes inspiring deft retreat in those around him. I got it. If Ulk is combined with talk, they don't just merge, like fucking moronic, modern, normal languages. They fucking cancel each other. Brilliant. Fucking brilliant. So, Ulto? What the fuck does ULTO mean? You have died. Forgive me, forgive me, forgive me, forgive me, he mumbled in a drunken haze, uncertain to whom he was even apologizing at this point. It could be Valen after all, he'd seen the prince die 100, 1,000 times by now. Beheaded, speared, dismembered, blown up into smithereens, all manner of horror and pain. It could be Rhine just the same, he'd watched the life leave the little girl innumerable times. He watched her keel and bend and he'd watched her cry and break. He'd seen her paralyzed with fear, with the cosmic kind of horror that knew no bounds. It could be Tenor, it could be Sears, it could be Derek, it could be hundreds of others he'd watched die and die and die and die. They would all die. There would always be blood everywhere. Bits and pieces of what made a person whole. It was a hellscape. It was his personal inferno, a cast made out of the sinner's chains. A molten grasp of the cruel that held him amidst the fires and amidst the pain and amidst the suffering. He couldn't escape. He couldn't save them. You have died. You have died. You have died. He stopped watching. He could watch no more. He would kill himself before it all began. Shaking. Shivering. You have died. You have died. Lifetimes are a passage of eternity. Boundless merit, he learned. All of the world was within an hourglass, and he would flip it. Over and over and over again. He knew everything. He'd seen everything. Learned everything. He knew how every maid and every servant and every bandit and every prisoner would react to everything. If he yelled, if he mumbled, if he did nothing. He knew where they'd be, what did they do, everything. Sasha would be in charge of potatoes and would spend every day mashing them at dawn, from the first croak of the cock to the mid-morning. Sam would broom the stairs, up and down, every day, at the same time. Every time. All the time. Forever. Harden, Bile, Silka, Fetal, Seo, Greg, Cod, hundreds of names swirled in his memories. He knew everything. Everything. You have died. You have died. You have died. Silas recounted. He knew he was wrong, but he recounted nonetheless. Many years he'd completely erased from his memory, but he recounted nonetheless. Many more he'd blended together as they were all the same, but he recounted nonetheless. And many more simply, vanished, like wisps of smoke, never to be seen again. 64. 64. 64, he mumbled into the wind. 64 years, altogether, he recounted. And yet, he wasn't a day older. Not a wrinkle to show for it. Not an iota of change for others to see. As every time, they celebrated. They danced. They sang. They drank. He'd forgotten most of life's joys beyond occasionally drinking to prevent his mind from completely cracking like glass and shattering into millions of shards. He was a statue, a cold, boorish, limp, soggy, wet paper. He was nothing and nothing was him. You have died. You have died. You have died. Silas stood on the wall, staring, waiting, anticipating. The tiny wisp of flame that continued to burn in the depths of his soul all this while was gently rekindled. The talismans were done. Some, at least. 4 in total, to be precise. That was it he knew. 4 was as many as they would be able to make in the time they had. He'd tested it, spent over 5 years, actually, testing it, time and time and time and time again. 4. They had 4 grenades for the army of tens of thousands. Please, God, please, he mumbled a prayer. I can't. Not anymore. Not anymore. Please. Please. Give me tomorrow. Please. Please, please, give me tomorrow, give me tomorrow, give me tomorrow. His prayers went off with the whipped winds as the atmosphere of magic changed. They've come. The dead, once more like all the times before have come. Just once. Just once, please. Just once. You have died. You have died. You have died. Chapter 83. Death. Silas sat on the edge of a wall, his gaze vacant, sight hazy and blurred. He'd lean forth and beg often like a drunk, largely because he was one, at the moment. A jug of wine hung in his hand, swaying alongside his body. He stared emptily at the snow, recalling the distant memories. Most of them have turned into blurs. He'd forgotten. Forgotten everything. Taking a swing, he realized he finished the gourd, growling in anger before heaving it as far as he could. In the process, he slipped and fell, crashing on his back. He didn't feel the pain, but he felt the weight of it all crush upon him. Aig, he screamed madly into the dark sky. He couldn't not anymore. He'd died so many times. He'd watched them die so many times, in so many ways. In so many ways. He'd lived the same life infinitely. Over and over. Memories he couldn't recount no longer. Days and weeks and months and decades all became one, his mind adrift among them. Lost. Haunted. Harrowed. Nothing mattered anymore. Alone. Weak. Lost. Broken. He wanted to die. He tried dying. But he couldn't. Every time he'd wake up back at the same place, at the same time, with the same goal. He wanted to die. To end it all. But the world wouldn't let him. He was certain. This was hell. This was his hell. He had to repent, he had to repent, he had to repent. What made him even more certain of this, is that he'd started seeing them. At first, they were just shadows in the trees. Voices in the dark. Distant, broken, inconsistent. But, as his mind began to slip, they sharpened. Shadows became temporary faces, and faces became figures. They judged. They wept. They cried. Again. There they were. They sat on the ledge, hand in hand, staring at him with pale faces. No, no, please, go away, please, 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 he mumbled, weeping, dragging himself back as to escape, but realizing it was pointless. They stayed the same distance, no matter how hard he tried to escape. They were always there. Sitting. Watching. Their pale, blue eyes were like the portals to the memories he'd buried. Or thought had buried, anyway. But he hadn't. On top of everything else, his mind snapping allowed them to surface. To come from the boiling bottom of the catalogue of his memories and to haunt him. I can't, please, no, no, go away, go away, go away. Cradling his head into his knees, he rocked back and forth, crying, shivering, shaking. He wanted them to disappear. To vanish. To retreat back into the depths of his guilt and gilded memories. Daddy. No, he screamed, pulling back. No. No. Go away. You're not real. You're not real. His voice was a roar, a bolt of thunder booming out into the world. He screamed so loudly his throat hurt. But that hurt was invisible beneath the weight of a mountain. He didn't dare open his eyes, but it didn't matter. She was there. Dark or not. She was there. Standing. Sitting. Crying. Looking. Pleading. It hurts, Daddy. No. God, please, please, please. Let me die. Please, he stumbled over his feet and slipped, cramming over the railing and toppling off the wall. You have died. It was cold. Colder than the cold itself. It bore into his soul, into his heart, into everything that he was. They were there still, even after he died. They sat on the branch of a tree. They hid in the shrub. They were faces in the roaring fire. Voices in the crackling flames. Shadows cast by the light of the faint moon. He couldn't. It hurt. It hurt beyond hurt. Hell, this is hell, God's final punishment. Yes, punishment. I deserved it. Deserved it, he echoed madly, tears and snot freezing on his face. Daddy. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, he broke down in tears once more, reeling. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, he repeated into infinity, mumbling it like a prayer. Even the eternity, he felt in his soul, wouldn't numb him. Not to this. And not to that. Not to her. Never to her. Daddy. He was gasping for breath, rolling in the feverish delirium. Strobe lights flashed everywhere, his body feeling alien. He heard voices, familiar and unfamiliar. Distant. Close. Worried. Happy. Anxious. Joyful. Dreadful. Harrowing. He had to escape. He had to escape this hell. He couldn't. Not anymore. He didn't want to. Every day hurt. Every day ached. Every breath he took seemingly set his lungs on fire. One time. He just had to succeed one time. He didn't care how skill, luck, a hand of God, it didn't matter. He had to beat back the army. Save the castle. Get a save. He needed a new save. A point to move on. He couldn't stay. Couldn't stay. Couldn't stay. You have died. 4 talismans blew one after another, shredding across the army of the dead, thinning out their numbers. But it wasn't enough. You have died. He staggered the talismans and used them as efficiently as he could, but the number was too overwhelming. It wasn't enough. You have died. It was a brutal struggle, all around. Men fought bravely. Like heroes pulled from a painting. One defeated 5-6 ghouls before falling. But, it wasn't enough. You have died. Just one. Please. Just one. You have died. Something. A stroke of luck. Please. 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 You have died. Anything. You have died. Please. You have died. Daddy. No. You have died. I beg of you. You have died. He was entirely unfeeling, unthinking, autonomous. He let his instincts guide him, his heart incapable. Dead. Brutalized. Raped by the vestige of infinity and memories. He was a man broken, but with no tools to fix himself. All he could do, was watch himself being broken into more and more pieces. But he awoke from the stupor halfway through the battle. It was here. The possibility. He felt it. They'd endured for 4 hours on only 2 talismans. They were beating them back. Many were dying, but so were the ghouls. Their numbers were clearly thinning out. There was a chance. A possibility. His heart, as though injected by serum of life, began beating boldly once more. Please. He joined the front lines, fighting. He took on more ghouls than anyone. 10, 15 at the time. One time. Their numbers were lessening. He could almost dare hope, alighting one of the 2 remaining talismans, reinvigorating the still surviving once more. I beg of you. The flames swept like tidal waves, yet were snuffed out quickly by the incessant cold. The fighting was brutal, corpses piling into ashen, bleeding mountains. Dead were everywhere, all manner of them. I can't, please. He glanced at the last talisman and the fewer than 10,000 dead still attacking. Lighting it up, it was akin to a flare of hope, a pillar of light from the gods themselves to banish the darkness, to bring about a new dawn. Please. 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 Praying. Fighting. Praying. That was all that mattered for the remaining hour. And then it all stopped. Silence reigned. Amidst the corpses, 80 or so survivors stood, most bent and bleeding. But the dead were no more. They were defeated. Silas glanced about, looking for the familiar faces. Ryan, Valen, Tenor, Derek, Sears, they were all there. Ryan rushed out into the light and, fighting the bleeding horror, ran toward him. Valen, Derek, Tenor, Sears, and many more lined up opposite of him, the look in their eyes one of awe. Please, he mumbled, tears cradling the corners of his eyes. Save point. Give me a save point. For the first time, it seemed, his prayers were answered. Just as Ryan stopped by him, her gaze widened, a window appeared. New save point. Without even thinking or reading, Silas pressed yes. Just at that moment, just as his finger tapped the tiny letters floating in the air, a boom akin to that of thunder broke out. A hand whose fingers were the size of towers bled out from the void itself, sweeping through the already broken courtyard. The world froze. Silas could see it all, every single little thing that happened at that moment. Every bit. But he couldn't stop any of it. The hand swept just behind Valen, Tenor, Derek, Sears, and others, directly blowing many of the people into smithereens, Tenor and Sears among them. He saw Derek being shoved into the air, a gush of blood sweeping in a trail, the man's left arm separating from the rest of his body mid-flight. He saw Valen scream in pain as a wooden stake lodged itself into the young boy's lower spine. The shrapnel flew everywhere, in a ring-like fashion. Just then, he heard a scream that tore what little sanity he had left out of him. Looking to the side, he saw Ryan was covered in blood, tiny bits and chunks of wood and rock infesting her body. But, worst of all, where once a pair of beautiful gems looked on hopefully, now stood bleeding, gaping holes of darkness. The reality shattered as another window appeared just as the hand vanished on the other end of the courtyard, destroying an entire set of smaller buildings and a portion of the wall in the process. New save point death has been initialized. End of Book I. Book 2. A Prophet, a Cripple, and a King. Chapter 84. Sounds of Silence. How many times has he heard that scream now? Innumerable, he was certain. And it hurt just as much as every other time. It cut directly through his heart like a sword, causing tears to swell into his eyes. He tried to stop it from happening every time, tried to toss his body in front of hers, but he never could. He was too slow. By the time he could move, she was already riddled with splinters like bullet holes, bleeding, crying, screaming, terrorized. He tried saving others, but couldn't. Every single time, he watched them bleed and scream in horror. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Regrets poured, but he was numb. What horrified every fiber of his soul was that even amidst the despair and anguish and the sheer dread of the moment, he was relieved. He'd moved past the hell. He escaped the inferno that haunted his soul for what felt like infinity. And yet, juxtaposed with that relief was the ever-growing guilt. It started as a molehill, grew into a mountain, and was now a ladder reaching toward the stars. Once again, the scream cut through him like a blade. But he didn't bleed. They were the ones bleeding. Why, he mumbled at the sky, beyond which he suspected the cruel and sadistic gods lived. He posed the question that haunted his soul: why was he fine? Why was he entirely unharmed? Why was it that everyone else was bleeding, dying, haunted by pains beyond pains, and he was fine? There wasn't a speck of blood on him, not his own, anyway. There was no wound he could point to and scream it hurts. All his wounds, all his scars, were invisible. Silas. I can't see. I can't see. Ryan screamed out, her voice cracking like thunder. The bolt pierced Silas' mind and bent him. He knelt, surrendering to the cruelty. The dust swirled, kicked up by the still raging winds. The hand had just disappeared, leaving in the wake chaos that had neither rhyme nor reason to it. It was all akin to random acts of sadistic barbarity, inhumane malice stemming from the cosmic venom. He escaped one hell into another, one arguably even worse than the last. In the last one, at the very least, it was only him who was suffering, painful though it may have been. But now his hell was watching others suffer while he had no wound to show for the pandemonium they experienced. He reached into the belt, pulled out the dagger, and slit his throat. Not wanting to accept the reality, he continued killing himself, hoping that if he did it enough times, he'd force the gods to grant him a reprieve, to pull him further back into the past before he pushed the button. Before he condemned everyone he loved in this world into a cruel, unbending reality. And if not that, he hoped he'd eventually run out of lives he didn't want to continue. Not from here. Not knowing what he had done. Not seeing what his stupidity, his sheer inability to think past the immediate future, had caused. It was all his fault, that much was evident. Beyond the hand that showed up out of nowhere, it was his fault. He could have waited. 2 seconds, literally 2 seconds. He could have settled. Waited for a while to see whether there were more surprises. But he didn't. He never did. Not in his life on Earth, and not here. Not once. He convinced his mind to trust the system wanted him to succeed, after all. It granted him immortality. It wanted him to do the tasks. It would never fail him. However, the system wasn't a mind of its own, and it certainly didn't account for those around him. He was not alone in his journey. And his success, he didn't want it to hinge on the suffering, pain, and death of others. He could have waited. Stood still for a brief moment. At least until the dust settled. Until the night fell. Until he was certain. But he didn't. A single choice condemned him to a new reality. A reality that caused a rift within the depths of his soul. He was happy to have escaped the hell, yet beyond broken with what his choice had caused. The dualities fought within him like the raging storms, all while he continued killing himself. He didn't even feel the cold edge of the knife ripping through his flesh anymore. Not in the abstracts, anyway. If anything, the gush of blood from his jugular was a relief, like an act of bloodletting healing his burdened soul. The clearest he became was in that split moment of haziness before darkness took over him. He chased the moment like an addict seeking the high that will never come. For how many times? He didn't know. Eventually, however, he knew he'd have to stop. He'd have to face the consequences of his actions. He'd have to face the young, teenage girl with a whole life ahead of her and tell her she'd never seen the rising sun or the glowing moon ever again. Her whole life would, forever and ever, be baked in darkness. He'd have to face a knight who spent his whole life training to fight and tell him he'd never fight the same again. He'd have to put down the blade and withdraw. He'd have to face a young prince, a boy with a future as bright as the sun in front of him, and tell him he'll likely never walk again. He'd have to face the cold and forever frozen faces of Tenor and Sears and beg them to forgive him. He'd have to face every man and woman and child of the castle, dead and alive, and pool their burdens together and bear them. Could he even do it? No. Not the way he was. Not the way he edged his actions into the tomes of history since coming to this world. He'd taken it all for granted, speeding through every point and part, allowing basic boredom to shake him. He was like a child in school, always wanting to see more, even after seeing more. It was never enough leaping from one thing to another, never focused, never bolted into a singular path. The one time he truly dedicated himself wholly to a singular thing was when he trained his sword, when he finally earned the heart's ripple. The one time he was even remotely smart about something, he was rewarded. Every other time, he realized, he was forced to put out fires left and right due to his stupidity and short-term thinking. Could someone like that shoulder the burdens of hundreds? No. He'd keel and bend and break like a wooden pencil. Someone entrenched in woe and self-pity couldn't do anything. Ai. The blood-curdling scream shook him up once again, forcing him to look to the side and face the horror once more. Silas. I can't see. I can't see. I'm here, fighting back the feeling of self-pity and horror, numbing his soul forcibly, he crouched next to her and grabbed her as gently as he could. He felt her tiny hands grasp at him, shaking and trembling like a leaf in the wind. I'm right here. It hurts. It hurts so much, her voice was cracked, full of pain, shock, and horror. And I can't see. I can't see anything. Silas bit his lower lip. What could he say? Was there anything to even say? He was uncertain. I'm not sure what happened either. An explosion of sorts, I think. It destroyed a lot of the castle and some rebel came flying toward us. I couldn't react in time. I couldn't do anything. What do you mean, she mumbled. She was crying, even just through her voice. What do you mean? I can't see, my eyes. What no, her cries and soft pleas further broke him. She knelt, ignoring the bleeding knees, her arms turning limp, resting at her sides. From the corner of his eyes, he could see the rest of the castle finally awaken, with shouts, screams, and a whole assortment of throat-burning sounds forming a symphony. Derek stood up, his gaze moving about until he landed on Silas and Rhine. The two men looked at each other for a moment before Derek focused more on the little girl, shaken. Everyone who can move, look for survivors. He screamed immediately, taking charge of the situation. You, go find the prince. You, get the master and everyone from within the castle out here immediately. Hurry. The prince? Everyone. Rhine mumbled suddenly. Is everyone fine? What happened, Silas? What happened? Don't worry about the others, he said as Derek approached the two of them. What they? Could you, put her to sleep? Silas asked Derek directly. What? Put me no. No, I don't want. Yes, Derek replied immediately, understanding Silas' intentions. No, don't put me. It's for the best, Silas whispered as gently as he could, caressing the top of her head. Rest for a little while. Rhine's protest, however, was in vain. Derek put his hand gently against the girl's forehead and put her to sleep. Silas caught her and kept her in place, glancing at Derek's arm to his shock, the bloody, gored hole wasn't bleeding. I'm sorry, Derek, he said. Nothing you could have done, the man responded, forcing a smile. Nothing any of us could have done, really. That hand was beyond us. Silas bit his lip once more until it bled, lowering his head in shame. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, he was slipping back once more. Hey, don't worry about it. Derek clamored. No prophet ever foresaw everything. Come on, now. We don't have time to sit around. We need to help the others. I'll have some men carry Rhine off into the ward immediately. And since you seem to be relatively fine, I'll need you to work for 10 men. Do you understand me? Yeah, Silas mumbled, his voice void of emotion as he handed Rhine over to Derek to keep her still. You should go rest as well. You've still lost a lot of blood. Hey, Derek, realizing something was off, called for Silas, forcing the latter to turn and face him. Derek, a man who was ready to fight the thrall, winced and nearly pulled back. The eyes that stared back at him were dead. A pair of emotionless husks. Are you all right? Take care of her, Silas said, turning forward and walking away. We'll chat later. Chapter 85. Ashes and Dust. Silas stood on a terrace overlooking the castle's courtyard. It's been 5 days since the ruination, since the death and pain rampaged through. Hardly much has changed, there were still signs of a massive battle everywhere, from the toppled walls and chunks of the castle missing to the innumerable corpses, those of the people as well as the ghouls forming morbid decorations. The strangest thing of all, perhaps, was that it stopped snowing ever since the battle's end. Though it was still cold and awfully windy, with the ashen clouds covering the sky, it neither snowed nor rained. It was as though the heavens were apologizing, offering a reprieve. He slugged down the remaining wine in the jug, looking away. Corpses were slowly being separated, those of men and women being stacked together for a massive pyre, while those of the ghouls were being burned immediately upon separation. Despite the beyond scarring event, people of the castle limped on. Their resilience was immeasurable, bounding, to have watched their brethren fall one day, yet have enough strength to start cleaning up the damnation the very next one. Silas headed further down into the medical ward. Master Auden had been beyond busy for the past 5 days. Though there were many dead, there were just as many wounded. In fact, from what he heard, Derek had already sent out the most able-bodied men into the nearby mountains to try and find any herb with even remote medicinal attributes. In the meantime, the old man could barely sleep, needing to attend to so many critical injuries from massive punctures to missing limbs. On his way over, Silas ran into Derek. The man had, similarly, barely slept, trying to organize the best he could. After all, he was the only captain remaining, all others have died. Though pale in the face, and with a large lump bandaged over, he still appeared spirited. He was chatting with one of the few unhurt guards, mostly youngs, who stayed further back and acted as the last line of the defense for the castle's breach, relaying instructions. When he saw Silas approach, he quickly dismissed the young guard and headed over. The first batch came back, he said. Though the harvest was mild, they did pluck a decent amount. Should stabilize our supplies. Good, Silas nodded, his voice cold and distant. Latest count. 18 more died during the night, Derek sighed. We're down to fewer than 200. Strip the dead of anything we can use, Silas said. Before the pyre. Silas, Derek mumbled, seemingly wanting to protest for a moment but holding back in the end. Very well. I'll let them know. Right. Valen woke up briefly this morning. What happened? Silas asked. He wasn't well. Master Auden fed him some wally seed. Silas had learned that wally seed was a fairly strong sedative that they, luckily, had in abundance since there was a patch nearby that spawned a whole heap of them on a yearly basis, despite it being a fairly rare and exotic medicine elsewhere in the kingdom. What about Rhine? Still out of it, Derek replied. Luckily, according to Master Auden, almost all of her wounds were quite shallow after cleaning them up and dressing them. There was no need for further treatment. But, her eyes, they can't be saved. You should rest, Silas said, glancing at him. You're wasting your magic trying to keep the wound steady. I can't rest. Not when. Rest, Silas warned in a harsher tone. You'll not do anyone any good dead. Enough have died. Walking past him, Silas headed down the chilly corridors toward the least destroyed area of the castle that was designated the medical ward. It was its leftmost wing, just short of where Silas first discovered the shadow, as it was the furthest away from all fighting. Even still, on his way there, Silas paused by a massive hole in the side of the castle. Stone and rubble spilled inward, quite a few corpses lying just outside the hole, most of them men. Glancing at them, he turned a foot and moved forward. Just past the corner, he saw many a woman rushing about hurriedly, most carrying either dirty or clean clothes and blankets. Luckily, there were quite a few unhurt people who stayed inside the castle, and they were all mainly in charge of taking care of the wounded. Even still, their numbers couldn't keep up comfortably with the sheer number of wounded. With how busy they were, the women didn't even notice Silas, who stealthily wove himself by their side without interrupting them, heading to the Master Auden's main office where both Valen and Rhine were situated. Entering, a strong medicinal stench assailed Silas' nostrils. Quite a few young porter boys and women were shifting through the herbs and grinding them down along the several desks lined up against the wall, while the old man seemed to be making medicine in a maniacal haze of sorts. Walking past them, Silas came to a stop near a curtain. There was a faint opening and, beyond it, he saw Valen resting in the bed, lying flat, his eyes closed. Frowning for a moment, he looked forward once more and walked up to the old man, putting his hand on the frail shoulders. Master Auden jumped, but Silas held him down firmly, causing the old man to look back. "MR Silas, you've scared me," the old man said, sighing. "You need to sleep," Silas said. "You look worse than some of the men lying down." I can't sleep. Who is going to make medicine?" No. I am fine. I can handle it. I'll wake you if there's a critical patient," Silas lied casually. "But you need to rest. You're the only one remotely qualified to help us through this hell. If you fall ill, then we'd all be leaving the life and death of so many to the toss of a coin. With you here, at least, everyone has a chance." "But... please," Silas said, forcing a faint smile. "Just close your eyes for a while. Recharge." Fine, the old man relented, realizing that he was pushing himself well past his limits. After all, he had entered his 7th decade of life this year. He was no longer someone who can work tirelessly for days on end. "Hey, you," Silas called for one of the nearby women who were grinding the herbs. "Help Master Auden." "Yes," she nodded faintly while Silas turned his attention elsewhere, walking through the curtain and closing it completely, sitting by the bedside. Even in his sleep, the young prince looked relentless. Master Auden had confirmed what Silas already feared: the boy would never walk again. Someone so full of life, of hope, and of wonder, would forever be bound. "I'm so sorry," Silas mumbled, lowering his head. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." "Why, of course," lifeless voice replied. Silas looked up swiftly, noting that the young boy had woken and was looking at him, his lips stretched into a faint, forced smile. "It's not your fault." "Nobody would tell me anything," Valen continued. "What happened?" "You should rest." "Damn it, Silas. Tell me what happened." Valen grabbed Silas' arm and held on firmly, the young boy's gaze teary. "I'm not sure myself," Silas said. "Something came and swept through the courtyard, knocking everyone nearby off. Your back got hit by a wooden stake and it lodged itself there." "I'm sorry, Valen." I. How is everyone else?" Valen swallowed his tears and asked. How is Rhine? Tenor? Derek? The rest of the castle? They're fine, Silas lied, already knowing he would reset it eventually. They're fine. And you need to rest. It's good, Valen mumbled, but Silas felt it. He felt the boy's heart dance and burn and beat. A million complex emotions swarmed it. It's good they're fine. Yet. Good. Drink some. Silas took the nearby bowl of water and helped Valen sit up and drink a gulp. Rest, he added, knowing that the water already had some wally seed. Rest well. As soon as the prince fell asleep, restless and conflicted, Silas stood up, taking a deep breath. He was close to ramming his fist into a wall, anger, guilt, rage, pain all trying to consume him whole. Leaving the room, he ran into the woman who escorted Master Auden. Did he fall asleep? He asked. Like a baby, she responded. We were all telling him to go rest. It's good that you showed to convince him. Old men are stubborn oaks, Silas mumbled, talking in part about the master and in part about himself. How is the prince? The woman asked. Asleep, Silas replied. Do you all need anything? No, we are fine. What about you? When was the last time you slept? Last night, Silas replied. After a few jugs of wine, I think. Oh, no, please, judge away, Silas added quickly and honestly. While everyone's trying to piece themselves together and save as many others as possible, therein the prophet lay in his own piss, passed out like a common drunkard. Nobody's blaming you, you know. That's because nobody believes I was a prophet to begin with, Silas said. But I was, he mumbled, looking toward the curtain beyond which the young prince lay. And I failed him. Failed you. Failed all of those lying dead outside. I had an eternity to find a way. But I broke after, what? 70? 80 years? Ha. If I had known, no, I can't make excuses. It's all on me, he added, glancing at her, his eyes vacant, expression dead. Before she could reply, he walked off, leaving her stunned for a good while longer after the fact. In the meantime, he parted the other curtain in the room, walking into yet another painful memory. To his surprise, however, Rhine was awake sitting up on the bed, still. She flinched and tried to look toward the source of the sound, her lips quivering. Who is that? It's me, Silas said softly. Silas? It's you, she asked uncertainly. Yet, he replied, walking over to the bed and sitting down. Her hands searched and ran across his neck and face, as though to confirm it. Does anything hurt? A bit, she mumbled. I'm sorry, he said. You didn't deserve this. It's scary, she said, her voice quivering. I know. But, we survived, she said. We survived the attack. That's all that matters. Silas gritted his teeth, odd. Though it's scary, and it's dark, as long as I have my life. I can't give up. I'll find a way, she said, grabbing his hand and forcing out a smile. To be useful. So, please, just don't leave me. I'll be useful. I promise, her voice cracked, draped in desperation. It was harrowing, Silas realized, just how terrified she was of loneliness. He couldn't quite grasp it, the source of the horror, not to mention that she felt she had to be useful not to be tossed aside. Don't worry, he reassured her, swearing inwardly he'd at least handily beat up the woman who instilled so many scars and insecurities into such a sweet child. You just take your time and rest. I'll always be in need of an adorable and amazingly clever helper. And there ain't a soul in the world who can take that place from you. You promise? Promise, he nodded, realizing it was pointless halfway through and freezing his head in position. Drink, he brought the bowl of water to her face, laced with wally seed, and helped her slowly drink a few mouthfuls. Rest now. Don't leave, she mumbled as she lied back down, grabbing his head ever so tightly. He remained, even after her fingers turned limp and after she fell asleep, looking at her. He was angry. He had been angry ever since he continued to live. But he didn't know what to do with it. It was boiling like a lake of fire within him. He was angry with himself, with the world, with the dead, with whoever that hand belonged to, but mostly with himself. Yet, he knew that it wouldn't help him, nor anyone else. It's all fucked up, he sighed, standing up and leaving. I need to find Ioun. And that human he talked to before the battle started. He's the crutch. Ioun should know who he is as well. I didn't see him in the battle, it's possible he withdrew into the forest. I guess, that's where I ought to be too. Chapter 86. Violence is holy. Under the crackling of the roaring campfire, Silas bit into a piece of chicken, yanking a good chunk of it and chewing through it without savoring the taste. Right after, he helped himself to a jug of wine and continued intermittently doing so until the roasted chicken was gone, well, the half of it, anyway. The shadows cast by the fire dimmed his face, turned him into a dark silhouette leaning against the tree, the shoulders slightly slouched, as though heavy. He'd departed 3 days ago, bound for the forest and beyond, only a sword and some supplies his companions. Rather than having a concentrated plan, he was moving in largely blind. His main goal was to either stumble upon Ioun or the human with whom the thrall spoke before the battle. And if not that, at least to check what was happening near the well. The castle wouldn't be able to survive anything for foreseeable future. Another attack would completely obliterate it. Settling into his thoughts, he began running over certain things that misaligned, starting with Rhine. He distinctly recalled the young girl blowing up the entire castle when her life was threatened during one of the loops. Though his memory was fuzzy on the reason behind why she exploded, she certainly did. He pondered why it didn't activate this time around, and came to a few possible conclusions, either that hand was simply too powerful for whatever was resting within her, it only activated if her life was threatened directly, or it only reacted to whatever was killing Ryan at the time. Right. It was a disease or something, right? He wrestled with his memories, over 80 years of them, trying to recall one specific loop and the specific details within it. Ah, forget it, forget it. I already have, anyway, he mumbled, sighing. Another point of contention for him was the hand itself, though nobody quite had the time to ruminate upon it due to the factor of trying to survive. It was, by far and away, the most contentious point. Countless questions poured out inside his mind. Whose was it? Where did it come from? How did it appear there? Where did it go to? How come it didn't leave any identifying mark behind? Was the timing of it truly coincidental? However, he knew that most of those questions wouldn't have easy answers, not the ones he could get anytime soon. He'd be stuck in the dark and adrift for a long while, though there were still some questions that he could answer if he could catch the human. Snuffing out the fire, he put everything back into the leathery sack and tossed it over his shoulder before heading deeper into the forest. Unlike the last time, he could distinguish the tree patterns himself, though it showed the massive progress he's made with talismans. It hardly made him joyous. In fact, he barely even registered it, merely moving past them and onward without kicking up any fuss. It was an uneventful, silent, drudging journey. Not an adventure, not an exile, not a punishment, a trek, almost akin to a job. He ignored the swaying trees, the cold, as well as the snow that began to fall on the second day. Driven inwardly by seemingly inexhaustible fuel, nothing bothered him. His single-mindedness seemed to clear open the path in front of him and guide him toward the goal. He bridged the last gap on the fourth day, barely having rested all the while, and arrived near the last station, the patch of trees beyond which the forest thinned out and opened up into a valley. To his surprise and joy, he saw the flickering of fire, slowing down and silencing his footsteps as he approached. Peeking from behind the tree, he saw flames of the campfire roaring on a small clearing, a figure seated near it, muttering something while reading an ancient-looking tome. Silas recognized him not by the features, but by the black, tattered hood. Immediately, anger burst from his soul, but he held it back. Putting the sack down, he began to creep closer toward the figure. He didn't know the man's strength, especially when it came to magic. After all, he stood among the army of the dead and was not attacked. However, when Silas stopped right behind the man, looming over him like a cliff over a river, he realized that the man likely had no fighting experience. Silas had developed instincts for sensing when someone was nearby decades upon decades ago, when he was still a babe when it came to wielding a sword. Anyone who allowed another to approach this closely, especially considering Silas didn't have any assassin-like training, was beyond weak. Listening silently, Silas heard the man's heart, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-dum. It was even, consistent, yet languid and slow. Comparing it to Silas' own heart, it seemed that for every 10 beats of his heart, the man's only beat 7 or 8 times. Watching him sit in front of the fire, seemingly no worry or regret in the world, Silas bent forward and lurched his arm and grasped the man's throat. The latter yelped in shock as the tome he was holding was flung forward by the sheer momentum. Silas yanked the man back and realized that the paper-thin figure weighed less than 100 pounds. As such, even with just using one arm, Silas dragged the still screaming man back and shafted him into a tree, pinning him by the neck and lifting him a foot or so above the ground. The bone and flesh feet dangled from beneath the robe, desperately trying to touch the dirt below. He pulled the man's hood back and finally saw his face, causing him to nearly pull back in disgust. Half the man's face was rotted flesh, the eye socket hollow and gaping, with the tendons connecting two sides of the face, stretched out, with gaping holes in between. Why you, the man mumbled in a hoarse tone, as though he had a throat full of phlegm. How what? Shut the fuck up, Silas growled, pinning the man's throat even harder, causing him to yelp in pain and yet be unable to talk. From here on out, you only talk when I ask a question and the only words I want out of your yap are the answers. Are we clear? Who do you think chaotic? Upon the man's attempted protest, Silas heaved his leg and kneed the man in his groin. The latter keeled forward, the remaining eye bulging out, lips gaping in pain. How dare I? Upon the repeated attempt, Silas smashed his fist against the rotted side of the face, breaking every bone in it and causing the man to topple down onto the ground, rolling through the cold and wet and dying grass. Seemingly overtaken by something far more primal, Silas walked up to the now crying man and kicked him, repeatedly, while the latter struggled to defend himself. The sounds of the cracking bones regularly cried out into the night, a song of horror and despondency, background to the act of seemingly inhumane, unrelenting violence. Silas calmed down only after the man stopped defending. He was lying flat, most of his bones broken, bleeding like roadkill. Crouching down, Silas lifted him up by the collar again, causing the man to wince and cry softly in pain, the shuffling of his bones aching more than death itself. You don't have to answer, Silas said. In fact, please don't keep up your dumbassery. Give me the reason to keep coming back to this point and use you as a punching bag to try and lift some of the fucking anger that makes me want to slam my own head into the wall. Go ahead. Tell me to fuck off once more. The man, however, didn't say anything. The bulged, bruised eye stared at Silas in horror. He was bleeding from every orifice, with every bone in his body seemingly being broken. He hardly had the strength to breathe, let alone protest. Silas gritted his teeth, forcing himself to calm down as he took a deep breath. Let's try this again, then. Who are you? I fucking what? I am Tesser. The man winced and tried to pull back when he saw Silas raise his fist, but only further hurt himself in the process. Tesser. 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 Very well. I've committed your name to memory. Now, Tesser, you will break down in great detail why your masters sent the hounds upon the castle. I don't know, Tesser mumbled, weeping openly and freely. I am just a minion. I don't know anything. I don't know anything. Bullshit. Silas pushed the man back and slammed him into the ground, causing the latter to spew out a mouthful of blood while the sound of the bones snapping echoed out once more. Blood further began to gush out from the man's ruptured mouth, gurgling sounds joining the shallower and shallower breaths. You have to know something. I told you, I have all the fucking time in the world. Hey. Oh, fuck, Silas sighed as he let go of the collar, the body limply resting against the ground. The man died, his singular eye wide, haunted, terrified, blood pouring out across his lips. Silas grasped at the man's hood and cleaned up his hands before walking over to where he left the sack, picking it up, and sitting by the campfire, busting open the last jug of wine he had. Though he'd gotten no answers yet, he wasn't worried. There was another time. At least, he knew that the man was here even so many days after the attack. Right, that tome he was holding, Silas mumbled, looking around until he noticed the tome inside the campfire, only a few remnants of thick leather remaining, all paper burned. Oh well, he mumbled, disconnected, glancing further north where, beyond the last patch of trees, he first saw the well open. Rather than immediately bolting there, he chose to settle down for a little while and rest, since he suspected that he'd be killed off fairly quickly as soon as he crossed that threshold. He was alerted abruptly by the sound of the crackling branches, shooting up to his feet and drawing out a sword, turning back toward the source of the sound where he killed Tesser. There, looming above his corpse, Silas saw one of the strangest sights in his life, all those he'd seen in this life included. There stood a white doe with a black crow perched on top of its head. The two shifted their heads from the corpse and onto him, almost as though they were humans, and gazed at him. Silas stiffened in place, almost wanting to kneel beneath those eyes. Can he see us? The crow asked. He can see us, the doe replied. Can he feel us? The crow asked. He can feel us, the doe replied. Does he believe in us? The crow asked. He does not believe in us, the doe replied. How can he not believe in us? The crow asked. For to him, we are not real, dear crow, the doe replied. We are real to all. Not to those who unfathom. Not to those who unsuffer. Not to those who unbleed. Not to those who unsaw. Silas stared and stared, rooted in place, before mumbling softly. What the fuck? Chapter 87. Their story. The doe bent forward, looming over the corpse while the crow continued to stare at Silas. White tendrils of light emerged from the doe's abyss-like black eyes, brightening the entire forest and even blinding him due to the sheer intensity of light. A few moments later, when he opened his eyes, he saw that the doe was standing upright once more, but that the corpse was gone. The two animals were looking at him, silent once more. Silas himself was many things curious, confused, terrified, and remained silent himself. It was a strange stare-off of sorts, rooted in ethereal silence beyond comprehension. Time didn't pass, at least Silas felt so. It seemed grounded by the feet of the doe and the wings of the crow, as though obeying the strange animals. There were no other sounds, not the wind, not the howls, not the rattling of the branches and the trees, and not even the crackling of the fire just behind him. The longer he stared and the longer he stood within the moment, the more did Silas realize that he'd been taken elsewhere. This wasn't the world he knew. Magic, the energy was everywhere. All around him. Tiny motes of light emerged like droplets of rain, but they did not fail, they floated around him, dancing like tiny wisps. They laughed. Shone. Touched him and rushed about in strange, eerie excitement. They like him, dear doe, the crow said. They take to him, dear crow, the doe said. Why do they take to him? The crow asked. For he is bereaved, the doe replied. What is bereaved? Broken. Broken. Broken, the doe said. All the while, Silas' eyes danced from the two of them to the wisps of light dancing about. Some landed on his nose, affording him a closer look. They were sprites, he realized. Tiny, seahorse-like creatures that shone in pure white and silver. Their tiny, beady eyes looked curiously at them, their snouts occasionally expanding and contracting, though no sound came out. Cecian, can I ask? He stuttered. What is going on? He speaks, dear doe, the crow said. He has a tongue, dear crow, the doe said. Others never spoke. Why? The crow asked. They had nothing to say, the doe replied. Why does he have something to say? The crow asked. For he is one of those who unsaw, the doe replied. The doe suddenly began to strut forward, though, beyond eerily, its hoofs didn't leave prints in the snow nor did they make any sounds. Beyond the resplendent coating of the white fur and the holy black eyes, there seemed to be no difference from the doe Silas was familiar with. And yet, he hardly ever froze in place before. The creature stooped a foot or so in front of Silas, allowing him to take a closer look at the crow. Its feathers were wholly black, seemingly melded together in a singular mass, and its beak was in a gradient silver. What stood out the most were its eyes. They were white, akin to doe's winter coat. It is not your time, the doe said. It is not his time, the crow asked. It is not his time, the doe reaffirmed. But he burns. He burns of pain. He screams. He screams of scars. He is strange, dear doe. He is sworn, dear crow. Do you see his story, dear doe, the crow asked. I see his story, dear crow, the doe replied. What is his story? His story is of a long, heavy road, the doe said. With whines and bends and tears. His story is of pain, yet hope. Of dread, yet wonder. Of fire that kills, yet births. Of hate, yet forgiveness. Anger, yet tranquility. His story sounds like their story, dear doe, the crow said. It is like all stories, dear crow, the doe said. All the while, neither of the two animals ever broke their gaze with Silas. His own. Our story is not like all stories, dear doe. We do not have a story, dear crow. What do we have? Their stories. Tell me their story, dear doe. Their story is one of a long, heavy road, the doe said, turning around and slowly strutting away, unhurried, the light and darkness following its footsteps. With whines and bends and tears. Their story is of pain, yet hope. Of dread, yet wonder. Of fire that kills, yet births. Of hate, yet forgiveness. Anger, yet tranquility. Their story hurts, dear doe. How does the hurt feel, dear crow? What snapped Silas out of his stupor was the realization that it was the first time that the doe asked a question. Like a loss not my own, dear doe, the crow replied. For even if all my feathers were to fall, seeing you hurt would hurt me more. You love your feathers, dear crow. I love you more, dearest doe. Silas gasped like a drowned man surfaced once more. He began to breathe swiftly and heavily, realizing he was doused in sweat. The scenery had returned to normal. The corpse was still there. The fire crackled. The wind howled. The snow fell. It was as though everything he experienced was a strange, fever dream. But it wasn't. He knew it wasn't. It couldn't have been. Looking about, the wisps, the tiny motes of beautiful light shaped like seahorses were also gone. He was back in reality. His reality, anyhow. As for where he had gone to for that brief period of time, he could only wonder. Thinking back, he realized another anomaly he felt, blissful. For that brief period of time where he was stationary, barely uttering a single sentence, despite the confusion and the fear he felt on the surface, deep down, he was calm. It was as though for the duration of his stay, that world purged his anger, his hate, the unquenchable madness that burned inside his veins like a fire that could not be put out. He stumbled back and fell, all strength disappearing from his legs. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't process what he had experienced. Despite all the strange things he had seen, and all the myriad of ways those things made him feel, nothing he'd seen or experienced quite measured up, not his immortality, not the chained corpse hanging from the sky, not the child hidden in the thrall, not the prince's eyes, not even that one time Rhine blew up the entire castle. Not even the shadows, the one thing that remained affirmed inside his mind despite the fact that they had been gone for so long, nothing measured up. Without realizing it immediately, he'd begun to shake after all, sweating like mad in the frosted winds of winter. This cold wasn't a recipe for good health. Rather than trying to recover and heal through the potential frostbite, he elected to end his life instead, deciding to return here once more. He wanted to meet the doe and the crow once again. In fact, he had a strange longing to meet them, one that ran from the depths of his soul. That longing seemed to be the solitary thing capable of drowning out his pain and self-hate and the seas of anger within. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Ryan's painful scream woke him to reality. He had to live through it all again. No matter how many times he'd seen it by now, it still hurt. It still burned like putting a hand directly into the fire. There was no cure for it, he knew. He'd hurt and burn each and every time he loaded up this save. But, he had to feel it. All of it. Hurrying once again and helping as many people as possible, organizing the rescue efforts alongside Derek, he settled back inside his and Valen's room, looking out through the window at the falling night. He couldn't get them out of his head, he had to see them. Immediately. Dropping everything and sneaking out during the dead of the night, he sprinted through the forest as quickly as he could, barely taking a break. What confused him, however, was that he never ran into the hooded man. Not after the first day. Or the second. Or midway through the third when he came upon the same place he found him the last loop. He wasn't there. Nor was the campfire. Nor were any signs of anyone being here. Did I accidentally pass him? Silas mused aloud, deciding to hang around for a few days in case he did, in fact, pass him accidentally in his hurry. The fourth day came and passed, fifth, sixth, it was on the 10th day that Silas gave up. He knew that the hooded man wouldn't be coming. It's happened again, the loop has changed. The first time it happened, he didn't question it largely because he couldn't. In fact, he simply attributed it to the system doing something behind the scenes since the two shadows far eclipsed what he could handle at the time. This, however, was different. The doe and the crow did something to the man, that light that blinded him, Silas recalled. Whatever they did, the man was gone. I'll check again just to play it safe, he mumbled. Playing through the loop as closely as I can to the first time. But first, he added, looking further north and beyond the trees. The doe and the crow, he knew, whatever they may be, were so far beyond his comprehension it was pointless to tangle. What wasn't, however, at least compared to them, was the well and what was happening beyond the forest. Rather than sneaking through, he casually strolled through the last part of the forest and landed back inside the valley that stretched between the two mountains. He immediately paused at the very brink, realizing something he hadn't noticed before. There was a tiny, barely visible veneer extending as far as his eyes could see to his left and his right. While outside the curtain, the valley appeared barren and lifeless, like the first time they came here. In fact, he couldn't even see the cabin. However, as soon as he stepped through the curtain, the world whistled free, expanding. Buildings emerged, all made out of black stone, an entire city with towers and spires and howling, circular gates with seemingly hundreds of mechanisms and gears built into their frame floating in the sky, and sailors' ships that were flying, their rotted wood bleeding liquid amber, with some anchored by thick, ebony chains to the ground. At the center of it all, an obelisk extending some 2-3 thousand feet into the sky shimmered and shone in dark crimson, its gravitas seemingly pulling the entire world toward it. Silas' lips parted into a gap, his eyes widening in shock, their attention slowly going past the obelisk and further into the sky, where Silas saw yet another scene that nearly broke him. There, suspended in the sky, was a throne made of bones, the lancet arch shaped like a series of chains, extending some 100 feet, bending into a winged crest rail. Sitting upon the throne was the very same figure that Silas saw hanging from the sky. The chains were still there, seemingly trying to wrestle him back into the void. It was there that Silas realized what he had stumbled upon, as well as they realized he'd stumbled upon them. "I'm so fucking done with this world, man," he cried out lowly, hearing the howling roars of the dead and the rapidly approaching shadows swell from within the city. Chapter 88. Sword meant to cut, heart meant to bleed. Silas remained in place rather than turning around and running away. It was pointless to run, after all. He'd have to reset the loop anyhow. Besides, he was curious of the kinds of the dead that lived within the city. He felt expectant rather than afraid. 80 years of fighting the dead and wrestling with death, numbed him to many emotions, fear chief among them. At least fear of the things that had begun to make sense to him. Withdrawing the sword from the scabbard, he waited for a few more seconds before the first few shadows eclipsed the light and emerged from the walls of the city. They weren't ghouls, unsurprisingly, as they moved with the agility of a fox rather than a rotting corpse. All the same, Silas was unable to discern just what kind of the dead they were. All of them, 15 or so, were hooded and cloaked in black from head to toe, hoisting a pair of daggers each. The only thing about them that he could distinctly see were their eyes, and they all sported the exact replicas, slanted, harrowingly azure eyes that appeared faintly aglow, tendrils of smoke whizzing out from their corners. They circled him quickly, though didn't attack immediately. Just like he was inspecting them, they were inspecting him. A voice murmured. "Are you lost, little boy?" "Lost?" Silas glanced toward the direction of the voice. "You could say that. Would you kindly gentlemen show me the path, then?" "Kill it," a voice spoke from the void, causing Silas to look further into the city, identifying the source through the trace of magic. 15 heads nodded in unison, slithering slightly forward and prepping the daggers. Silas remained seemingly indifferent, his gaze glued to distance. He already knew the dead had hierarchy, even culture. But seeing it, was still mind-shattering. Rather than the dead, they simply appeared to be a different kind of culture of humans. The shadows lurched forward, their daggers tinted in dark, ashen gray. The first one came streaming toward his neck immediately, causing Silas to finally refocus. Bending back, he dodged the swipe as he pushed his sword forward, feeling the beat of the undying heart. Seemingly with no effort invested, he managed to pierce the attacker's heart in one motion, skewering the figure before lifting his leg and kicking it in the abdomen and toward another approaching assailant. Spinning, he ducked and swiped at another attacker's feet, kicking him off balance before grasping the blade with both his hands and stabbing forward, once again piercing through the heart. Without resting, he kicked the ground beneath and dodged an attack from behind, causing him to vault around the figure he'd just stabbed, using it as a shield as he pushed forward, diving a dual frontal attack, using the figure to shield himself from one end while parrying the strike of the other with his sword effortlessly before stabbing forward cleanly through the heart. "Stop," the voice murmured yet again, and all the attacking figures retreated immediately. There was no shock or fear or any emotion, really, within their gazes. Silas exhaled, looking toward the distance once more, the source of murmur. "A child incarnate visits us. It is an honor." "This place has changed," Silas mumbled, deciding to play along. "Oh? You've been here before." "Many lifetimes ago," Silas said. "Far fewer buildings, back then. You did wonders with the place." "Yes, we did our best," the voice seemed to crackle in amusement for a moment before continuing. "It has been some time since we last met a human fearless of our form. Child or not. Death has a way of numbing the senses, I've learned," Silas chuckled. "But I suppose you lot know that the best. Indeed. Death is beautiful. As such, I must wonder, though, what brings a man of the living among the land of the dead?" Silas remained silent for a moment, gears of his mind spinning. He saw an opportunity laid bare in front of him, but it was a delicate balance, he knew. "What? You are allowed to come knocking the walls of my home down, and I'm not even allowed to see who breeds the creed and who butchered my people." "Fair enough," the voice chuckled as Silas frowned right in front of him, the void itself parted, like an eye opening, and through came a figure glazed in black. However, unlike others, he knew, she wasn't hooded or cloaked, her face laid bare to the ghastly side of the world. And yet, she hardly looked dead. Though pale-faced and distinctly lacking the dim hue of a human eye, instead sporting a milky white, glowing one, Her features were distinctly human. She had full cheekbones and full lips and sharp jaw and a pair of eyebrows that framed her eyes hauntingly and beautifully. What? Surprised, she posed a question, her lips curling up in a smile. It was then that Silas noticed a brooch taped to her shoulder pad, a flower of sorts though wilting and dying, the same one that she had tattooed on her forehead, ink as black as night. A bit, he exhaled, shaking his head. But, you're still the second strangest sight I've seen today. Ah, that hurt, little human. She walked forward until she was some 5-6 feet away from him, her hands clasped behind her back. She was tall, Silas realized 6'5" at least, by his estimates, as she handily towered over him. So, you are one of the few lambs that managed to fight off my children. Fight off? That's one way of putting it, I suppose. Children, is an apt word, Silas mumbled, looking beyond her. Does the world know? No. I never thought I'd meet my end in a place like this, Silas sighed. Well, I suppose, over the course of time, all endings are inevitable. You nary meet a human fearless of death, she said, walking up to him and bending her head forward slightly until their eyes meet on an even level. Perchance, little one, are you interested in joining us? This life seems more suited for someone of your ilk. Afraid not, Silas smiled. Your heart, he added, pounding his fist against the center of her chest, to a complete lack of reaction on her part, is silent. But mine is a raging storm. Forget dead. I'm barely fit for a living. Alas, I fancied some hope I could strike a deal for you to leave us alone, but it seems unlikely, he added, looking beyond her and toward the throne in the sky. I'm sure, in due time, you will become one of my many headaches. Do what you must, now. What? Not even going to put a fight, she quizzed with a smile. What for, he scoffed. Your magic is already tightly wound round my tender heart. Such a shame, she sighed. You'd make a fine general. Alas. Alas. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Silas sat in front of the crackling flames, occasionally sipping wine, wrenched deep in thought. A city, potentially even a kingdom of the dead lay somewhere, slumbering, waiting. What inspired him, however, was the knowledge that this place wasn't the only one that held. The inspiration, however, was quaint compared to what army they seemed to have, just a band of ghouls seemed more like a scouting force than something worthy of being called an army. Sighing, he took yet another sip before putting down the gourd, losing himself in the roaring fire. That woman, dead or alive, or something else entirely, was strong. In fact, Silas wasn't even certain exactly how strong she was. The closest comparison he had were the shadows from early on, but as he'd never seen her fight, he couldn't be certain. At the very least, she was much stronger than someone of Derek's level. Her control of magic was beautiful. The only reason Silas even realized what she was doing was due to his sensitivity to hearts, his own included. Until then, however, he was entirely unaware of how or where she managed to do it. More headaches kept piling up, but it didn't matter. No matter how many of them came, he'd have to deal with them all. As for the crow and the doe, he chose to ignore them. They didn't express any feeling toward him, negative or otherwise, and seemed entirely removed from the concept of his reality. The city of the dead, on the other hand, was something he'd have to keep an eye out on. His conjecture, at the moment at least, was that the city either existed far away or in an entirely different dimension, not unlike the crow and the doe. The fact that the woman mentioned other places being attacked calmed Silas somewhat, as it meant they weren't the solitary focus. Still, having a fucking hell that close to home, not good, he sighed, tossing himself back on the sofa. We'll have to sprint south as soon as the winter passes, he concluded. All of us. I can send Derek ahead to feel things out, but I have to stay back with them. Either warn the king or find a way to usurp him. Right. Usurp a tier 4 mage. Someone who could slice me up like cheddar. Ha! Unlike before, he didn't let himself get overwhelmed. Though many things and ideas and no's loomed over his head, he kept them all at bay, not letting anyone in particular take over him completely. He'd have to start knocking some of them away soon, however, starting with confirming that the hooded man was, indeed, dead. Though he did care for the knowledge the man held, he perhaps cared even more for the book that burned. After, I can go over there once more. I can use them to practice my swordsmanship, he mumbled. And try and squeeze some information from the woman along the way. One by one. Just, one by one. Chapter 89. Standing Dreams. Silas paused abruptly, his feet rooting to the ground. Just yesterday, the room was empty. Now, however, there sat the prince, his legs covered with a blanket, gaze focused out the window, nibbling away at some grapes. Sighing, Silas gritted his teeth and pushed down the surge of emotions before approaching, pouring himself a cup of wine, and sitting opposite Valen. Neither of the two spoke for a little while, both seemingly lost in their own thoughts. Almost 2 weeks had gone by, and this was the first time Silas had seen the young boy outside the wing of the wounded. Though still appearing haggard around the edges, the young prince maintained his handsomeness, even enriched it, morbid though it may sound, by adding a tinge of melancholy. I've heard you've been burning through the castle's wine reserves. Valen was the one to break the silence, looking away from the window and toward Silas. What can I say? Silas said. Wine understands me. I've known many men that were understood by wine and other manner of booze, Valen said. And all of them had one of two things in common: they were bitter, dissatisfied, ultimately petty folk who saw injustice everywhere. Or, they were broken, the prince added. Men beaten by life, looking for any manner of reprieve they could find. Which of the two are you? Just an alcoholic, Silas flashed a smile. I'm afraid. Everybody avoids it. Looking at my legs, Valen said. They seem to think that if they just keep looking into my eyes, I will somehow forget I've become a cripple. I hate it. Aren't you angry? Silas quizzed. Angry? I am, Valen nodded, though his voice lacked the manner of fumes that made such a statement believable. I will never walk again. Of course. I'm angry. Sometimes, in the morning, when I'm still half asleep, it's almost as though I can feel them again. Just if I reached out, just reach out a bit, I'd walk again. They're there, like phantoms. But then I awake. And they're gone. Leaving behind a ghastly, hollow sensation. And I feel it, anger consuming me. The first few days, Master had to feed me wally seeds each time I woke up. Why me? I'd wonder, the young prince continued, a bitter smile emerging on his face. Why me? All my life, I've tried to be good. Decent, at the very least. I didn't steal. I didn't kill. And though my conscience is far from clean, I never thought I deserved this. You didn't, Silas added. When I was a boy, Valen said. One of my uncles, Adine, used to take me on hunts. Unlike my father and his lot, the uncle had given up on his royal blessings a long time ago. He spent his days drinking, indulging in women, and hunting game. I loved spending time with him, back then. In the palace, all I would ever be told was don't run, be proper, you look dirty. But, when I was outside with him, I was free. He'd take me to the forests and fields and let me run till my lungs would collapse. And though I always treasured those memories, I also always thought I'd have my freedom one day, once again, freedom to run and hunt and drink just like my uncle did. What happened to him? Silas asked. He drank himself to an early grave, I reckon, Valen replied. Fell sick one day, and died the next. Didn't seem to bother him. Never in my life have I seen another man smile so broadly in the face of death. Sounds like a passionate man. He was a fool, Valen chuckled. But, if there's one thing I've learned from him and many other fools in my life, it is that it's precisely those fools who enjoy life the most. But I didn't want to be a fool. That's why, when you came into my life, I was so happy. I didn't care that you were a prophet. Didn't care that you were a man of God. Not nearly as much as the fact that you put your faith in me. That was it, I figured. My time to chase my dreams has come. Silas bit his lip and lowered his head. That hasn't changed. The young prince's words, however, surprised him, causing him to look up there. He met the young boy's gaze. It was bright. Silas realized it wasn't the look of a man who'd given up. If anything, it was quite the opposite. So long as you'll have me still, I'd like us to continue chasing that dream, Silas. You've got a heart of iron, Silas smiled faintly. That already makes you half a king. Nobody blames you, Valen said suddenly, surprising Silas, who was about to indulge in some more wine. What? If it weren't for you, we would have died during the first invasion, Valen continued. You kept saving our lives. Nobody blames you, at all. If anything, we are beyond grateful to have you. Silas looked at the young boy for a moment before sighing and taking a sip of wine. You don't blame me, because to you, I'm a miracle. Someone who peeked into the future and foretold it, someone who appeared in the darkest of nights, bringing the light. But that light has been stacked upon the countless failures. Valen, through and through, I'm a failure. I'm happy you don't blame me, he added. But I blame myself. Because, of all of you, only I know the truth. Only I know that, in fact, it was on me. That I could have prevented it completely. I've had a few deaths to reconfigure myself, and what I've learned, is that wine numbs the heart the best. However, each time I see you, or Rhine, or when I visit Tenor, I am reminded of just how mind-breakingly awful I am. So, thank you, but, believe it or not, I need the guilt. What are you? It's pushing me forward. It's reminding me to never become complacent again. I need it. You should rest now. No, I don't. I'll send for someone to help you, Silas said, getting up and slowly leaving. Let's talk another time. Silas didn't forget the jug of wine, an accessory that he carried with him wherever he went. Though he knew he would do well to curb the drinking, he wasn't ready, not yet anyway. For now, it was fine to indulge. A good pill for dreamless slumber. He headed outside, into the snow, preparing to practice some more and try and clear his head in the process. He'd already ventured into the forest and beyond 5 times now, never encountering the hooded man who led the attack, and only learning 2 pieces of new information from the dead beyond the veneer. The first was that the city he encountered wasn't the only one. Though he was uncertain of the exact number, there were at least 3 scattered across the world. The second piece of information was that the attacks weren't exactly targeted, the dead were simply moved into the land of the living and then followed the scent of life to attack. From there, Silas also extrapolated that the brokers, those who connected the living and the dead, likely acted during this period. Though he still didn't know just how they managed to control the dead, for the time being, that information wasn't necessary. What calmed him was that the city wasn't sending armies directly to any specific settlements. Stab. Having crossed off most of the beyond the wall ventures, for the time being, Silas' next focus became the shadows. If anyone had the chance of being behind that hand, it was them. However, as it was still deep winter, his options were limited. One was going to the altar of sacrifice and trying his luck, perhaps bringing Derek along. Another one was trying to figure out the location of their nearby settlement. Stab. He was beyond certain that it existed. The hooded man liked heralded from there. Furthermore, as they had to intercept the dead, they likely settled close to the border. As such, the best course of action was to just walk along the edge both east and west, and look for them. Stab. It was still difficult, however, considering the sheer quantity of snow. He'd likely last a few days, at best, once the true winter resumed in full. Because of it, he could only explore limited space. It was still worth trying, however, though the conjecture was hardly foolproof. In fact, it was entirely possible that they didn't have a settlement and instead used some form of magic to teleport or something along those lines. Stab. Another point of failure was his inability to locate Ioun. Wherever the thrall went, it didn't seem as though he was keen on returning. It was unfortunate, as the boy was a good bank of knowledge, especially when it came to the dead. Additional disappointment in the hooded man permanently dying was that he seemed to know who Ioun was, or at least it appeared as though the two were acquainted. Stab. Then there was the matter of Ascendium shard. One of Silas' aspirations was learning how to replicate how the shards are made. Ever since he picked up on the few ancient characters Ioun taught Ryan and him, he'd had such ideas. However, even now, he was entirely unable to decipher the shard. As it stood, it was just another very situational tool. Stab. Fixing the castle. Stab. Recuperating the provisions. Stab. Clearing the quest about a thrall that died 3,000 years ago. Stab. Mastering magic even further. Stab. Swordsmanship. Stab. Talismans. Stab. His mind. Stab. The sword continued to flutter for a moment, extended from his hand. Snowflakes fell tender and they fell gently, melting upon the simplest touch. So many things, he realized. And likely plenty more that he'd forgotten in the decades that have melded in his mind. One by one, he mumbled. One by one. Chapter 90. Meeting of Blades. Silas stopped walking, leaning into the dead, winter tree, gasping for breath. Glancing back, he saw a tunnel-like trail along the mountain of snow that he'd left behind in his trek. Were he in the mood for jokes, he might have even laughed if for nothing else but the nostalgic value of seeing a human-shaped imprint on the surface. But he wasn't in the mood for jokes. He was tired. He'd walked some 5-6 miles off the main road he'd take to the City of the Dead, and felt like he could hardly budge any further. No, saying that he walked was misleading. He had to carve out the road, almost as though he was digging a tunnel for a mine, before actually walking. Because of it, he barely made any progress, needing to rest and recuperate frequently. Additionally, he was burning through his supplies much faster than he anticipated, forcing him to quickly realize that he likely wouldn't get far in either direction during the winter. Or at the very least until the season of perpetual snow ends and it begins to melt, at least slightly. Sitting down, he popped open the last jug of wine and decided to rest for a little while before resetting the loop. The winter bound him too much. He was effectively incapable of doing anything of value for as long as the snow fell as relentlessly as it did. This narrowed what he could do to just a few things: swordsmanship, magic, talismans, and archery. He shot up to his feet, his memory swelling. It had happened a long time ago, so long ago, in fact, that he'd completely forgotten until now. Wasn't I supposed to get archery mantra or whatever when I defended the castle? Wait, did I get it? No, right? Admittedly, those first few times I reset the loop, I wasn't exactly in the right state of mind. Is there even a way for me to check? Fucking hell. He continued to mumble aloud. Something he'd begun doing more and more is to stay outside his head as much as possible. However, he truly couldn't remember whether he got the archery skill or not. Let's say I haven't. He sat back down, calming himself. Why? Simple answer, the quest isn't finished. Silas sighed, leaning against the tree. Once again, he found himself tired not of repeating the same thing, but of constantly needing to pull the curtains back on the things that stood important. He was like a child forced to take tests every day while expected to learn everything without a proper textbook and guidance, except, in the child's case, the worst scenario was simply failing the test. For him, it was death. All right, he mumbled again, digging into his memories. The quest didn't trigger after we defended the castle nor after I killed the hooded guy. Did somebody else get away? Maybe they hid in the castle? But why? And who? Though those dead showed some intellect, it wasn't as though they could just put on some makeup and pass as the living. And there wasn't another human among them. Plus, the dead don't run from the battle. Fuck. Nothing he could come up with seemed to take root as a potential explanation. He quickly realized that he'd have to do it the old-fashioned way, brute force. Settling on it, he reset the loop once again, waking up in the middle of his personal, infernal nightmare. After quickly settling the flaming castle once again, he began to walk its corridors, exploring the nooks and the cracks in search of anything that seemed off. But, nothing did. He'd been through these corridors many times before. Admittedly, most of them were because he was beyond drunk and just stumbling about in search of purpose, but he still would have remembered a corpse just hanging about. Passing one of the corridors and exiting the interior into one of the castle's midsection gardens, he saw a guard cleaning up the snow away from the green hedges. Though the garden lost almost all of its luster, it was still cleaned and maintained daily as a point of pride. Need help? Silas asked, wanting to distract himself for a moment. The guard straightened up and turned toward him, surprising him. It was a woman with a familiar face, though he couldn't quite pinpoint it. Oh, no thank you. But it is unnecessary. Do we know each other? Silas asked, stroking his chin, trying to match the face to the memory. I know of you, the woman replied, smiling faintly. Though I highly doubt the other way around holds true as well. Apologies. Must have been a familiar face, then. Must have been. Weren't you one of the women helping the master during the first day? Silas remembered, though it wasn't from this loop, but one of the first, as he recalled, that he played out after the tragedy. Oh? Yes, I was, she nodded. I don't recall us meeting, though. Not this go around, anyway, Silas mumbled. I'd still like to help, though, he added, smiling. If not for your benefit, at least to clear my head. If that is all right, I mean. Of course, she nodded. Anna continued to shovel the snow aside, observing the newcomer from the corner of her eyes. The man was very famous. Short of only the prince himself, he was likely the most famous man in the castle. Nobody, however, was quite certain as to why. Not for the lack of rumors, though. Some purported that the prince and he were secret lovers and that was the reason Prince escaped the capital. Some were more grounded, making the man just a very important advisor. Some, yet, were perhaps even more ridiculous, claiming that the man was a tier 3 mage sent by the king himself to protect the prince. Rumors swirled often and swiftly, but what was the unmistakable truth, at least in her eyes, was that the man was important. It wasn't just the prince, but she'd seen even captains treat him with respect, and even the castle's exorcist defer to him. No ordinary lover or advisor could elicit such a reaction. There was another rumor that she picked up on, mostly diluted through maids and guards directly under Captains Derek and Tenor, which was that the man was a clairvoyant. He could see things. Such as how he'd foreseen the very first invasion of the castle, or even the existence of bandits east of the castle, and especially so the latest attack that took the heaviest toll. Anna didn't believe it after all. She didn't believe in prophets and messiahs. Most often those people wrought disaster before salvation, leaving carnage in their wake rather than the land rejuvenated. What she did believe, however, was the man's importance to the prince. I don't think I am nearly handsome enough to warrant such a long stare, he said suddenly, breaking her out of her thoughts. But I am flattered still. Apologies, she smiled faintly. I was just admiring you. Admiring me? You are a famous man, she said. And you are helping an ordinary guard clean the garden. Famous? I suppose I am, he chuckled, though never stopping. But it's quite hard to beat that boy that used to shovel cow dung for pennies out of me. Though, in fairness, most of the money I earned from that gig came from when I swindled their daughter. Never mind. Tell me, how do you end up here, at the far end of the world? On a carriage, Anna replied. A carriage, you say? I took you for a walker. Sorry that I had disappointed you. Considering the sheer level of disappointment I hold in myself, he said, straightening his back as he finished one of the corners. Others can hardly disappoint me. So, what are your plans? My plans? Your plans? Or are you telling me you came here to sightsee? Would be so wrong to say I did, she smiled faintly as she replied. You're the guarded type, he commented. Like me? Like you? Are you sure? Oh, yes. You can try and pry me open with blades, but I'll stay mum. Like most folk here, Anna chuckled before speaking. I came here to escape, and to better myself. Though I may not look the part, I aspire to be a recognized sword master one day. Oh? You do? He stopped suddenly and looked at her. All right, let me test you out. Excuse me. You say you want to become a sword master, he said. If your blade inspires me, I'll teach you. You'll teach me? Are you saying you are a sword master? Anna spoke doubtfully. Putting the fact that your tone cut through my very soul aside, he said, though his smile hardly matched the words. I can't tell you that. A very guarded soul and all. Of course. Of course. You are serious about sparring, though. Anna was actually a bit excited. She'd seen him fight, and though it was only briefly, at least he knew how to wield the blade. Very few were willing to spar with her out here, making her progress frustratingly slow. I am, he said, suddenly handing her his sword while he kept the shovel. I have my own sword. It's fine, he said. Come at me. Very well. Don't regret it. A mere minute later, Anna was on the ground, gasping for breath, her legs already bruised and hurting. Looking up, she no longer saw a strange, even goofy man who really ought to shave, but a proper, roughened veteran of many battles. The entire thing flashed by so quickly she barely registered any of it. She swung her blade and before she could react, she was on the floor. 6 times it happened before she realized she was no longer able to stand up. Your form is wide but there's some training there, he commented, grasping her arm and pulling her up. However, there's one clear issue. What? You're skinny as shit. What do you weigh? 120? 30 tops? And you want to swing this chunk around with any force and speed? Nope. Not happening, he shook his head. Either you start beefing up, or reconsider your weapon of choice. Which would you recommend, she asked. This was the first time in a while that she'd gotten genuine advice from someone much better than her. Honestly, I'd prefer if you changed your weapon, but only cause I've already got swords to spar with that use long swords and such, he replied, stroking his beard. That way, I could spar with you to learn how to fight against other weapons. Alas, it's up to you. Go visit the master and ask for some muscle relaxers. Tell him I sent you. Oh, right. I'm Silas. Anna, she replied, accepting his handshake. Nice to meet you, Anna, he said. When you make up your mind, feel free to find me. Ah, if I don't die by then. But you won't remember, never mind. Come and find me when you make up your mind. All right, she mumbled in confusion as he continued to clear the garden, though the snow continued to fall. Chapter 91. Twice and thrice. It was happening again, Silas realized. The symptoms were all the same and, unlike the previous times, they appeared even more aggressive. The castle had only been aware of it for the last few days, yet over 20 people had already been bedridden, with 3 even dying. Just like before, Master Auden attributed it all to the winter chills, but Silas knew that he couldn't ignore it anymore. It's intentional, he concluded aloud, standing up and leaving the Hashneri, a morgue-like room where corpses were held for additional inspection. What confirmed it for him more so than anything else were the inconsistencies. It didn't occur naturally within every loop. It was clear that his actions were affecting it, but his actions never affected natural phenomena. After all, just because he did something didn't mean it wouldn't snow tomorrow. Similarly, it didn't mean a plague would choose to not infect anyone. Clearly, as his actions affected the castle itself, the nature behind the disease elected not to infect the people or the other way around, all dependent entirely on the circumstances that the world, the objective world, didn't care for. His frown deepened, anger rousing once more. It was a person, once again, that judged the people inside the castle and condemned them to death. Silas wasn't angry with the dead whether they were zombie-like creatures that only knew war, or even another kingdom entirely, their attacks at least stood tall to the scrutiny. They had a purpose, a goal. But T-Back, Dine, the human scum that sicked the dead onto the castle. He was angry with the living. With the unhinged vermin feasting on the carcass of kindness shown to them by being allowed to live and breed among people. The heartless who stirred fires and then ducked behind the curtains, laughing while watching others die for their creed. He'd hated them on Earth, and he hated them here. Nothing has changed, not in the hearts of people, anyway. Demented existed here as there, wearing the mask of sheep to cover the demons in their eyes. Knowing that it was intentional, however, didn't tell him who was doing it. What's more, uncovering who was doing it, was almost impossible due to the nature of it. After all, the plague could have been started in a number of ways: coughing at someone, smearing something at them, spiking random water well, or a herb, or cattle. Unless he caught someone in the act, it was all but impossible to trace the origins back to a specific individual. It'll be a long loop, he sighed. There was only one way, in the end, work his way from the top. Cross off every single person in the castle, one by shadowing them. Eventually, he'll find his culprit. Phew. A few years at least, right? Well, if I don't luck out early on. He already planned on crossing off a few names without inspection: Valen, Derek, Ryan, and him. Though there were quite a few others he was fairly confident in, he wanted to be beyond thorough. One by one, he mumbled. One by one. Months passed swiftly while Silas crossed one name off the list after another. By now, he had stalked so many souls he had grown entirely numb to it. Despite doing despicable things, he felt nothing. Not anymore, at least. In fact, last night he watched 2 people have sex and didn't even flinch or for a moment think he was doing something awful. And yet, despite it all, he was yet to come across anything suspicious. Well, that's suspicious. He'd seen people steal, gossip, cheat, and do many awful things, just not quite as awful as unleashing plague upon the castle. Furthermore, each and every time he chose to wait until the plague began spreading through the castle before pulling the plug on the loop. And, at the start of each loop, he was forced to write down the list of names of all the people he'd checked already lest he accidentally did it twice. By now, he knew some of the people inside the castle better than he knew himself, and it was hardly a happy occasion. Another name crossed off, he sighed, finishing off the cup of wine. That's all the maids, right? That leaves the young butlers, and a few guards. He began to tap away with his finger, leaning his head against his free hand. If it's not any of them, is it really natural? But triggered by something specific that I can somehow alter without consciously choosing to do so? Shit, for all I know, maybe my shit is the source, and no. Right? Nope. God, I'm going mad, to even entertain that idea. What idea? A somewhat solemn, yet attempting to be chirpy voice interrupted him, causing him to jolt. Ryan. That's me, the young girl exclaimed, the sound of the staff rapping against the stone floor finally entering Silas' ears. You didn't hear me come in? No, he said, standing up and walking over to the young girl, helping her to a seat. Are you alone? Where is your maidservant? Shit, I'll have to reprimand her. Leave Julie alone, Ryan quickly said. I sent her off to a well-deserved break. I wanted to try and coming back, alone. I made it, didn't I? I did bump into a wall or two, but hey, Ache is the source of wisdom. Good job, Silas sighed, sitting down. Thanks. So, what were you mumbling to yourself? Nothing clever. Yes, I knew that, Ryan said. But your stupid thoughts are just as amusing. If you were a diabolical man of evil, Silas said. And you wanted to start a plague in the castle, how'd you go about it? Yuri saying that the plague isn't natural. Ryan exclaimed in shock and horror. I just don't get it, Silas sighed. I went over the most common sources. Food is secure, so are the wells. I even made sure the few animals we've got couldn't be tampered with. But, nothing helped. I'm losing my mind over here. Well, I'd already lost it. But I'm losing the phantom of it. Well, if I were a diabolical man of evil, a redundancy if I've ever heard one in my life. I'd use talismans. Talismans. Sure, why not? Ryan said, her hand caressing the desk until it ran into the bowl of fruit from which she picked a pear. You place a few around the castle, and since the thing is so full of holes, you can just use the talismans to accelerate the spread. Wait here, Silas remembered something. What? Where are you going? Hey. Silas. Hey, don't ignore me. Something he'd forgotten, a possibility that caused his anger to swell up anew. It can't, no, it totally can be. Without turning back, he sped down the corridors and rounded toward the central wing, walking past the confused guards who'd never seen him this hurried. Rather than going outside the castle, he went downstairs, into the dungeons. He'd forgotten, but he remembered. T-Beck. The man was sitting behind the iron bars, but Silas didn't recognize him. Not necessarily because he changed, but because the last time Silas saw him, was over 80 years ago, technically speaking. However, the man did seem surprised to see Silas. The latter, ignoring the questioning gaze, elected to cycle magic into his gaze and look for any outward trace. Sure enough, just as his teeth came crashing together, he saw the swirling tendrils of black framing the man's edges. The very same tendrils he recalled seeing before Ryan blew up the castle. Of course it's you, Silas growled like a dog, startling the starved captain. Of course it's you, you vapid, shit-eating cum dumpster. Of course it's you. Fuck. Silas roared, slamming his fist into the iron bar, causing T-Beck to yelp. WWW, what are you talking about? Selling us out twice wasn't enough, Silas said. But now you chose to curse the castle with a plague. What? Enough. Just who the fuck are you? Silas ripped the iron bars apart with his bare hands without even realizing it, anger burning through his veins, and stomped into the cell, quickly reaching T-Beck, picking the man up by his neck and pinning him against the wall. Who the fuck are you? He screamed into the man's horrified expression. Gag. Without letting the man finish his excuse, Silas gripped the neck tighter and slammed the man into the ground, breaking his spine in the process as both his legs went limp. Who the fuck are you? I don't. Oh, fuck you to high heavens. Snap. A limp body fell to the ground, head bent unnaturally to the side, eyes wide open, foam fizzling at his mouth. Just as the body fell, a window appeared in front of him, startling him for a moment. Congratulations. You have completed a quest, Charted Dreams. You have defended the castle against all odds and proved yourself worthy. You have been granted a new reward, Archery Mantra Soul Seeker. New quest, Soul Seeking Arrow. Content, successfully alter arrow's trajectory mid-flight. Reward, a new skill Soul Seeking Arrow, a once-a-day guided arrow that cannot be detected by sight. Good luck. Silas stood still in confusion, the hurried footsteps belting against the stone approaching the cell. He'd figured it out, the last component. What he couldn't figure out, however, was just how T-Beck fit into the whole narrative. Just fucking how. I'll have so many questions for you, Silas said, taking out a knife from his belt. I certainly hope you'll be in the mood for chatting. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Chapter 92. The pen is mightier than a sword. T-Beck screamed in horror and agony as a knife found its way into his gut. Silas twisted it abruptly, causing yet another rollout of wails and howls rooted in infernal misery. He held it tightly with one hand while using the other to grab T-Beck by his hair and yank the man's head up, forcing the latter to look Silas directly in the eyes. There seemed to be undisguised panic in that gaze, but Silas hardly softened at the image. If anything, it was the opposite. Who are you? Silas asked. I told why. When he saw that T-Beck would give the same answer once more, Silas slammed the man's head back into the stone wall, causing yet another set of teeth to roll out and blood to begin pouring once again. You may think I'll eventually take it a step too far and end up killing you, Silas mumbled in a tone and voice void of emotions. And that you will be freed. But, you won't. Every time, I get better at this. Better at stabbing you without killing you. Better at twisting the knife until your insides are burning. The first few times we did this dance, you never survived the first stab. Now I can keep you alive, little worm. For a long time. And that time will continue to grow longer. Eventually, I will become a proper torturer, and will make your life a living hell for so long you will have felt an eternity has passed. T-Beck continued to shake and tremble, irises dancing about wildly. Fine, Silas cracked a devious smile, one that appeared abominable under the faint light of the torch. I've already made a choice. May as well kill what's left of that voice in me, no. Ugh, Silas twisted the knife harder, killing the horrified man. A few moments later, he pulled the same knife across his throat. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Silas sat in front of the shaky body of T-Beck, feasting on some ribs, while the latter stared in terror. Blood decorated the entire cell, walls, chains, and all, with the crackling of fire of the torch acting as the background ambience to the horror it was witnessing. T-Beck's arms were bent backward, unnaturally, bones in them broken beyond healing. Both his feet were twisted the wrong way, and his legs seemed to have been made of clay in the way they were shaped. His entire body was full of holes, and there appeared to be no untouched part on it. And yet, he was breathing. He was alive. I gotta give it to you, Silas said, still chewing. You ain't loose-tongued. No, fuck. This shit goes well beyond not being a snitch. You're a fucking psycho, man. Aye. Shut the fuck up, Silas interrupted. Spare me you UFH, I dunno nothing I swear horseshit. You know. And boy, ain't you good at keeping it close to your heart, hey? But I'll get there, Silas finished off the piece, wiping his lips and cracking a menacing smile. I'll break you. Or, perhaps, are you playing the role to see how much I know? Are you disposable? I dunno. Maybe. Ha, the cult cockers are woo-woo, so who the fuck knows what they'll think, eh? I never got it, Silas continued. The entire cult business. I mean, I get the part of wanting to worship something greater than you. The comfort. It's like the hands of a god wrap around you and warm you up. But I wonder just how miserable and fucked up you gotta be to keel over to the ilk that sends the dead after the living. I mean, I am fucked up myself as evidenced by, well, you but man. The cult kooks take the cake. The lot that desperate for attention. I don't advocate suicide, but you should have all just killed yourselves. The world would have been better off without you. HOH? Was the answer not the fists but the words. Silas chuckled, walking up in front of the broken body of T-Beck and crouching. Within the eyes of horror, for a brief moment, Silas saw the fire. They do say that the pen is mightier than the sword. What? You disagree with me? You think that the shadows I cringe every time I hear the name are remarkable? Incredible? You think that you are on a plane above the rest of us? Let me tell you what you are, Silas leaned in closer and yanked T-Beck's head by his hair, grinning. You are footprints in the history. Just like everyone else. You are nothing. A fart in the cosmic cycle of misery. You'll have your flash of glory, and a moment for which the world may fear you. And after, puff. Nothing. You'll become the boogeyman of children's stories, the ones they'll make fun of to feel all grown up. They'll say, shadows. Pfft, I'm a big girl. I don't fear stupid named shadows. Shadows? More like shut up, right, and they'll sing shadows, shadows, the lamest name since nothing, it's just the lamest name. And then, when they do grow up, they'll forget. The word shadow will mean just one thing, the demon that follows us all, writing down our sins. You, will be inconsequential. Right-tongued Messiah, T-Beck growled, the look of horror in his eyes vanishing, replaced by cold indifference. You have just marked yourself for death. Pfft, ha 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 ha, Silas burst out in laughter, letting go of the man's hair and walking back to his chair. This really was the answer? Shit. Childish insults and taunts? I must have stabbed your tiny peck at least a few hundred times by now, but calling you names is what gets to you? Goddamn, he sat down, still laughing, and looked at T-Beck with a dismissive grin. I can't be certain whether you're the idiot, or me. No, I definitely am an idiot. After all, I pissed off one of the mighty shadows. And the big, bad, oh just awful shadow is gonna come and kill me now. At least. I can let go of my anger, now, he added, sighing. You weren't just a coward seduced by words of the morons. You were, always just a moron. A wolf disguised as sheep. No, fuck, did I just call your weak ass a wolf? Yuh, he forced a shudder. I'm slipping. You won't survive this winter, T-Beck said. So, please, do laugh as much as you can. I've survived much worse than you and your petty, power-hungry cult, Silas replied indifferently. Grown men calling themselves shadows and going about the kingdom, setting it on fire. What's the endgame there, hey? Domination? Extinction? Will you lock us all up in your sex dungeons and whip us while your masters wank themselves off at the sight? You know, a long time ago, I once theorized that you lot at least in part were remnants of the fallen empire. Oh, though brief, Silas saw it the reaction. Even if he didn't hit the point directly, he was within the immediate vicinity of it. Well, who would have thought, hey? Empire, strikes, back, pfft, ha 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 ha, Silas fell into yet another bout of laughter, though for reasons only understood by him between the two. We should have killed you the moment you fell into our sight, T-Beck said. Oh, you have, Silas replied, calming himself down. Quite a few times, actually. This conversation we're having, the circumstances, you can't even chalk it up to you guys being incompetent. On the contrary, if I couldn't just ignore every mistake I make, you'd have buried this castle a long time ago. Between me and you lot, I'm by far the stupider one. It's not even a competition, not really. I mean, it took me over 80 fucking years to figure you out. You were always there, in front of my nose. And it took me 80 years and a tragedy I'll never live down to get here. I'm sure that whatever god up there who made me what I am has been banging his head against the wall all this time. Ha! You're mad, T-Beck said. Completely mad. Perhaps, Silas said, sighing and stretching. But, you are evil. Ha! You think this isn't evil? No, Silas replied. Because you are not human. Justify yourself. Why would I need to justify myself for what I do to you? Silas said, walking up to him once again. Trust me, there are many things in my life that I could justify myself for, but you ain't one of them, son. In fact, what I've been doing to you these past couple of years, is as good a deed as feeding a starving child or two. Acts of cruelty can be good, just as acts of kindness can be evil. For instance, I am kindly letting you live, instead of ending your misery. Now, man, that is evil, my little marionette. So, how about you quicken your end and finally answer my question, who are you? Ha! You are a dead man walking, may as well tell you, T-Beck said. I am someone who you can never touch, fake messiah. A star shining more brightly than anything you've ever seen. And I have marked you for death. When I asked who are you, I meant your name. Your fucking name. You aren't worthy of my name. Ha, Silas sighed, lowering his head for a moment. Fine, whatever. What's your purpose in coming here? To purify this filthy place. And that means, what exactly? Raze it to the ground just like we shall do to the rest of the kingdom. I shall arrive in this forsaken place in 7 days, with a personal legion of knights, and we shall bury you all so deep the gods themselves will forget you ever existed. What do you mean you'll come here in 7 days? Don't tell me this is one of those fancy this is just one of my clones twist? HOH. Looks like I'm right, Silas said. Unfortunate. So, if I'm picking up on everything, your goal was to usher the army of the dead and, after stirring the wells awakening or, at least, knowing when it would awaken, broker a deal with that merchant dude to usher even more dead into the kingdom's borders. I don't get it, though, Silas said, ignoring T-Beck's shocked expression. Even if you increase the number of dead by tenfold, they'd never make it. What was the plan? Use them as a distraction or something? Probably. Ha! You must be severely happy I'm going to die without being able to share this info, eh? Tisk, tisk, I'll have to do it at least once, Silas chuckled. Just come straight here and unload all this shit on you just to see your expression. Alright. Let's keep the conversation going. If the dead were the distraction, what was the main attack? No, wait, before that, how do you know about the well? How are you controlling the dead? Who's the broker? Start spitting it out and I just might end your misery. No, wait, are you even miserable? Do clones even feel pain? Is it like a twin thing, maybe? Where some people swear up and down it's real but most just go fuck yourself. Why did you break into my room to tell me that? I'm very interested in learning. Chapter 93. The whole world will know. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Silas had talked with T-Beck, or whatever his name may have been, almost 50 times now, dying over and over after the fact to redo it. He hadn't managed to squeeze much past their initial reaction but had gleaned enough new information to have warranted dedicating his time to it. Namely, T-Beck likely was a member of not just the Shadows, but another organization within the kingdom that was favored by the kingdom. From the way the man spoke, Silas got the impression of someone living a high life. It was similar to Derek's initial outburst when he locked the man up in the shard, a reaction of a man who is used to looking down upon the world when that world bites back. Additionally, Silas had ascertained that the original T-Beck lived in the capital. The man himself confirmed so on several occasions, often even in the bragging tone of, "It will take me a few days to go from capital to your castle, that's how amazing I am." Popping open a jug of wine and pouring himself a cup, Silas fell into deep thought. Beyond just that, he also learned a biting piece of news. T-Beck was a blade master. It was a slip-up rather than the bragging point, something that the man immediately recoiled on. However, that severely narrowed the number of people he could be. All else aside, however, the man being a blade master also meant that Silas could hardly go after him. No matter how confident he'd become with his mastery of the sword as well as other tidbits he was involved with, he wasn't nearly arrogant enough to believe he could contend with the world's elite. He was still a pup, a growing bud, and though he believed in his potential above all else, even with 80 years under his belt, he was still far away from matching it. After all, for the 80 years that he fought, he used exclusively the swordsmanship that Tenor taught him in conjunction with the Heartseeker. And though he pushed them to the peak, he was never able to cross the next boundary of Heartseeker superimposing 10 strikes into one. The reason wasn't layered in skill itself but, once again, Silas' physique. The most he managed to do was 6 strikes upon which his entire right arm ruptured from within, exploding due to the sheer pressure imposed on it. The principles behind stacking the strikes were less complex than Silas initially thought. It was just the case of building momentum by not going through with stabs completely. Though difficult, as it was quite a lot like purposefully holding back a sneeze, it wasn't impossible. The problem was when that momentum stacked to a certain degree to the point where Silas' body was simply incapable of enduring the pressure. He sighed, shaking his head. Though he wasn't exactly the peak of physique, he had still completely reshaped his body. He went from weighing 100 and a buck to around 220-30 pounds, most of it raw muscle. It was a massive transformation, but one ushered entirely by the catch-up so to say of the loop from which his physique persisted. Additionally, he found it difficult to push it any further. It was as though he'd hit his genetic plateau, and that meant no moving forward. He wasn't dispirited, however, if he was on Earth. maybe this would have been his potential peak. But this was the world of magic. After all, there likely were numerous ways of pushing the physique forward, and his next plan was asking Derek for some tips and tricks. Before that, however, he wanted to check out archery, namely the seemingly insane requirements that the skill asked of him. To alter an arrow's direction mid-flight was impossible. Though Silas wasn't wholly certain, curving the trajectory didn't sound impossible, but that was from the onset. Shooting straight and then moving the arrow. Maybe it has loopholes, he mulled aloud. Like shooting in fast winds, or shooting the arrow with another arrow yet, right, that does sound like something possible. Fuck. Ha, maybe magic, no, wait, yes. Imbue the arrow with a trace of magic, and then connect with it. Sort of like with talismans. Rather than immediately rushing to test it, he decided to unwind. He'd been high-strung for months now and decided to give himself a day or two of just lazing about. He'd stopped paying much attention to the castle's progression. Past the initial few days where he aided them with immediate recuperation, he left most of it to others while chasing his ghosts. He'd occasionally chat with Ryan or Valen or Derek if he ran into them, but mostly avoided it as the conversations tended to replay. With all three, they'd all expressed that nobody was blaming them, in one or another form of determination. If anything, that was the point that struck Silas the hardest. Though it was clear that all three were bent and broken, and that their mental states were far from stable, they were determined. A 15-year-old girl who barely saw a shadow of the grand world was determined to live out her life, to find her purpose in her use. Though she should grieve and cry and curse and get spoiled, she pushes forward. Looking at them felt like looking at a mirror whose reflection was mocking him. He was the only one who came out of that mess without any visible scars, yet the invisible ones mounted. In part, he was joyous that they were so strong. But, also sad. Sad that the children weren't allowed to grieve, to be selfish. A few loops ago, he had a conversation with Ryan that he'd had quite a few times before, one in which she begged him not to leave, that she'd be useful to him. That even though blind, she'd find a way to contribute. A 15-year-old kid shouldn't be proclaiming their ability to be useful, especially so after such a tragedy. Is it even worth it? He mumbled, sighing. Everyone praised the witch, saying that though her methods are inhumane, her results were unmatched. But Silas wasn't convinced. Was Ryan unmatched? The girl was one abandonment away from becoming an emotionless, cold, jaded shadow of her current self. All her talent in drawing up talismans and the knowledge and all the ability that came with it, were they worth it? Silas was certain that his idea of how exorcists were made was beyond skewed after all, though he joked with Ryan, he was no exorcist himself. And he had genuinely been trying for a long time. Even if those 80 years weren't fully dedicated to just talismans, at least half of it was. 40 years of trying to learn talisman inscription, and he wasn't yet an exorcist. In fact, despite knowing ancient characters far more than Ryan, she was still better at drawing them, even with just the 3 months she had to learn. There was something far more fundamental in the way she's made, something that seems to bleed knowledge, even about the things she knows nothing of. Price of progress. He said, taking a sip of wine. Everyone made sacrifices for the greater good, it seemed. And children were no exceptions. Sighing, he stood up and walked over to the window, climbing through and climbing up the slippery, wet stone to reach one of the castle's slanted rooftops. Clearing some snow away, he sat down at the ledge, taking in the view. He'd become fearless, he realized. But it wasn't an entirely good thing. Though it was cold, he ignored it, continuing to drink the wine. He'd become numb to the taste. It wasn't just the wine, he'd become numb to the most things, he'd come to realize. He was becoming more and more single-minded in his pursuit of something phantasmal, something ethereal. It was as though he was chasing a ghost that would award him some inner peace. But ghosts weren't real. Taking a sip, he looked up at the ashen sky, closing his eyes and letting the cold and wet snowflakes belt against his face. There was a future in this world, that much he knew. And he was a part of it. For how long, he didn't know. But one thing was for certain, he'd died so many times by now that he was sure he wasn't limited by the number of lives, but by his usefulness. Eventually, he'll complete his mission, whether that was putting Valen on the throne or something else, and his immortality would run out. He'd be a man burdened by 1,000 lifetimes, afforded the final one. He wanted to push for that future, a future in which he served some kind of purpose. Future in which his life meant something more. A life that breathed hope into others, if not into itself. But for that to happen, he knew he'd have to let go of many things and cross many thresholds he thought he never would, not even when he first appeared in this world. Beyond just becoming smarter in the way he handled the loops and extracted information from them, he'd have to change himself even more so than currently. He was still hesitant, he knew. Even with T-Beck, the man who wholly deserved every bit of pain and torture he inflicted. Initially, he still felt reserved over it. A pull within his soul telling him to stop. He knew that he'd have to kill that voice, drown that empathy. The young prince's road to the throne would be paved in blood, and he was best equipped to protect him. He failed to do so once already, and couldn't afford to do it again. Lying down, he let the cold of the snow freeze his back as he relaxed. He'd take the determination of a cripple and make him a hero. And the whole world will know. The whole world will know. Chapter 94. Cosmic Divinity. Weeks ticked on without much happening. At least not in Silas' version of life. Though the castle was still scarred and traumatized and in the initial process of recovery, as far as he was concerned, it was in a state of peace. After all, prior to this, something would be happening every couple of weeks. Now, at least, they were safe from the external pains, though internal were mountainous. He spent his days mostly in a robotic routine, waking up from a drunken stupor early in the morning, eating breakfast while occasionally listening to Valen prattle on about something, after which he'd go out and train in the snow, trying to push his body further even if he did seem to have hit some sort of a wall. After the fact, he'd always train with the sword, mostly on his own, as the only person in the castle with comparable skills to his own left was Derek. He'd also tested his hand in archery, but realized it was actually far more difficult than he anticipated, namely in the fact that his strength was unable to carry him. For archery, he had to use different muscles in different ways than for the sword, making it so that even the quantifiable distance at which he could fire was remarkably low, barely crossing 100 feet, with no accuracy to speak of. He'd gotten better, however, but hadn't managed to complete the quest. He wasn't yet tenderly skillful enough with magic to only alter the trajectory of the arrow, instead blowing it up each time he tried. Beyond just the numb training, he'd mostly drink himself to sleep at night, as it was the only way to avoid nightmares. What worried him was that he was becoming more and more reliant on it. Even after a loop's reset, despite the physical part of the addiction disappearing, his mind was rattled enough to drive him toward it. And yet, not drinking wasn't much of an option, really. You've gotten even better, a familiar voice caused him to pause his swing midway through the motion, pulling back and glancing to the side where he saw Derek draped in a thick coat leaning on the stoned wall and looking at him with a faint smile. Thanks, Silas said, putting the sword away and trekking through a couple of feet of snow toward his own coat, putting it on. What are you doing here? Was looking for you, he replied. Valen told me I might find you here. I'm getting predictable, I guess. Silas forced a chuckle, opening a jug of wine. Want a bit? It'll warm you up. I'm warm enough, thanks, Derek said. And yes, stories are beginning to spread through the castle, of a man mad enough to train in the winter of a cold snap, seemingly immune to the frost. All you do is train, drink, and sleep. I play with my willy here and there, Silas said. That counts as an extra activity, right? How's your magic progressing? Derek ignored the joke and asked. Slowly, Silas replied, pulling a tiny thread into his fingers and forming a marble-sized sphere of magic that shone in faint emerald. I'm still awful at minute details of it. Like trying to gently nudge a flying object without exploding it. It'd be stranger if you could, Derek chuckled. You expect too much of yourself. You can't be a prophet, an exorcist, a sword master, and either a mage or a magi knight. Nobody can. Would make for a fun tale, Silas chuckled. A man so unwound, he has tools to prevent and fix everything. Or, in my case, he added. It sounds like a start of a bad joke with even a worse punchline. A prophet, an exorcist, a sword master, and a mage walk into a bar. He dies to a punch in the face cause he sucks at em all. But, he looked up at Derek and smiled lightly. I'll get there. I clearly have no talent in anything. I'm like a child given the most complex set of amazing toys that could change the world. But even a child, with infinite time, will eventually figure them out. And so will I. I'll depart with the first sign of the spring, Derek said suddenly. That hand, something about it felt familiar, he added. Like I'd seen it somewhere before. I can't be certain, but it's possible. I plan on moving southward as well, Silas said. With Valen in tow. We have to accelerate the plans, Silas continued. Staying here, isolated from the world, is pointless. And it's not as though I can leave him behind. What will you do? Derek asked. I'm not sure myself, to be honest. If I'm bad at magic, I'm even worse at maneuvering politics, Silas chuckled bitterly. It was already a giant's task, but now, making a cripple a king. Impossible. No, not impossible, he shook his head. Just not something someone like me can achieve. Though, I suppose, I can just keep on trying. Valen's a good soul, Derek said. Cripple or not, people will see that. And if by his side stands a prophet, an exorcist, a sword master, and a magi rolled into one, people won't care. If good men easily became kings, tomes of our history would have been remarkably boring and short. Ah, yes, King Supernice reigned for 40 years, during which he wasn't involved in any sex scandals, lowered the taxes, healed and fed the poor, built schools, never engaged in a conflict, and wrote a book of funny jokes that was really funny. The end. Pfft, Derek stifled a bout of laughter, shaking his head. But I'll make it happen, Silas said, taking another sip of wine and putting it away. It'll just take some time. Like everything else. It's not your. Don't, Silas quickly interrupted, his back turned to the man. Just, don't. I've already had some time to figure it out, he said. And, in my own, fucked up way, this is the best I'm gonna get. For a while, at least. Silas. Look at me, he turned toward Derek, the look in his eyes hollow. What do you see? Nothing, he added. No missing arm, functioning legs, no missing eyes, no broken bones, no countless other injuries they suffered. The entire thing was like the reverse of fuck you in particular, while still being fuck you in particular. There's no cosmic coincidence that big, that dozens of pieces of shrapnel hit Ryan, who was standing literally next to me, while not a single one hit me. Not even grazed me. They never said it in words, never written it for me to see, but that was a warning. Warning that I was fucking around and just mindlessly marching like a moron. But I wasn't the one to be punished for my stupidity, he added, smiling bitterly. You were. And you suffer in my stead. So, don't. I'll be fine, in time. So, just give me that time. You said that your magic isn't progressing well, right? Derek suddenly changed the topic. How about I teach you my way? Say what now? Of course, Derek added. You'll have to keep it a secret. If it leaks that I taught an outsider, it won't be just an arm that I will be missing. However, you keep saying that you have all the time in the world. That, somehow, you live in this bubble that the rest of us can't fathom. So, prove it to me. Hey? Prove it, to you. Silas quizzed. If you can master the basics of my way within the winter, Derek suggested. I'll believe you. You seem to be misunderstanding something, Silas chuckled. Can't I just learn it, and then show it to you before you've ever taught me? Wouldn't that blow your mind? Don't think too hard on it, Silas said. But I'll take it. Teach me your way. Derek looked at the worn-out seeming man and sighed for a moment. He was certainly going mad, he mused inwardly. Teaching an outsider his orders way. And just a few months after even properly befriending the man. But he was confident. He hadn't brought it up himself, but Derek had similarly been mulling over the fact that Silas was the only one who'd come out of that day unharmed with Ryan, who was blinded standing right by his side. Though coincidences were certainly an easy way to explain away many things, that wasn't one of them. There was more to it. Far more. Derek had never fully embraced Silas' mantle of a prophet, neither his mind nor his heart would allow him to. Though he'd accepted that the man could foresee certain things, he never accepted that those things came from a god or gods. The reason for it was quite simple, actually, his way was a godless way. It had no room for gods and prophets and messiahs and angels. For most of his life, gods were just a word uttered by the hopeless. Nobody outside the order knows this, Derek said. But the actual name of our way is cosmic divinity. There are exactly 6 different paths within the way. The one Dine pursued was the path of the Bloodstone Knight. My path is called Star Knight. Aside from those two, there are Moon Knights, Cosmic Knights, Divine Knights, and the Avatar path, the Guardian. You don't get to choose the path chooses you. However, when you use it, Derek warned. You must kill everyone. Everyone. It can never get out that you can use it. Forget me, you will be hunted by every member of my order like a stray dog. Do you still want me to teach you? Yes, Silas nodded unhesitatingly. Very well, Derek smiled lightly, walking forward. Let's go somewhere more private. There's a long lesson ahead of us. Of course there is. Don't complain when getting free stuff. Yes, master. That's creepy. Don't. You're just an impossible man to please, aren't you? Maybe that's why I'm wifeless? Ha ha ha. Using humor to hide the pain. You and I, ain't so different after all. Shut up. Chapter 95. Long road begins with a breath. That's it, Derek spoke out. Just hold it, that's right. Good. Let go. Once again. Let it channel through you. Don't force it. What do you see? Silas had his eyes closed, listening carefully to the instructions. For the past 6 hours, he'd been restlessly driving traces of magic through his body. The way worked by first enhancing the body and then using it as a conduit for magic, as though the body itself becomes a talisman. Rather, a blank talisman that can be used to channel any manner of magic through. Red crystal of sorts. Silas mumbled, frowning. What he saw was a vast, scarlet expanse of the clear sky, but instead of the sun shining in the distant horizon, there was a massive, red crystal that cast a crimson hue across the vast landscape. Bloodstone Knight, Derek said. You can open your eyes now. Phew, Silas exhaled, shaking momentarily. That took a long-ass time. Shorter than with the most, Derek sighed. Regardless, you've paved the way for the Bloodstone. Among the paths of the way, it is one most focused on body enhancement. Using magic, you'll reinforce your entire body, starting with blood where you'll store your energy reserves. Effectively, the goal is for your body to become a weapon unto itself. A shield that can never be cut. Tisk, I was kinda hoping to be able to shoot light like you, Silas commented. But, this suits me best, I think, as someone fearless of death. Silas knew that using his body as a weapon would likely come as naturally as breathing to him. Each way has 3 transformations. The first is the basic one, Derek quickly began instructing him. For a Bloodstone Knight, your goal is to reach a point where you can stop your blood flow with magic. Stop what now with what? Silas mumbled in shock. Ha ha ha, Derek suddenly burst out into laughter, keeling over and holding his stomach. That reaction, ha ha ha, priceless. Truly, priceless. You were fucking with me. No, Derek quickly corrected Silas' wrong and hopeful assumption. I was serious. Holy shit. What? Already giving up? No, Silas sighed, shaking his head. Just, needed a moment to wrap my head around the idea. What maniac even came up with this path? It was Master A1, Derek burst into a history lesson. He had virtually no talent for externalizing his energy. He could barely encase his fingers in it. However, he lived in a time, even worse than our own. He was mad. Piss mad. Only a man like that can drive energy of magic into his veins. The way he did it, however, left permanent scars on him. He died before even reaching 30 years of age because of the damage he did to his body. However, he recorded and tested all the methods and made the path completely safe, a road of success paved by his blood and his failures that eventually cost him his life. Silas popped open the jug of wine and took a swing. Sounds like he had fine footsteps which to follow. He was an insane megalomaniac who spent the last 2 years of his life angry and bitter, yelling, beating, killing anyone who crossed him, Derek said. Due to his achievements, leaders of other paths showed him respect, but he nearly neutered the Order's name in that short time frame. He's not remembered fondly. I stand by my words. Of course you do, Derek chuckled. After managing to stop your blood flow, the second transformation entails that you can reverse it. Of course it does. Not just momentarily but permanently. And survive, naturally. Wow, really? I thought I was expected to die with a grin on my face. The third transformation is the most difficult, Derek ignored the jab and continued. Oh geez, it's music to my ears. You'll need to be able to drain your body of blood completely, and live. Can I change my path? Silas asked half-jokingly. Just half, though. Dine, before he betrayed us, Derek continued. Was just a prodigy, yet had a body that could withstand a cannon shot. You could say that you specifically were made to kill him. Why? Because a Bloodstone's Knight's solitary weakness is heart. I'm pretty sure that's everyone's weakness. Not just that, Derek shook his head. Heart is the source and destination of blood. Virtually any damage to it can potentially permanently cripple a Bloodstone Knight, making him incapable of using magic for the rest of his life. Any damage, no matter how minor. So you, someone who seeks hearts, was perfect for him. It's a mighty cosmic irony that you saw the stone. A Bloodstone Knight, who is also a child. Ha. I'm sure that the joke I'm missing is hilarious, Silas said. But how do you suggest I undergo all these transformations? Or are you saying there's no guide and I have to brute force it? You complained that your finite control of magic is lacking, Derek said. What better way to practice it than on your own blood? Ah, so brute force it. If what you told me is true, then it shouldn't be hard for you. From your perspective, perhaps, Silas sighed, standing up and closing the jug of wine. The two were outside, hidden beneath a veranda of sorts, protected from the falling snow though not from the cold. I still have to live out all those years. But, oh well. Once bitten, twice prepared. Thank you. I know this can't have been easy. It wasn't, Derek said. But I trust in you. All of us do. Ah, here we go, Silas sighed, rolling his eyes. We're worried, Silas, Derek persisted. Is that so wrong of us? To be worried for a friend? Even if what you said was true, that the gods or monsters or whoever and whatever elected not to hurt you specifically as a warning, you still weren't the one to hurt us. The blame always lies on the creature who attacked us. On the dead who invaded us. On whoever ushered them toward us. Drain my body of blood, you said. Silas said, slowly walking away. Don't be surprised when you see a ghost walk up to you. Ah. It won't be you, I guess, he glanced back briefly. I'm fine, Derek. I'm fine, but not well. There's a difference, he tapped his temple. But for now, it's good enough. You should hurry back inside. It's cold. Silas. He ignored the man's voice calling him, walking on. Though the consuming thoughts swirled inside his head, he ignored them. He meant what he said, he was fine, though unwell. For now, he knew, that was good enough. His focus immediately shifted to the way he had just been taught. Though it seemed basic, Silas understood just how intrinsically complex it was. The way merely opened the gates rather than paving a road. He'd have to capture it to the best of his ability. Silas had learned a long while ago that he wasn't particularly talented in anything. His body was ordinary, as was his mind. There were no hidden abilities and talents that enabled him to catch up to people who've been training for years and decades. If anything, he was below average in most departments. However, that didn't matter. He had one thing nobody else did, one thing he'd ignored so many times before. He had all the time in the world, all the freedom to pursue whatever he wanted without holding back. Though the path he chose was quite macabre, to say the least, it was a perfect fit. His body was his weapon, for the most part. Unlike others, he didn't have reservations when it came to walking straight into the hail of arrows or stings of blades or even fire itself. The only drawback, he mused eerily, was that it might become harder to kill himself and reset the loop. He returned to his room and sat down in the corner. As it was body-changing magic, changes wouldn't persist through the loop, but that was irrelevant. Stopping blood, reversing blood, and even draining it weren't exactly only long-term goals. If anything, they were, technically speaking, doable within a single hour as long as he knew how. And that was his goal. To eventually be able to undergo all 3 transformations within a few months at most, before the start of the spring. But even the longest and grandest journeys all began with the first step. As such, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath before draining the energy within him and sending it into his veins. Unlike before, with the basic integration of the way, he didn't just push the energy through his veins but began trying to blend it with his blood. It stung. It was like prickling of 1,000 needles wherever he tried merging the two. They wouldn't merge, however. It felt as though they were like the oil and water, entirely incompatible. But Silas didn't think too much on it. He had a singular goal and the idea in mind on how to achieve it. He'd decode every single drop of blood in his veins and forcibly stop them immediately. It will likely take a long beyond long number of years, but he was willing to do it. He'd never let it happen again, that day. He'd do everything in his power and even outside of it to ensure that nothing like that ever had the chance of happening again. Gritting his teeth, he was forced to cough, feeling the surge of blood up his throat. It went from a prickling sensation to genuine hurt the moment he tried to force it. Wiping his lips, he took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and went at it again. And again. And again. All the way until his heart suddenly gave out, killing him. The first one, he mused as he began to drift into darkness. Should I keep track? Just for fun? You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Chapter 96. Struggle begets change. Silas nibbled away at the piece of chicken viciously, causing Valen and Derek to look at him oddly and even for Ryan to wonder what strange noises were. He was hungry. No, describing it as hunger was like saying that the Second World War was just a kerfuffle and nothing more. The hunger burned through him like fire, every inch of his body growling like a beast. He'd already eaten enough for 5 people, yet was still nowhere near sated. And this was hardly a new phenomenon. The first time it happened, he actually ended up dying since he went to sleep instead of eating, waking up dead, so to say. Every time after, he was prepared. Just as he was today. He'd already ordered what was basically a feast and was burning through it all like fire through paper. What's with him? Valen turned to Derek and asked. I don't know, Derek shrugged. Hey, food devourer. Everything all right? Valen called him out, causing Silas to put down the freshly cleaned bone. Everything's great, he replied. Just a bit hungry is all. A bit. Yeah. Just a bit. The source of hunger was easy to identify. The solitary change in his lifestyle, after all, was him attempting to freeze his blood in place. He'd been trying for roughly 4 years now and, in parallel, had managed to coat roughly 1/4 of his total blood reserves with energy in the process before his body just gave out. He was actually progressing much faster than he expected, and there seemed to be no bottlenecks. He suspected that it had something to do with his absolutely reckless attitude toward it. After all, when other people practiced, they weren't able to push their bodies too far. Even hitting the limit was too dangerous as it could lead to some serious long-term consequences. He, however, didn't care for any of that. He pushed the limit and beyond it religiously, leading to every one of his deaths in the 4 years being the result of the training. It paid off, however, as he genuinely felt his body's strength skyrocketing. Even with just the minute adjustments, he seemed to be able to break past the bottleneck that he'd hit. Though it wasn't to the point where he could layer 10 strikes into one just yet, he did manage to hit 8, and it wasn't just once or twice, but consistently, actually, and without causing his arm to implode in the process. Well, you seem healthier, at least, Valen commented. And you drink less. Right, I noticed it too, Derek nodded. I guess it's hard to drink when your mouth is perpetually stuffed with food. You lot are just jealous cause you ain't got a stomach like me, Silas commented. I'm bulking up. This is what it is. Bulking up. Getting ripped. And stuff. Aha, sure. Oh well. Whatever makes you happy, Valen shrugged, not prying any further. How go the plans for reconstruction, he asked Derek. Slowly, Derek sighed. Most of our veteran builders have unfortunately died. As such, we need to take it slowly. Prioritize patching up the holes in the castle, Valen said. Over the wall. Rather, just ignore the wall. There's no point in rushing it since it's too destroyed. We'll request assistance come spring. I could probably draw up some talismans to act as temporary barriers, Ryan said suddenly. It's all right. Don't push yourself. Hey? I'm not, she protested Valen. Just because I can't see doesn't mean I've forgotten everything. Besides, because of Ioun. I can make much stronger talismans. Though it will take a bit longer. And it doesn't seem as though I can ask this hungry husk for help, either. Who? Me. Silas voiced out. Of course you can. You can ask me for anything. Help me draw up some talismans. Pfft, ha 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 ha, the trio burst out into free laughter, causing Silas to finally snap out of the seeming hypnosis and look up. Their faces were joyful. It wasn't laughter born out of pain. Out of force. They laughed freely. And a faint and very brief smile emerged on his face. Fine, you don't have to help, Ryan said. Focus on, what did you call it? Bulking up. Yes, bulking up. Hey. Silas called out. Why do you say it like that? You know, most women would appreciate me trying to build some muscle. It's a desired trait. I think. Tisk, no, next to the prince's handsome voice and tender touch, I just look like a brute. Ah, why are you dragging me into your fantasies again? Valen sighed, shaking his head. Why not drag Derek in? Because he can beat my ass. You? You can't, Silas said. Too kind. Even I'm not that confident in beating you, anymore, Derek said. What, with your bulking up and all? Ha ha ha. Laugh all you want, but I can now bend steel with my hands, Silas bragged. Hey? How about that? Damn it. That is pretty badass, Ryan commented. Right? I'd hire him as a guardian, Valen nodded. I'm sure a lot of women are looking for a man who can bend steel with his bare hands. After all, lots of things to bend around the house. All right, the first two seemed like genuine praises, Silas said. But yours makes me think you lot are just fucking with me. No, No, I'm serious, Ryan quickly added, though there was something strange with her voice. Yes, me too, Valen said. Wholesome praise. Ryan. Why yes. I hear a fluttering heart, Silas threatened. And I may just expose its wings. Please don't. I think you are wonderful. Amazing. The best. That's more like it. Wait, I just sounded like a really bad guy, didn't? Yup. The worst. I got the chills, Derek reaffirmed Valen's point. Ha, putting down the plate, Silas stood up and stretched. I need to go and reflect. Fine. I'm gonna go bulk up. Have a problem with it? No, go ahead. More muscles, more strength. Go Silas, go. Don't bother me for a couple of hours, he waved them as he left, shutting the door behind him, leaving the trio to stew in silence for a little while. That was nostalgic, Valen commented with a sigh. Yeah, Derek nodded. I haven't seen him that relaxed in months. He was still very careful, though, Ryan said, drinking from a cup. Baby steps, Derek said. At least he laughed with us, instead of brooding and apologizing. Yes, Valen nodded. How goes your investigation? Nowhere fast, Derek sighed. Though I picked up on some trace energy, it's impossible to really assess anything. All I can tell you is that there were 3 types at play: temporal, spatial, and some form of body modification, likely layered. So, at least a tier 3 magi. Valen frowned at the thought. I don't think so, Ryan voiced out suddenly. I sensed at least 2 different types of energy. Yes, me too, Derek nodded. It's likely at least 2, probably 3 people who were responsible for it. Only one thing is for certain, really, that hand had nothing to do with the dead. You're sure about that? Valen asked, in part because he wanted to believe that wasn't the case. If it weren't the dead who were responsible, then it was the living. And that thought was far scarier. Yes, Derek nodded once more, sighing as well. The spatial trace guides southward. As to where? I don't know. Ha, Valen audibly sighed, taking a sip of wine and playing with the cup after the fact, seething in the momentary silence. We need to figure out who. Even if it is the shadows, the fact that they are southward. We should work under the assumption that they consider we have all died, Derek suggested suddenly. That will afford us some reprieve. However, when the spring comes. We still have a few months until then, Valen said. For now, focus on recovering. I'll wait a bit longer and consult with Silas. Hopefully, he'll be fine with it. Yet. Meanwhile, well outside the castle, in the snow that should have frozen, Silas sat with his eyes closed. He was once again guiding the energy through his veins, going 1/4 of the way through before hitting a wall. But he didn't care. He pushed. And pushed. His body seemed to be doused in a strange haze, as though a heatwave spiraled further, evidenced by the melting snow around him. There was a strange, almost invisible sheen coating the surface of his body and the mist born from the melting snow surrounding him. He felt strength surge through him, starting within the depths of his soul, cruising through him, and heating up his heart. The limit was there, he realized. He managed to push it a bit further, but not by much. He still smiled, however. Smiled and pushed. Pain assailed his senses, but he ignored it. Just as he'd gotten numb to many other things, the pain barely registered anymore. It was like a distant, numb bell that rang slowly. Coughing, veins in his arms were the first to rupture and burst, blood flowing out of his nose, eyes, and mouth. He was a horror show for that brief moment before his heart, once again, gave out. However, he realized something else more and more, his heart grew resilient. Whereas it used to take just a few seconds for it to give out, it now lasted a whole minute in the state of absolute disrepair. But, in the end, it still collapsed, dragging him into darkness. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Chapter 97. Birth of the Madness. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Years passed on one by one, blending into a singular timeline that hardly changed. Silas spent them in a homogeneous routine of simplicity, training, and existing, splicing some moments of reprieve in between, not unlike the one he was currently having. Ryan had promised him she'd make dinner and invited him to her little basement to witness, as she put it, the miracle. She moved about deftly, he realized, though it was evident that she still struggled, especially with sharp corners. She seemed to have gotten somewhat used to the darkness. It wasn't all that strange, however. Silas had spent nearly 5 months in the current loop, with the song of the spring echoing in the distance, fast approaching. Though not nearly enough time to reinvent oneself, some adjustments were possible. She hummed a lovely, mild melody as she moved about the makeshift kitchen. The meal she chose wasn't terribly complex, a garlic lamb stew of sorts, but was still far more complex than anything Silas himself could make. Her footsteps were unheard and playful, as though she were dancing. It was on purpose, he knew. It was like this every loop. She was still scared. Scared of being abandoned. He didn't know the root of her insecurities, but they always manifested in a way similar to this. She'd drag him into one or another activity to prove to him she was still useful, no matter how many times he reassured her that he didn't care. Sighing lowly and inaudibly, he leaned onto the palm of his hand, resting his head. He tried inquiring a few times about the bomb that resided within her since, as he recalled, it actually healed her the last time it activated, but to no avail. He even tried infecting her by letting T-Beck run amok, but it, similarly, led to nowhere. He half suspected that he dreamt the entire event up and that it never actually happened. Are you still mindlessly training all the time? She suddenly asked, breaking the silence and turning toward him. She'd covered her eyes partly by letting her bangs grow out, and partly by putting on cloth over them. Sometimes I serenade to the snow, Silas said. Ah, can't you just answer seriously, she sighed, walking up and, after some feeling about, sitting onto the chair opposite of him. In my defense, I was mightily drunk when it happened. That isn't much of a defense. I never claimed it was good defense. I drew up several talismans, she said suddenly. I know, Silas said. Valen showed them to me. Are they good? How the hell would I know, he said. Aren't you the expert? They're awful. No, what? They're really good. Aha. So you do know. Oh no, she caught me in a lie, whatever shall I do? The world shall change, but our dear prophet shall not, she exclaimed with a chuckle, standing up and navigating back to the steaming pot of stew. Always a jester. I'll have you know I have a lot of respect for jesters, Silas said after a momentary pause. After all, you have to have balls the size of a castle to mock a man or a woman who could behead you with no consequences. That's true, Ryan said, stirring the stew for a moment. Somehow, though, I have a feeling you'd make a perfect jester. Dance the fine line between life and death. As would you, he said. You've come a long way in picking up the way I beat people's heads. I did, hey, she chuckled lightly. I always admired that about you. The way you spoke so openly, she elaborated. No matter the circumstances or people. I wanted to become just like that. Haven't you, though? Haha, no, not quite yet, she said. If I were, I'd boldly confront you to stop babying me and dancing on your tiptoes whenever we talk. Oh, look. See, you were right. What? You want me to start making jokes? That'd be a good start, she nodded. I won't do that. Why? Because your sense of humor is too much of a joke for it to handle me at my best. Pfft, ha 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 ha, she burst out into laughter, causing him to smile gingerly for a moment. Fine, I'll give you more time. Ah, it's ready. Did you starve yourself as you promised? To be honest, I expected a cauldron of food, Silas said. And all I see is a pot. It might not be enough. Oh, shut up, she mumbled, slowly pouring 2 bowls full of the stew without spilling even a single drop. I've already added a frisk of spices. I think you'll like it. I'm sure I will, he said, waiting patiently for her to push the bowl in front of him, not extending his hand to take it. Be careful, it's hot. Is it? I must have missed the part where you just took it off the fire. Hey, blind leading the blind. Oh, what? That was funny. Screw you, she grumbled. That was hilarious. How long have you been preparing yourself to say it? Silas asked, smiling faintly. It's been a while. I bet it has. Shut up and eat. I. Silas ate absent-minded, his thoughts drifting toward the progress he'd made in the numerous years he'd spent. He was almost at the peak of it, just a few inches short of covering the entirety of his blood by energy. He'd actually already tested freezing the blood in place and managed to do it, surviving good 4 seconds before everything started giving out one after another, like a very deadly set of dominoes falling one after another. What made the constant resets more bearable was that he never encountered a bottleneck. It was, effectively, smooth sailing from the beginning. Though it did result in many, very painful deaths, it was all worth it for the progress. In fact, he planned on covering his entire body's worth of blood in the current loop, finishing it off, and preparing for the next part, freezing it in place and surviving. Where did you go? Ryan's voice pulled him out. The taste was so divine I ascended to the heavens for a moment, he replied. I'm glad you like it, she said. Hey, he reached over and grabbed her hand gently. When spring comes, I plan on taking the prince and marching down south. I hope you'll join us. South? I mean, yes, of course. But, why? We're long overdue for some answers, Silas said, standing up slowly as he pulled his arm back. And the only place to find them is south. In the meantime, I'm going to criticize you. See, criticize me. You're an exorcist, he said. And though it is admittedly beyond adorable that you've cooked for me, isn't your time better spent on talismans? If you ever hit a wall, don't hide and shudder. Find me, and we'll break it together. Okay. But since you've learned to cook, you may as well make something for Valen. I'm sure the lad would be delighted. Okay. Alright. I'm gonna go train. Of course you are. It's in my veins. Of course it is. Just like your love for the prince. Of course. Hey. Silas, once again, left the castle, drifting further away from the collapsed walls into the forest. He didn't know what effect he might trigger if any, but it was better to be safe than sorry. Sitting down, he took a deep breath and focused, clearing his mind before he began to condense the energy. Over the course of his training, the minute control he had over the tiny wisps of magic continued to grow. Every aspect of him, it seemed, was evolving, all thanks to Derek's overt generosity, his determination to break the orderly oath to share the way with him. Silas inscribed the favor in his heart, swearing to repay in the future. Debts piled, he knew. But he'd pay them off, one by one, or he'd die trying. In the meantime, however, he had a journey to finish. Inch by inch, energy began to sweep through his veins. He felt it, just as he felt the bubbling blood beneath. It was a strange sensation, akin to the feverish delirium, where a mind was aware of many things, but only in the oblique haze. And yet, there was no haze, just clarity. It felt as though he could touch it. Bit by bit, his body began to steam as all the times before, melting the snow around him in one fell swoop. Soon enough, smoke blistered from his frame as though he was the fire itself, forming a strange mist around him. He didn't care, however, fully focused inwardly. Sweat began to coalesce as he approached the last leg, the last few inches he had left. This was already his third try. He learned in the first that he couldn't go inch by inch and that he had to cover the remaining bits in one fell swoop, and he learned from the second try that the pain would be immeasurable. Pausing for a brief breath to gather himself, he coalesced the dregs of his energy and pushed them immediately. Fiery sensation burned through him, every last prickling needle of the flame converging toward his heart. He barely held it together, preventing it from imploding. Nonetheless, the sheer grandness of pain was nearly enough to forcibly shut his brain off. But he endured. It was nothing. Nothing. Hollow. Push. He saw the energy move. It was like a tired man trying to climb the last bits of the mountain. One foot in front of the other. All slow. Minute. Childlike. But the forward momentum persisted. Bit by bit. That was enough. Push. It was there, the last inch. The last bridge to cross. However, it was the most difficult. By now, he felt as though his body was genuinely on fire. His throat was void of liquid, as dry as a desert. His mind was in shambles, the convergence of pain and tiredness and insanity freezing the thoughts in trails. Nothing about this was normal. It was impossible. No human, he realized, would ever be able to do this. But he had to. Grinding his teeth together, he pushed the last inch and succeeded. Every last drop of his blood was now covered in energy. Suddenly, the world froze and he found himself adrift in darkness. Just as confusion began to take over, a window appeared in front of him. You have defied the trial, alternating the way. Beholders look favorably upon you. The cosmic divinity is being rewritten. Cosmic divinity way has been edited. A new way, way of madness, has been birthed. As a creator of the way, you can teach up to 3 other souls. Improve the way further to strengthen it. Silas stared dumbly at the window, not even realizing he was back in the forest, born naked in the wilderness void of snow for several miles around him. Just what the fuck? Chapter 98. A madman. Derek sat in silence, his mind adrift. There were voices that he kept at bay. Words that he purposefully shut out from his mind. His heart astir, he wanted to crawl into his bed, cover himself with a tidy blanket, and forget. Forget what he had just been told. Forget what he had just witnessed. Cracking his head forward, he saw Silas stare at him quizzically. An ordinary-looking man. Who just informed him, he had created a way. And not just that, but how he created the way. Though Derek knew for a while now that Silas had decent compatibility with the cosmic divinity, as even upon just being taught, he seemed familiar with it, there was a huge difference between decent compatibility and the ability to rewrite the codes of reality. Furthermore, how he went about rewriting them was what struck Derek like a bolt of thunder. The way of becoming a Bloodstone Knight, though trial-ridden, wasn't necessarily hard. It was about using energy to create a dam of sorts within the veins, temporarily stopping the blood flow. Bit by bit, it was about acclimating the body to the sensation until the dam could be built permanently. The next step was building a series of these dams to reverse the flow of blood, bit by bit. It was a process that took decades at minimum due to the fact that it redefined the base body structure. After all, changing the nature of one's body wasn't only beyond difficult, it was always life-threatening. There was a reason for the things to be the way they were, and altering them always bore that chance of lethal outcome. And yet, Derek was still stunned. Even just accomplishing that within a few months would have sent him on a downward spiral of doubt. But Silas didn't accomplish just that. In fact, he did something that shouldn't be possible, coating the entirety of his blood in energy and halting that blood inside the veins. He wasn't building dams to artificially stop the blood flow, he was taking every single drop of blood and individually stopping its movement. Of course, Derek bitterly mused. Of course he would create a new way. It would be stranger if he didn't. Nobody was mad or crazed or resilient enough to even toy with the idea. The very notion of using energy, an inherently volatile substance that could go off at the slightest misstep to manipulate body in any grand way beyond the basic enhancements, was unheard of. It would be like purposefully shooting poison directly into one's heart, and just a drop or two, but an entire bowl of it. Way of madness, it was a suitable name. No, there's perhaps no other name it could bear. As only the mad and the crazed would entertain the idea. No, Derek shook his head. This went beyond that. Even people crazy enough to try had the instinctual, survival instinct that would prevent them from pushing it much further than the initial stages. After all, the certainty of death was absolute. At least, all of Derek's lifelong experiences told him so. And yet, they were defied. Defied by a strange man who could barely use magic a few months ago. Yo, whirled to Derek, you there. Silas called him out, but Derek didn't know how to respond. This was beyond him. He was just a student of a way, someone blessed by the minutiae of talent that allowed him to transcend ordinary humanity, but that was it. He wasn't anybody special, anybody outlandish, and certainly not anybody who defied the laws of nature. To him, magic was means of survival, means of affording himself a slight edge against the ever-growing aspects of death. It wasn't a way for him to carve out a name in histories, and certainly not means of becoming something impossible. To freeze one's blood, drop by drop, through magic, shouldn't be possible. And yet, Derek witnessed it. Silas showed it to him. He showed him seeps of energy spread out throughout the veins, the tiny canals that should blow up upon the touch of energy. He saw the tendrils of it wrap around the blood that should vaporize upon the touch of energy. Yet, all his expectations were defied. None of that happened. It was the opposite. He suspected that, in that state, Silas may as well be immune to every disease. In fact, even if breath of death was injected directly into his veins, chances are that it would be killed. Beyond that, this opened the doors to the possibilities beyond count. One of the reasons that Bloodstone Knights were generally not considered the strongest even within the order itself was due to the fact that there were finite limits to how far one can push a body of flesh and bones. That combined with a human's limited lifespan ensured that no Bloodstone Knight ever truly reached the peak potential, but, more so, that they all died while still in training. Even draining blood once was an achievement that would land them in the books of history, let alone anything more than that. And yet, even the blood drain seemed like a child's play to what Silas accomplished. Through the careful training and magic enhancements, human body could temporarily endure the lack of blood while it crystallizes into a heart. Though extremely dangerous, all people who eventually attempted had decades of experience by then. And even still, many died. But not one did ever think of directly touching their blood by the energy. That was, in fact, one of the more popular means of suicide for a lot of magi. The human race was largely held back by their bodies, and though they attempted to bridge the gap through magic, there were limits to the body itself. The strongest blade masters weren't strong because they had bodies immune to death, with the magi following the same structure. The body, in general, was viewed as a weakness, and many magi across the history tried to rip their souls out and shove them into more durable bodies. All failed, naturally, but that was the desperation behind that weakness. And yet, how are you alive? Derek asked. How am I alive? Silas mumbled, tilting his head. What do you mean? What do I mean? Derek chuckled bitterly. When I told you to freeze the blood. I didn't mean literally, Silas. I meant creating a blockade in your veins independent of the blood itself. And, rather than immediately freezing it, you begin by slowing down. Creating tinier and tinier gaps. That's how it was done since the conception. By everyone. Literally. Everyone. Even the idea of touching the blood with energy is insane. Well, fuck. Why didn't you fucking say so, dude? Do you know how many fucking times I died in the process of getting this shit? Derek yelped in surprise at Silas' sudden outburst, pulling back. Died? What are you talking about? Jesus, Silas mumbled, seemingly pulled into his own world. Of course. Shit, of course it's like that. I knew there was a catch. Nobody normal could do that. It was impossible. Way of madness, shit, that's a light way to explain what I did. I can't believe this shit. Ha. So, want me to teach you? Fuck off. Derek, for the first time in many years cursed, instinctively so. The very notion that he'd want to do anything close to what Silas did, was insane. Yes, insane. Did I stir some fire in you? Nice, Silas nodded with a smile. But seriously, ha. And I swore to myself I'd be smarter. And yet, I just continued doing the same thing. Stubbornly hitting the wall without asking questions. You know, I thought I was just a talentless hack, and what came naturally to other people was beyond difficult for me. That's why I kept trying. Even when the shit fried my blood literally I figured, hey, others probably knew how to control it. I'm just stupid. Magic doesn't come naturally to me. So, I kept banging my head against the wall time and again. In a way, I suppose, he continued. I really am the only one who could develop it. Ah, shit, that came out super condescending. I didn't mean it like that. May as well, Derek said. Because I can echo that statement. Nobody else could develop it. No, forget that, nobody would even entertain the idea. Any body modifications through magic are very limited. We mostly augment our armor and weapons, using them to strengthen the bodies. Applying magic directly, perhaps only the Bloodard tattoos compare. But even they are extremely risky with very limited effects. Well, I guess, the next thing would be reversing my blood flow, Silas continued. And play around with it since I can coat my blood with energy in its entirety. Maybe split it in half, or puncture wounds to use my blood like bullets, or something like that. The end goal of every Bloodstone Knight, Derek said, is condensing a blood heart. A blood heart. He nodded. It's the final transformation I talked to you about, taking every ounce of your blood and ripping it out of your body and surviving. The knight, then, condenses that blood into a blood heart before injecting it back into their body. This, for instance, on the base level gives you another source of blood when you are wounded so you don't bleed out. It also increases your body's natural regeneration. Furthermore, you can then try condensing extra hearts. The most I've heard anyone's done is 4. It was a leader of the order at one point, no by his title only the immortal. Supposedly, he lived to be 244 years old and the only reason he died, is because he killed himself. He cut his throat and hung himself upside down, bleeding for 4 days and nights straight before finally running out of blood and dying. Wait, isn't that really fucking bad for me? Silas frowned. He actually prided himself on the fact that he could end his life fairly quickly. But, if each time he wanted to reset the loop, he had to hang himself upside down with cut throat and bleed for days. Of course, this was a long time ago, so chances are that some parts of it are greatly exaggerated, Derek added. But, nonetheless, it is true that the more blood hearts you have, the harder it is to kill you. Naturally, beheadings and such still easily do you in, but things like stabs and cuts and general battle wounds tend to be much easier to endure. Bloodstone Knights in the Order aren't treated as knights but like war soldiers. In fact, most of them are directly under the king himself in his personal legion, and are one of the spearheads of our army should we ever go to war. It doesn't hurt to experiment, Silas sighed, looking at the palm of his hand. Immortality, though, is one thing I don't lack. But, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not a Bloodstone Knight, after all. Apparently. I'm a madman. Chapter 99. Blood for blood. Silas spat to the side, drawing out a sword and standing still. 40 feet from him, he saw the armored shadows creeping forward, their daggers shimmering within the shade cast by the massive city of the dead. Focusing on them, he suddenly heaved his sword to the side at a speed nigh incomprehensible, a sensation of the blade cutting through the flesh assailed his fingers, causing him to glance to the side where he saw a black hooded figure materialize for a moment before slipping off of the blade's edge, falling to the ground. Immediately after, he bent backward, dodging a dagger aimed at his throat, extending his free, left arm and grasping at the throat of the figure, holding it tightly while shoving the sword forward, skewering it through the hooded figure's brain. Rather than tossing the body aside, he held it for a moment and propped it at an angle, blocking a slew of arrows that were aimed at him. Relinquishing it after the fact, he cracked his neck for a moment before speeding forward. Halfway through the motion, he bent forth and propelled himself to the side, dodging 2 figures at the same time while using the momentum of motion to swipe the sword in a wide arc, spinning his body alongside the sword's trajectory, cutting through the 2 figures' necks in one strike. Landing squarely, he slid forth some few feet and spun in place, executing a roundhouse kick that knocked the emerging shadow off its feet while Silas brought the sword down and skewered it through the figure's throat. Fuck, he winced as pain assailed his right shoulder blade, an arrow managed to nick him, though luckily not penetrating. Taking a deep breath, he utilized energy to propel his blood toward the wound, immediately clotting it and even forcing it to heal at the speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, however, he didn't stop moving, ducking to dodge yet another pair of daggers and immediately swiping his leg out, knocking the figure down before executing them with the sword. The world went silent for a moment, causing him to look back and see why an armored knight wielding a massive, 3 feet long broadsword appeared. He wore full plate dyed black, with a red cape fluttering violently behind him. Grinning angrily, Silas knocked away the corpse next to him and faced the knight he named him Jack fucking ass due to the fact that he had been slain by the thing over 20 times now. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his heart and waited patiently for the armored tank to arrive, stopping some 20 feet ahead of him. The two observed one another, with the knight's gaze being hidden behind a metallic visor. Blood for blood, just like every other time, the knight uttered his catchphrase and held out the massive sword that had to weigh at least 100 pounds. It was one of the reasons Silas couldn't really fight, as even just the wind force created by a simple swing was enough to destabilize him. Nonetheless, he was slowly adjusting himself with every defeat. The knight roared and pushed forward, and Silas replied in kind. The former stabbed directly toward Silas' heart while the latter bent sideways, avoiding the giant sword entirely while using his own like a snake-like worm to aim at the holes of the visor. Few other places were unprotected, and wanting to cut through that plate while being unable to coat the sword properly with magic was suicide. Nonetheless, he could at least coat the tip of the sword with energy which ought to be enough to cut through the thin lines. If he was ever allowed, that is. The knight skillfully moved his head out of the way, but Silas didn't pull back. Instead, he used the momentum to fly past the knight and avoid the retaliatory strike, sliding roughly across the dirt and grabbing the cloak to use as an anchor. Rounding the knight's back, he stabbed at one of the pining points of the armor, but the knight used his elbow to block and deflect the sword. Forced to let go of the cloak, Silas slid further back before stabilizing and dashing forward. An overhead strike awaited him, and though he dodged it with ease, the resulting wind blowout of the strike still managed to shake him, despite having coated his feet in energy. That singular destabilization, however, was enough, and he immediately saw it a flash of black. The massive broadsword cut cleanly through his abdomen via a sideswipe, splitting his body in two. The most agonizing part, however, was that Silas didn't die immediately. In fact, he held out for nearly 30 seconds without dying. Not that he could do much as his body was beyond his control. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Silas sat on the roof of the castle once again, drinking from a jug of wine, staring toward the northern horizon. Replaying the fight inside his head for what felt like the 1000th time, he was still unable to figure out a counter. It's fucking unfair, though, he mumbled, noting the discrepancy of weapons and armor used. What's unfair? A woman's voice drew his attention to the side where he saw a heavily clothed figure appear, staring at him intently from beneath the shawl. A ghost. No, just a guard who heard strange noises coming from above and came to investigate. Ah, my bad, he said. It must have been the ghosts. Then why is it your bad? Cause. I'm also a ghost. You don't seem all that ghostly. As such, you should come back inside. You're barely wearing anything. Would you believe me if I told you I could melt all the snow around me with a single fart? Please don't. But do you believe? I believe, I really do, just don't do it. You seem familiar, he said. What's your name? Ah, this lowly one is not worthy of you, sir, the woman said, withdrawing. Though, please do return back inside the castle. Staring at the fading figure and finishing off the jug, Silas shrugged and stood up, stretching. He hardly felt cold anymore. It was a strange byproduct of his body training, being able to literally modify his body's temperature at will. Not only that, he could even affect the surrounding area if he wanted. He learned many a new thing and many a new secret in the last few years that he spent experimenting with the way of madness. He often ventured north, into the land of the dead, to use them as kind of a whetstone, a set of training tools for his progress. Over time, he'd gotten extremely good, actually, at fighting so much so that he himself was surprised. It largely had to do with the fact that his body no longer held him back, so the progress in the Heartseeker was accelerated. In fact, he was only one strike short of completing the second quest, but that last strike was twice as hard as all previous ones combined. He instinctively felt that he wouldn't be able to complete it before completing the complete reversal of blood flow. Nonetheless, even without it, his body felt far stronger, he could easily fight for hours when it came to stamina, and could even go toe-to-toe however temporarily with a genuine monster that was the armored knight. In fact, Silas suspected that if he fought Ioun again, he'd do as well as Derek did, and it largely had to do with the fact that his body was sturdy. It was incomparably sturdy. Sometimes, it felt like he was wearing an extra few layers of armor with how ineffective most ordinary strikes were. In fact, he even tested it by having some young guards stab him with all their might, and the sword only managing to penetrate a couple of inches below the skin. Though he hardly understood the macabre and strange machinations behind how freezing blood made a body so much stronger, he was more than happy with the results. Every push forward, after all, increased his chances of completing the main quest in the end. And even though the body's progress still didn't carry through the loops, catching up was relatively easy, and spending months after to push forward slightly before traveling north and testing himself out was how he got to where he was at today. If it's like this, he mused, moving his gaze southward. Can't I just ignore the winter and move out immediately to scout what's happening in the kingdom? May as well create some general plan before moving out with Valen rather than just going in blindly. I can just dance between going north to fight that damn cunt, and going south to see what's what. Nothing major's happened in the castle ever since that day all the way until spring, so I can hardly learn much else here. Let's first complete the archery quest. He elected to head to his personal training grounds immediately. Since I can coat the tip of the sword consistently now, I should be able to alter the arrow mid-flight if I focus. Fucking hell, years of constant training for this shit. I really am a talentless hack, all else notwithstanding. Chapter 100. All is cold but that which burns. Hey, Silas exclaimed softly as he came to a halt, his eyes veering downward from the hill to the vast dip where a frozen river cut through the world. It seemed like a bridge connecting two opposing mountain ranges, and the divider between the frosted, dead plains and the now leafless forest that lay beyond it. It was a strange sight, to say the least. Though he'd seen frozen bodies of water, even smaller rivers to an extent, before, it was never quite on this scale as the river was hardly small, its width surpassing 800 feet even at the narrowest. Two banks were connected by a fast deteriorating wooden bridge, but from what he learned, goods were carried by a magic-powered ferry during the warm days. Looking around, he elected to move to a nearby rugged and jagged assortment of rocks that formed a quasi-roof of sorts to hide from the falling snow. Using his body heat to melt away the snow gathered beneath the roof, and then to vaporize the resulting water, he sat down and took a deep breath. It's already been 2 weeks, hey. The progress was much slower than he expected. Though he could ignore the ridiculously low temperatures deep at night, which sometimes fell into -60s, the terrain itself couldn't be ignored. Not only was the main road barely maintained, but more and more snow would also pile on top of it every new morning. It's gotten so bad that he couldn't even tell where the main road is anymore and was just using the general moving south directions, often coming across immensely angular slopes and rock formations like the one he was using as a shelter at the moment. Using the firewood he'd managed to scrap over the past few days, he slowly started a fire and began cleaning some rabbit meat. At least, food wouldn't spoil, he mused, in such awful temperatures. Still, 2 weeks to just reach the Mori River was slow. Painfully slow. He'd basically covered 1/10 of the distance from the Ithwar castle to the nearest village in the south. The next obstacle was the forest that lay beyond the river that covered the remaining 9/10 of the way. It was effectively cradled by two massive mountain ranges that seemed to not end no matter how far he looked, and though it's lost its lushness due to the winter, it would still be quite difficult to traverse. Furthermore, there were the issues of rations. He'd already started saving up on food and using the snow he'd melt as water for a few days now. Unsurprisingly, he was yet to encounter any animal, and even though he hadn't gone into the mountainous regions, from what he understood, most animals would hibernate during the cold snap winters. Unless he lucked out by randomly walking into a deer's den or something, he was likelier to starve than die from the cold. Even if he could go on far longer than a normal person could without water and food, there were still clear limits. Not to mention that the daily expenditure of energy was massively increased due to the fact that he had to trek through the thick layers of snow. While the rabbit's meat was getting roasted, he took out a jug of wine from one of the 6 backpacks he was carrying effortlessly. Rather than backpacks, they were more akin to rags he'd tied together to hold things together. Nonetheless, they served their function well enough so far. Surprisingly so, even. The numb taste of wine slowly cradled his throat and made him wish for a bit more diversity. He'd gotten tired of it. Not only that, ever since he started training to become a Bloodstone Knight, he had been incapable of actually getting drunk. It was as though his blood burned the alcohol inside the liquid, treating it as poison. Admittedly, it is one, he chuckled morbidly, taking yet another sip and stirring the flames. Looking out, he had to admit that the sight was one to behold. Widespread as far as the eye could see, untouched, unblemished by mankind. It was a world breathing on its own, independent of the thoughts of men. The perfect smoothness that made it difficult to discern where something began and where it ended seemed like a painting on a canvas, one airbrushed to all hell and back. The only indications were abrupt slopes, distant mountains, and the forest beyond the river. I won't be able to make it to the village, he'd realized that a few days ago already. Though he could optimize the journey to a certain degree, it was impossible to actually cross the distance and arrive at the village before the spring, and that was assuming that he had means of securing enough rations to last him all the way through. It won't hurt to explore some, but... Sighing, he ran his fingers through his hair somewhat frustrated, looking around toward the distant edges where the mountains began rooting from the ground. The terrain was beyond inhospitable. From his perspective, the castle's existence was, objectively, a pure case of stupidity, that is, if whoever built it didn't have knowledge of what lay even further north. It held no military value, as even the gods themselves would likely elect to invade from elsewhere. Even during the summer days, the temperature never went above low tens, and even without the snow, none of the land was arable, the castle itself was barely accessible, and it was a journey unto itself to resupply it every once in a while. It seemed more like a death row sentence rather than a place to live and a place to send kingdom's limited soldiers. The longer he lived here, the more did Silas realize that the castle's very existence was the nail in the coffin when it came to the world knowing of the city of the dead. It was there before, he knew the city. And the castle, rather than a line of defense, likely served the role of an outpost and early warning. They were simply supposed to hold out for a little while until the main army was notified and sent to defend. Looking at the untouched landscape around him, he sighed yet again, he never felt more isolated. Even if he knew that a simple nick of a knife into his neck would have him back within the civilization immediately, it still didn't diminish the fact that he was alone. A soul adrift, the sublime nature doused in white powder, the mountain summits peeking toward the clouds like stately blades. He was animate among the inanimate, yet felt more dead than the land around him. It was a strange feeling, he mused further as he pulled the rabbit's meat from the fire and cut it into several smaller chunks, to distinctly not belong. He didn't belong to many places, but that mostly had to do with his psyche. In this case, no human belonged in the tapestry of delight, as the mere presence seemed to awash something ugly into the hallowed. Biting into the meat, he felt lost for a moment. He was never a man of nature, detesting even the hikes through the park, yet even if he could experience something like this. Life is a marvel, a familiar voice startled him. Death is a journey, another one, slightly more immature, joined. Standing up and walking out of his tiny cover, he saw that two familiar figures were perched on top of his roof, the white doe and the black crow. What did you do to that guy? He asked abruptly. I had a lot of questions for him, you know. We returned him. Rescued him. Appeased him. Soothed him. That's great and all, but he was a cunt responsible for the death of many. Couldn't you have let him suffer a bit more? Anger though may fuel you, the doe said. It shall not save you. Walk these lands and be free. All is free. Is all free, dear doe? The crow asked. All is free, dearest crow, the doe replied. Are we not free? The crow asked. We are not free, the doe replied. Why are we not free? For we are not all. What are we? We are we. We, dearest crow, the doe replied. We, dearest doe, the two began to walk away, and though Silas wanted to call out, he realized he couldn't. Watching the white doe walk among the pearled, white shore, with a black crow on top of its head, mesmerized him. What binds us, dear doe? Their voices echoed. All binds us, dear crow, they were like a song amidst the eternal silence. Can all unbind us, dear doe? We are unbound, dearest crow. We are. If bound we were, we shall not walk among the stars. What are stars, dearest doe? Stars are gems alighting the lies. The two paused at the edge of the river and turned their heads to the sighs, their piercing gazes meeting Silas' frosted eyes. And those lies shall birth the fire that will unveil. All that is lost does not want to be found, and not all lies need be spoken into truths. Not all tears are the crystals of grief, and not all curses are born of hate. Stars are beautiful, dear doe, the crow said. Stars are ephemeral, dear crow, the doe said. What does ephemeral mean, dearest doe? That which we are not, dearest crow. And what is that which we are? Only us, dear crow. It is lonely, dearest doe. What does loneliness feel like, dear crow? Like a night sky without any stars. Silas didn't realize how or when did they vanish, only that their voices disappeared and with them their figures that just a second ago stood by the river. Twice now, he'd met them, and twice now he couldn't figure out anything. Were they spirits? Ghosts? Gods? Some servants of the system sent to give him cryptic hints? Or were they just tricksters trying to confuse him to cure some of their boredom? Why were they here anyway? He frowned. No, pointless to think about it. If I can't even tell what they are, how the fuck should I know what they're doing? Who's doing what? Seriously. Turning to the side, Silas looked at the source of the voice and nearly stumbled. Another strange creature, though, admittedly, This one was at least a human. I think she's a human? The woman who seemed to be in her mid-twenties had hair as white as snow and as long as half her body, and was wearing casual clothes that wouldn't protect against the slightest winds, let alone this kind of winter. Right, another magical thing I gotta keep track of. Why the hell not? Chapter 101. Stranger Tales Unspoken. The fire continued to burn while the strange woman nibbled away at some rabbit meat. Silas, in the meantime, drank some wine, marooning the thoughts of the doe and the crow and trying to clear his head. As for who the strange woman was, what her intentions were, where did she come from, how wasn't she freezing to death, he didn't ask. He wanted to, but her stomach growled shortly after the two met, and he felt bad. Looking at her again, she really was strange, her eyes especially so as they were a mix between ruby red and pearl white. No, he shook his head. The fact that she's wearing a fucking dress is weird. Not her eyes. This is really good, she said suddenly. Thank you. Really? Glad you liked it. You don't seem surprised to see someone like me here. I'm reeling, in fact, he said. But just before meeting you, I met death, I'm pretty sure. So, you know, the effect ain't as high. Death? Really? What's it like? Strange. How strange? Who are you? Silas quizzed. A little lost girl. Nothing in that sentence was true. Did you just call me fat? She asked, though the tone of her voice remained impartial. Considering how hard you are going at that rabbit, he said. I'm surprised you ain't. That's mean. Oh, my apologies. I've lost my delicate side to the numbness of time. Care to share some wine? She glanced at him and asked. Here, he handed her one of the last 2 jugs as he didn't plan on going any further. Not this loop, anyway. Thanks. No problem. So, what are you doing here? She asked, finishing off the meat and leaning back into the stone, cracking open the jug. Exploring. You. Following you. Huh. I was surprised, she added. To see an ordinary man trample out through the cold snap. How long have you been following me? Not long, she replied. Though I am flattered to be stalked by a beautiful woman, he said. I'm equal amounts creeped out. Who are you? A little lost girl. Lies beget lies. I'm not lying, she said. I'm truly little. I'm truly lost. And I'm a girl. How am I lying? How indeed, he mumbled, taking a sip of wine. All right, why aren't you dying right now, then? Why would I be dying? Because you've got barely any protection and it's like -1 billion. You're also not equipped to handle the cold, she asked. So, why aren't you dying? Magic. There you go. So, you're using magic too. Is that strange? It is, he nodded. Not many people who can use magic that delicately. And yet, there you stand. I'm not a good example of that, I'm afraid. There's a story among my people. Who are your people? It goes, she continued after taking a sip of wine, ignoring him, and tossing her gaze toward the horizon. That men who have seen death have seen it only because they've outlived life. And yet those who do not accompany death upon sight and continue to live, are apparitions of the world's guilt. You were supposed to have died, she glanced at him. But didn't. I did, he said. Many times. How many? Innumerable. Everything is numerable. Even time. Especially time, she said. How old are you, then? 31, she replied, cracking a smile. What? Did you expect me to be hundreds of years old? Pretty much, How old are you? Hey, he exhaled. Somewhere in mid-100, I think. I lost count. You don't look like any other mid-100 person I've met, she said. You lack that sagacious look. That's cause I'm a moron. Life is not so gracious as to allow morons to live into mid-100, she said. There's an exception to everything, he said, taking a sip of wine. Your bones, though, tell me you are 35, she added. Isn't it rude to ask the guy's bones questions before buying him a dinner at least? Tell me a story, she said suddenly. What? I like hearing stories, she elaborated. I'm beginning to think you're deaf too. Why? Cause those things seem to like stories as well. Who doesn't like stories? She asked. We are born, molded, and killed by stories. Every life is a story unto itself. Every day, every hour. Every meeting. Every word exchanged. The world itself is just a string of stories. A woven tapestry of confessions. You want to hear a story? I'd like to hear a story, yes. This is a story about a boring man, he said, taking a sip of wine. Who lived a boring life and died a boring death. But instead of truly dying as he should have, the man awoke in a strange world he'd never seen before, inside the body of a man he didn't know, surrounded by strangers, in a land of frozen death. And the boring man spent years trying to crack a hole in the wall with his head. He died. Over and over again. Some deaths were painless, some soul-boring. He watched others die. At first, he was cold to their deaths. But each new life was another dive into their souls. Bit by bit, the boring man started to care. But not enough to think past himself. The boring man continued to die, and the boring man got bored. Tired. He wanted to stop dying the same death. And so he did, condemning others to the fate he avoided. And then the boring man suffered for all eternity. The end. What a boring story, she cackled. Fit for a boring man. I almost died once, she said in a mellow tone. It was terrifying. But then a brave man appeared, and he saved me. He was a hero, but nobody knew. And he died without anybody knowing. Most proper heroes do. Perhaps, she said. The boring man can die, but only if he allows another man to start living. Silas glanced at her in her faint smile. Who are you? A little lost girl. Ah, Silas chuckled suddenly. A play on words. I hate it. Really? I think it's fun. I ain't clever enough for it. You got it, though. You must have approached me for some reason, he said. Can you at least tell me why? I was hungry. And you, being the kind man that you are, fed me. Just like I thought you would. Ha, Silas sighed, taking a sip of wine. Strange things surround me in this world, yet I still get surprised time and again. How can one place hold so many mind-bending things? Tell me another story. A happy one, this time. I'm all out of those, am afraid. Want me to tell you one, then? Sure, I guess. There once was a brave man, she began, her eyes locked at the fire. Who never stepped back, no matter what. What others feared, he challenged. What others ran from, he ran toward. All his friends mocked him. All his enemies mocked him. All of the world laughed at the man, calling him stupid. But when evil came, that stupid man was the only one to step forward, she added. And defeat the evil, while all others watched. The brave man died, and the world was saved. Do you think he was stupid? No, Silas mumbled, looking down. The world may say that to care is to lose. Before Silas knew what happened, he felt a pinchingly cold finger on his chin lifting his head up, and the woman sitting directly next to him, her eyes mere inches from hers. To believe in good is to be naive. To hope for the best is to be ignorant. The heroes are dead, the world will say. There is no good or evil. Just compendiums trying to make the best out of the worst. Don't listen to them. You know, don't you? Silas asked emotionlessly. There is a hero in all of us, she smiled suddenly, a kind of smile that sprung a spring upon the relentless cold. Though deep we try to bury it, shunned by shame and relentless mockery, the little boy who dreamed of saving the princess never truly dies. True heroes are not those who never fail, but those who keep on walking. You kept on walking. Always. Who are you? Silas asked again. A little lost girl who found her path, she grinned suddenly. How do you know? I don't, not really, she shook her head, pulling back. I just hear a voice. A voice. She tells me your stories, she replied. Not all. Just some. I wasn't supposed to meet you. Not yet, anyway. But when I saw you sneak out of the castle and belt toward the buried lands. I had to. I never seen you before, though, he said. You did, she chuckled. But that doesn't matter. I've chosen to help you. Why? Why? You inspire me, I suppose, she mumbled. I was absolutely certain you would break completely after that day. But you didn't. I would have. Most others would have. Which is why none of us can be heroes. However, we can help one. You said you hear a voice, Silas pulled the line back a bit. What voice? Oh, that, she chuckled, taking a sip of wine and leaning back casually. Something intrinsically binds us, Silas. I am what you claim to be, after all. You are a prophet. Prophet, the two exclaimed at the same time. Bingo. No, seriously, what the fuck world? What the goddamn fuck? Chapter 102. Dazzled by the winter's snow. It was different. Surreal. The way the world bent and bowed infuriated Silas. It did nothing but stood at his path like a wall without ladders, barring him entry. And yet, for her, it not only bore ladders but gates and doors all flung open. Wherever she walked, the snow melted on its own. It parted like the sea, creating a path for her to thread. She didn't have to do anything for anything. Where she walked, she encountered edible plants that somehow grew in the deadly winter. She encountered fresh corpses of deer, of rabbits, of all manner and ilk of stranger creatures Silas had never seen before. The world loved her dearly and it wove the tale for her to never struggle. Walking behind her was like walking behind God itself, for all wants and desires were immediately fulfilled. Miracles abound, left, right, and center, and she didn't have to do anything. She was blessed, and he was cursed. It angered him. Infuriated him. And yet it awed him. To be loved by the world, he realized, was a beautiful thing, was a resplendent thing. It shone everlasting and it gave birth to something beyond description. All he wanted was a mere portion of it. Just a twine. Not even a whole branch. Instead, he not only had nothing but got punished. Beaten and singed and scalded. The world tossed fire at him and tossed melodic songs at her. And they were sung by the angels themselves. Here, cook us a lunch again, she said, pointing not only at the fresh corpse of a strange, eight-legged, wolf-like animal that Silas had never seen before, but also a whole set of incredibly dry firewood. In the dead of winter. What's that? He asked. It's a coiler, she explained. Its legs are poisonous and inedible, but its liver is one of the tastiest things I've ever eaten. Without saying much, Silas set down the now full jugs of wine to the side and got on with it. She'd promised she'd escort him through the woods and into the nearest village, as she desired to help. Though he intended to only humor her for a while as to learn more about the in-world prophet, the first day and he knew that they'd likely reach the village with no issues. In fact, he suspected that the road wasn't nearly this good in the dead of summer. Her mere presence fixed all that was broken. "Are you jealous?" she asked with a smirk, her head resting against her hands while she sat and observed him. "Very much," he replied, starting the fire by belting 2 stones together above the thin and dry branches. "The world is very kind to me," she said. "That's an understatement of the century," he said. "The world isn't kind to you. It worships you. I was told that all the prophets were insane, broken men and women who were hearing horrid nightmares since they were babes, dead before they became adults, mostly due to self-harm. And yet, lo and behold. You didn't hear wrong," she said. "I hear 'em too, you know. I heard yours, repeatedly. And yet, you're alive and loved," he said, beginning to skin the beast according to her explanation. "Loved, more like compensated, I suppose," she said, leaning back into the suddenly blossoming tree. The dead branches were infused with life all of a sudden, leaves and fruits growing beautifully as though the entirety of spring passed in a matter of a few seconds. "We aren't all that different, no, that's unfair to you. You experience nightmares, I merely hear and sometimes see them. But I see plenty of them, too, you know. Where's my compensation, then?" "But you aren't a prophet," she grinned. "Was it always like this?" he asked. She nodded. "That's why my mum and dad left me in the woods when I was only 4. They were terrified of the villagers finding out all the strange phenomena that happened around me. I'm sorry. I understand them. They did what they thought was best for the rest of the family." "Still," Silas said, pulling out what looked like a liver from the beast. "No child," he grunted, struggling a bit as it was much heavier than he expected. "Should experience a loveless childhood. I was loved. Just not by them, I suppose. Right. No greater love than that of the entire world itself." "What? Did the dead, cooked birds fall from the clear sky?" "You are bitter," she said with a chuckle. "I thought that was established." Silas struggled with cutting through the liver, needing to use energy and the sword as the knife was too dull for it. "Where'd you go after?" "I wander," she said. "Here and there. Wherever the winds take me." "What winds bore you here?" he asked, glancing at her. "I saw the dead," she said. "A whole sea. And then I saw the light banish them. I grew curious. I didn't know that light would take shape of a bitter, jaded man who hadn't shaved for months. Contrary to your view of heroes," he said. "Most actual ones end up that way." "Perhaps," she stretched lazily. "But do they all have a cute girl accompany them?" "Yes, actually," he said. "They do. From the start, in fact." "Ha ha ha, apologies, then. But in my defense even now I am going against my goddess' wishes. Doesn't that count for something at least?" "I don't know," Silas said, finally finishing off the preparations and storing the chunks of the liver into the pot while he began cutting up various vegetables that just happened to fall from the sky in front of them. "It all depends on how vengeful gods here are." "Very," she said. "Rather than vengeful, they're warlike. After all, we do take a lot after them." "What gods do the dead worship?" "Just the one. Of death." "That's one of the names, yes," she said, looking up at the sky. Strangely, though ashen and grey it spread across the world, directly above her, the sun shone and warmth descended. "Some call him the passenger, some call it the carrier, some the reaper, some the beholder, some the savior. It is not just the dead that worship him." "What about the doe and the crow, then?" Silas abruptly asked, though his question didn't seem to surprise her. "What about them?" "They're not the gods of death." She looked at him for a moment with a smile, seemingly deliberating. "Before that, you have to first ask yourself, what are the gods?" All-powerful beings controlling the world." Hardly," she shook her head. "Gods are prayers spoken into existence." "That's a bit simple, but you'll learn about them eventually, I suppose. They have great powers, true, and command men and women and laws that bind us, but they are not all-powerful. Gods die all the time, just like we do. They, though, don't," she added. "Tales and stories of them stretch as far back as the first word, written or uttered. Not just them, however. Just like how every god has many names," she explained. "They, and those like them, have many names as well. Most just call them immortals, however, for the ease of it. We don't know what they are. Or who they are. Or even how they are. They just are. For the most part, they don't interact with our world. We, humans and gods alike, have no idea what they do. We just end up hoping they do it without harming us. The doe and the crow are the ones that appear the most frequently, though don't take their shapes and forms as gospel. This world's really complicated, hey?" Silas mumbled, finishing up the preparations and tossing everything into the pot to boil it above the fire. "For us, perhaps," she said. "For most, it's the simple matter of surviving and finding moments to live in between. Few concern themselves with the dead and the gods and even fewer with the immortals." "You're like a bank of knowledge," Silas said with a sigh, sitting down as well. Where were you all my life? Oh my. Oh, get your head out of the gutter. Ha ha ha, she laughed freely, flapping her bare feet around. Apologies, apologies. But I was busy with my own things, you know. Silas remained silent, taking out a jug of wine and drinking a mouthful. How can you laugh like that? He asked after a moment of silence. Like what? Like you're singing a song. Is there any other way to laugh? The one where you're trying to exorcise all your demons in one go. That sounds a whole lot like a wail and a whole lot unlike laughter. Tell me, he looked at her suddenly. Do your gods ever grant prayers? You can't fix them. Why not? Because to fix someone is to give that part of yourself away. Then there's a chance. No, she shook her head. A prayer that grant has to be selfless. And mine isn't. It's fueled by guilt, she said. Regret. Pain. You can't martyr yourself into forgiveness, Silas. Besides, you should trust them more. Trust them more, he quizzed, stirring the stew. They're not broken little toys that need you to glue them together with your guilt-ridden tears. Have faith in them. Is there ever a selfless prayer, even, he asked. There are, she said gently. But neither you nor I are the kind of people that can make them. Who can, then? Children. The unsullied, she continued, looking up. Those untouched by the reality of things. The unblemished. Ha, Silas sighed, taking another sip of wine. For all the whimsical magic surrounding you, you are quite the bearer of depression, no. Oh, wow, that one stung. What do you mean? I'm the bringer of joy and laughter, aren't I? Well, you are funny looking, I suppose. I'm joking. Sure you are, bear-looking cud. If you're gonna insult someone, you gotta be better at it. Like you. Well, I did cut deep. Unlike you who couldn't even scratch the funny bone. Just shut up and keep cooking, funny man. I. Chapter 103. Fire which doesn't burn. It snowed still, even what felt like just a few weeks before the beginning of the spring for Silas. Deep in the forest, surrounded by the countless trees, their green canopy had been replaced by white, building floating igloos where some life seemed to reside. Every so often, he'd see a few different species of birds dig into the bustling roofs of white, hiding in there. This was especially true just before an onset of violent winds or snowstorms that ripped even through him at times, despite the protections. Beyond that, the deeper they went into the forest, the more creatures they ended up encountering. Most were mild, pacifistic in nature, minding their own business. Rather, only one ended up attacking them, a wolf-like beast that instead of fur had its skin on full display, covered in ashen grey spots. The strange woman who still refused to name herself explained that the only reason it attacked was that it was starving. At the moment, the two, according to her, at least, were just a week out from leaving the forest, something Silas looked forward to momentously. After all, being stuck for months in the forest was tiring. Aside from the dips and the occasional strange rock, there was little to see. It was a forest like any other with, admittedly, some thriving, though currently mostly dead, flora. What's your plan for when you get to the village? She asked. Will you just bust in like a big villain and demand answers? Is that how you see me? He asked, stirring the stew. The woman seemed allergic to cooking, altogether, though she was at least decent when it came to cutting vegetables. Like a brute, she mused, fingering her lips lightly. Well, you did try to do everything by just bashing your head against the wall. That's true, he nodded. I suppose I should have you take the lead, then. Wait, Since you seem so experienced with proper and civil communication, he glanced at her. Thank you up front for your help. You are an ass. What? Oh, please. Do you think that young, beautiful, white-haired women are something you see every day in the outside world? First off, Silas said. Young? Please. Beautiful? Subjective. You're just bitter. I am bitter. So, you don't think I'm beautiful? You're eerie, if anything, Silas said, sitting down and leaning against the tree. Beauty is found in commonality. You stand out like a pimple on otherwise perfect skin. Isn't that what makes me so beautiful, though? She grinned. Silas had long since realized quite a few peculiarities about her, namely that she cloaked her deep-seated insecurities by cheekily fishing for teasing compliments. No, that's what makes you a liability when walking into a village, he fired back. They'll all think I'm bringing a witch with me or something. Besides, just because something is unique doesn't mean it's beautiful. Bloody shit, for instance, is pretty unique. But nobody will say it's beautiful. Did you just compare me with bloody shit? No. You did, she said, her tone flat and dead, just as her eyes were for a moment. I understand not kneeling in praise of my beauty. I don't think you do. But comparing me with bloody shit? I want to kill you. I'm sure you do. Besides, I didn't compare you with bloody shit. Just used it to make my argument. That I'm uniquely beautiful, like bloody shit. Stop saying bloody shit, he said. It doesn't fit your face. Since, apparently, my face is just as beautiful as bloody shit, it does. Wow, damn. I really cut deep with that one, huh? Wasn't even wanting to. Ha, she sighed, walking up to the stew and stirring it herself. For someone in desperate need of my help, you really do treat me horribly. Have you been coddled so much for so long that you've forgotten what any kind of treatment besides worship feels like? And yet all that boundless wit of yours wouldn't have gotten you through this forest without me. Fair enough, he nodded. But on a more serious note. I was being serious. Do you have any way of dyeing your hair or something? I would like to chatter and mingle, for however much. And with you next to me, I feel I might just get strapped with leather strips to a stake and burned. I do, she said. As long as you say I'm beautiful. You're beautiful. Your praise is really cheap, hey. Affordable by the masses, really. If it's so cheap, why aren't you dolling it out? Because it still ain't cheap enough for you. I will kill you one of these days, she said. With a clear conscience. Sure, he nodded. When I want to reset, I'll invite you and hand you the knife and bend my head forward to give you the best view of my neck. That has to be the most bizarre thing anyone has ever said to me, she said. And I was once told by a man that he wanted me to choke him with my feet. That's fucked. It really is. Well, Silas said, stretching out. At least I can promise you I'll never utter anything remotely as disgusting. You just swing in the other direction of the mean. You're a grown-ass woman, he said. Stop saying mean. Boo. And boo. Well, you are a grown-ass man who hasn't jumped a beautiful woman even after months of traveling with her. Something is very wrong with you. Something is very wrong with you to assume it'd be more normal if I had jumped you, he said. Do you prefer men, perhaps? No. Beasts? No. Tea trees? No. CC chill. Shut the fuck up. Wow. Did I just hit a chord? Yes, but not the one you were aiming for, he said, pouring each a bowl of rabbit stew. You have a very warped view of the world. Just because something is beautiful doesn't mean it deserves to be loved or adored or worshipped. The same way that just because something might be seen as ugly doesn't mean it deserves to be disparaged, mocked, and belittled. And just because there is a man who'd rather stick a sword up through your eyeballs rather than a cock down your thighs doesn't mean he's insane. Well, a bit insane. But not too insane. Hey. So you do have blood in your veins, Silas chuckled lightly when he saw her cheeks faintly flush. Of course I have blood. What did you think I had? I dunno, he shrugged. Ice. Ugh, she rolled her eyes, blowing at the spoon of stew before eating. You are entirely unmannerly. Yeah, he nodded. Sorry. I'm sorry too, she said suddenly, surprising him. Huh. Don't look so shocked, she harumphed. I can apologize. Could have fooled me. What are you sorry for, anyway? For judging you, she said. Based off of my previous experiences. Yeah, that ain't something worth apologizing for. How else were you gonna judge me? Based off of your dreams. That's not what I mean. I know what you mean, he smiled lightly. And it's still fine. Always assume the worst of people and let them prove you wrong over time. That's a good mantra. No, that's an awful way to see the world, she sighed. Wait, did you assume the worst of me from the start? Hey? Well, yeah. Of course. What? Oh, come on, look at it from my perspective, he shrugged at her explosion. You appeared out of fucking nowhere, claimed you were a prophet and that you were gonna help me. I didn't know you were just a clumsy, naive, slightly narcissistic girl back then. For all I knew, you were a wailing ghost of a jaded, scorned woman on a prowl for young, handsome men and you were planning on gutting me and skinning me and doing stuff to my body even hell deemed immoral. Silas quickly moved his head to the side as a bowl came flying at him. She was panting aggressively, looking at him angrily. Though he was half joking, he also wanted to see how far he could push. That's an awful waste of food, you know. Fuck you. Ah, finally, he said, continuing to eat. We cut to the core. Now, we can start befriending each other. Start? I never befriend people who think they can't ever be angry enough to kick me in the balls while with me, he said. It means they're hiding something or want something from me. That's literally the stupidest thing I've ever heard uttered by anyone, she said bluntly. Even the feet stuff. Even the feet stuff. Damn. I guess I did open your eyes to the greater horizons well before you did the same for me. You know, I'm glad I'll forget all of this ever happened, she said. Why? I can just replay my actions and have you join me once again and torture you all over again, but this time knowing all of your weaknesses. You wouldn't. Probably, he said. But would you really gamble on it? I'm glad I'll remember all of this so I can stay as far away from you from now on as possible. Oh? You want to remember me? Don't make it weird, you bastard. You're a prophet, young lady, Silas said. Mind yourself. Mind your mother. Pfft, ha 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 ha, even Silas was unable to hold on any longer, bursting out into laughter. Mind your mother, she said. Pfft, ha 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 ha, goddamn, ha ha ha. Hey. So you can laugh. She mumbled, softening up when she saw him roll in the snow like a small child. On the other hand, Silas began to question his brain, having laughed at something a 9-year-old would have used as a retort. There was simply something about the way she said it, he mused, that broke him in a sense. He couldn't remember the last time he laughed this freely and openly, seemingly void of all worries and restrictions. At least, the strange woman who refused to share her name as though it was the most sacred thing in the world knew to start the fire which doesn't burn. Chapter 104. Hush, hush. They'd finally made it, Silas realized. After a journey that felt a year long, they stood at the far edges of an asymmetric village lane gently between two forests, one of the same trees that stuck up far behind them, and another with cradling canopy in the shape of a dome. Further beyond the village, he saw a plain stretch out for miles on end, white snow disappearing in the distant mist. The two currently stood some 5 miles or so from the village itself, perched on top of one of the taller hills that rolled out between the forest before and the village itself. Though taller, it was still but a bump, and he felt if they approached any closer, especially during the day, they might be easily seen as the terrain turned completely flat onward and out. As such, they camped out, partly to recover and partly to figure out how they'd get into the village. From the looks of it, Silas counted some 100, perhaps 150 homes sporadically strewn about with very little rhyme or reason beyond the fact that they seemed not to go past a certain point from what looked to be a statue of sorts, though it was difficult to see from the distance. How many people do you think live there? Silas asked. Around 1,000, perhaps, the woman replied, biting on some cashew that they just happened across yesterday. I think? Maybe? I don't know. Why does it matter, anyway? It matters because if it's just a smaller village, everyone would know each other, Silas said. And we'd stick out like a campfire in the night. Right. So, if that's the case, he continued, we'd have to approach straight on. That's a problem as well, considering that we don't really have a story. Can't as well say we traveled from Ithwar Castle, since they'd strap us on a stake and burn us. You have a strange relationship with being strapped to a stake and burned. I'd look into it if I were you. Thank you for the advice not asked, Silas said. But in case it's a larger village, there's a chance we can sneak in and just blend in. That'd be optimal as people would be less guarded if they thought they knew us, however little. For someone who seems to hate all human contact, you know a lot about it. Hate it, he chuckled, glancing at her. I love human contact. What I hate is contact with you, specifically. Ugh. You're getting better at taking the stabs, he added with a gingerly smile. A few more months of training and you might just be able to take a punch without wincing. Shouldn't it be you who should be learning to hold the said punches, she grumbled at him. That aside. Hey. 1,000 people, it's on the cusps, he sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. It's unlikely that everyone knows absolutely everyone, but, it's unlikely we can just blend in. Especially with Miss White Snow over here standing out like a third arm on a person. Don't worry about me, she mumbled. I can disguise myself. How do you think I ventured into settlements before? I figured you didn't, which aided your communicative troubles. Shove it, asshole. No, he sighed. When I punch, you don't bend over and ask harder daddy, you punch back. That's the spirit of communication. Perhaps yours. I believe communication is an act of dignity between two equal persons. Well, then, you're an idiot. Anyway, we'll wait for the complete nightfall, he added quickly, not allowing her to butt in. And sneak in. Worst comes to worst, I'll just die. But if we're lucky, we might learn a few things that will help me prepare for the future runs. Just how many times do you plan on doing this? Hundreds, at least, Silas said nonchalantly. Hundreds. Isn't that literally hundreds of years wasted? Oh. Yeah, I guess. You guess. Hush. Hush your mother. Pfft. There's no way you're serious, she said. Nobody could stay sane throughout it all. There's a trick to it, actually, one I'd learned too late. A trick. Drink. Drink a lot. Your memory gets fuzzy and the number of days becomes unclear. Spoken like a true alcoholic. Anyway, I'm gonna take a nap, he said. To recharge. You should do the same. I won't be able to protect you if the fight breaks out. No, what am I saying? A random bird will likely poop a bomb at whoever attacks you and kill him. Tisk. Effin' bias. Darkness fell and swallowed the world, and the lights of the village that were flickering until fairly late dimmed, turning completely barren. Silas watched in both awe and bitter envy how the woman's white hair turned black, the hue of her eyes then matching it, with her entire attire changing into a proper one for winter this cold. It all happened within a few seconds and it looked like one of those magical transformations he'd seen a long time ago. Just without the pretty lights and mist instead. Clicking his tongue and cursing something out under his breath, he set down all of his non-essential gear and the two departed. Their boots belted against the snow, the crunchy sounds unavoidable. However, he'd hoped that the snow would thin out near the village and wouldn't alert anyone. It was likely that they had at least a couple of guards, but as to where they were stationed, he had no clue. After all, there seemed to be no watchtowers anywhere, no outposts, no nothing but straw-roofed houses with wooden frames and dirt roads connecting them. Though the two were relatively slow, largely because she couldn't walk through the snow without Silas dragging her along as he didn't allow her to melt it. Though she complained and grumbled, she kept moving forward, bit by bit, sporting a look of determination. He suspected it was born from the desire to prove him wrong more so than anything else. The long trek took much longer than Silas initially anticipated, nearly 5 hours. They often had to actually pause for a while for her to rest, and even he felt it in his calves and thighs. Walking through the thick snow for nearly 6 miles, even if the land was flat, was not easy, making him reconsider whether they should have used magic. Nonetheless, they managed to reach the dry land around the village, at last, quickly scurrying to the back end of one of the houses, sitting down and gasping for breath. Her lips had dried up and turned blue, he realized, and her usually rosy cheeks had lost a lot of their saturation. Use magic to warm yourself up, he whispered softly. I can't, she responded resolutely. What if there's someone in the village who can sense it? All of this would have been in vain. It'll also be in vain if you catch hypothermia and die. Hypo what? Nothing, he said, taking off his cloak and putting it on her. Let's wait until you warm up. Aren't you cold, too? No, he shook his head. I wore it mostly as a camouflage. I am tired, however, so I could use some rest as well. To say that he wasn't cold wasn't entirely true, but it wasn't unbearable. He, too, had minimized the use of energy, but there was only so much he could do as his body naturally circulated it, so to say. It was quite minimal, though, so much so that even someone as attuned to magic as her was unable to perceive it. That was also the reason he wasn't worried about being discovered. That lack of worry was dashed, however, the very next second when the blood in his veins chilled. It wasn't a horrifying sight or even a dangerous sight, in fact, it was part tragic and part adorable. Standing in front of the two and looking at them curiously was an 8-9-year-old boy, black-haired, draped in old drags, barefoot yet not freezing. In his hands he held a wooden doll of sorts, his head tilted to the side slightly. What stood out the most, among all else even, were the boy's eyes. They were violet, almost shining. The woman also seemed to notice the boy, gasping in shock. All around, the moment prevailed silence lingered on, with both Silas and her expecting the boy to cry out and alarm the village. Ah, whatever. I'll prepare better the next time around, Silas mused inwardly, having already given up. His only hope was to delay his death for as long as possible and learn as much as he could about the place. Just as he was about to say something, the boy lifted up his left arm, extending his index finger, and pressing it against his lips. Hush, the boy mumbled in a low, emotionless tone. You'll wake them. Follow me, he added, further confusing both of them. Hush your lips. Hush your eyes. Hush your feet. Hush your lies. Hush. 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 It was then that Silas noticed the strangest oddity of them all. The boy's lips didn't move when he talked. Nothing changed, yet the voice was projected. He heard it. She heard it too, judging from her reaction. They both the voice unspoken, and it was then that Silas realized how. It wasn't the boy's voice he heard. It wasn't a voice at all, so to say. His own thoughts spoke to him. In his own, inner voice. Chills bled across his skin, but the boy didn't seem to care, cradling the doll and walking toward the village, merely glancing at them and pulling them forward with his gaze. It's another one, isn't it? Silas realized as he grabbed her arm and dragged her up. Another weird, wacky, fucked up thing I'll have to figure out, Shit. Chapter 105. In light we trust. The boy was silent, his short, rapid footsteps confident despite the fact that they walked through the village directly, down its main roads. The solitary source of light was the one of the moon, occasionally brighter, though mostly dimmed as it had begun to snow once again. Though Silas didn't know whether following the strange boy who used Silas' own thoughts to communicate was the best idea he ever had, he was too curious. Furthermore, his sense of danger was a paradox, both fine-tuned like clockwork and non-existent at the same time. In the meantime, Silas inspected the village. It was supremely ordinary, he mused, though not quite as perfect of a match as to what he had in mind. Nonetheless, straw-roofed houses held up by old wood, several wells scattered about, a few buildings that seemed slightly different than the rest, one of which was actually a half-brick building with a chimney of sorts in the back, likely specialized for some job or another. Halfway through his musing thoughts, he saw that the boy took a sharp, left turn and he and the woman followed, leaning toward the outskirts again. They drifted behind one of the houses where they saw a cellar door of sorts lying open on the floor. The boy headed directly toward it, and, a shrug of the shoulders, Silas followed. Close the doors, the voice, his own, once again spoke. Following the instructions, Silas stayed at the rear and closed the doors, darkening the stairway-laden tunnel completely. Mind your steps, the voice advised. There are 62 steps. Don't fall. Silas grabbed a rock on the side, holding onto it as he slowly made his way downward. The rock was wet and damp and cold, as was the air itself, though with the added spice of sogginess. Their footsteps were silent, as though the stairs themselves absorbed all sound, to the point that it was easy to think he was alone there, abandoned in the dark. Nonetheless, they quickly reached the bottom that spilled out into a set of corridors, all of which were luckily alighted with strange, embossed gems. Silas gasped inwardly, realizing that the gems had runic characters inscribed on their surface and behaved like talismans. The magic, he reckoned, was far more wide-reaching and intuitive than he initially suspected. This way, the voice guided them to the leftmost corridor, a winding, narrow, and ever-warming road that lasted some 100 yards before expanding into a rectangular opening, akin to a room, with several doors embedded in the walls. The room itself was decorated with furniture, all old and rotting, though, with cracks in the floor and in the walls prevailing. Wait here, the boy said before walking away. Silas stood frozen for a moment before shaking his head. It was pointless to dwell on it. As such, he began to saunter about the room, inspecting it for anything strange. As was the case with the corridors, the room was lit up by the very same gems. Inspecting them closely, Silas recognized all the characters, though the way they were bound was different. He realized that a good deal of power was lost with this method, reckoning that it was in lieu of granting it far greater longevity than ordinary talismans. Ingenious, he mumbled, stroking his chin. What is? The woman approached him suddenly and asked. The way the characters are written, he said, pointing at the gem embedded in the socket within a wall. It was hued in sun yellow of sorts, likely done so to mimic the natural light as much as possible as to trick the eyes and the mind into believing in the existence of a day and the night this far underneath the ground. You're good with runes, she quizzed. I wouldn't say good, he said. Decent, I think. Rhine's always beating me down, though. She doesn't want me to develop an ego, it seems. Smart girl. Really? I wouldn't say so. My ego is already sky high. Ugh. Beyond that, he pulled back. Are we gonna continue avoiding the central issue? That a small boy who spoke to us by using our own thoughts led us here. Yup, that's the one. Ever heard of anything like it? No, she sighed, shaking her head. I understand that you have a very, very, very hateful idea of who I am inside of your head, but I'm not all that well versed in magic, especially the kind that I can't use. This isn't just the question of magic, but the world you live in, he said. You seem to be more clueless than I am. Oh, shut up. What a lovely scene, a calm, quaint voice interrupted the two suddenly. Silas turned slowly, facing the group of people that was not there just a moment ago. The boy that led them here stood to the side, playing with the doll, while three others stood to the front, two elderly women and a young man. The latter seemed to be the guard of a sort, draped in scrappy, leather armor, sword in hand. The two women were identical, slightly hunched, appearing to be in their late 60s, white-haired, with half-closed eyes and white robes that dragged along the floor slightly. It is. Silas cracked a faint smile while, surprisingly, the prophet moved to the side and hid behind him. Of course, the women spoke at the same time, though it didn't sound like two voices. And, unlike the boy, the two did actually speak. Young love in full bloom is always a beautiful thing to see. Old age might have curved your sight, I'm afraid, Silas said. If you consider that a scene of the blooming love. Indeed, it is possible, the women replied, faintly smiling. What was unnerving, even for Silas, was the fact that the two moved perfectly in sync. For now, would you like to take a seat? We'd offer you something to eat or drink, but I'm afraid everyone but us is fast asleep. Don't worry about it, Silas said, dragging the woman by her arm and sitting down. Thank you for your understanding, they said, sitting opposite of him while the young man remained standing by her side. Now who are you? Travelers. We can be deceitful, they said. And spin stories and tales and weave whatever nonsense we desire, but it is best we be truthful. We really are travelers, Silas persisted with the story. He didn't want to reveal too much without understanding this place. Travelers do not try to sneak into a village, they said. They just arrive. And villagers don't use telepathy and live in eerie, strange rooms beneath the ground, Silas fired back with a smile. So, it seems we've got things in common. Indeed we do, the two women said, smiling. How about we start with names, then? That will be simple enough. Fair, Silas said. You can call me Himof. Jack Himof. Ugh, Silas grunted as he felt an elbow into his ribs, causing him to glare sideways where he saw her shoulders shaking. Fuck you. If you're gonna laugh, at least do so without elbowing me. Tisk. I knew I should have left you out in the snow. His name's Silas, she exclaimed angrily. He was lying to you. She's quite unique, isn't she? You don't have to be so sympathetic, Silas sighed with a bitter smile plastered on his face. I chose this fate. We are Tina and Tima, the two women said. This young man is Heikian, our strongest warrior who insisted on pointlessly escorting us. It's not pointless. What if he is a dangerous man? And if he were, would you be able to stop him? I could. I could buy you some time. I see we both have our ills, Silas cracked a faint smile, one to which both women replied by smiling themselves. Who's the boy? Envirade Sabin. A what? Haha, the two women laughed momentarily. You can call him an. He doesn't mind. He's not from here. A traveler, like you. An interesting traveler, Silas said. Yes, we seem to pick up the most interesting ones. I'm a traveling exorcist, Silas made up a believable lie that he suspected would buy him some points. And she's my little sister. I've heard rumors of the attacks of the dead and we were headed to the far north when the winter set in. My sister heard of a village somewhere around here, but as we weren't certain exactly where, it took us a while. An exorcist, the two exclaimed, and even the boy looked up from his doll. Are you telling the truth? Silas nodded. I was just admiring the runic lines on the gems when you interrupted us. But I am far from an expert, I'm afraid. My training is still incomplete. We would like to buy your services. The two women suddenly plastered their heads against the table, with the man completely kneeling next to them, shocking both Silas and his little sister. You must play along. Explain, Silas easily maintained his composure, immersing himself in the role. Right now, he truly became an exorcist, exuding the air of one. It will take some time. Would you like to rest first? It's fine, he said. We've rested plenty. I'm assuming it has something to do with the fact that you are living underground and that they, whoever they be, that the boy over there mentioned. Yes, the women nodded. It is difficult to explain. For that, we have to go back. How far back? To the founding of the village, the women said. And the first hymn of In Light We Trust. Chapter 106. Where ill is born. The story that followed was both ordinary and yet strange, a woven tale of dualities that painted the state of the village beyond perfectly. According to the two women, the village was founded around 100 years ago or so by a pair of brothers, which was precisely where the feeling of duality began. One of the brothers belonged to Anerns, the order of the kingdom's prime religion where the central tenet of worship was the sun itself. The other brother, however, didn't belong to any religion and was even a staunch proponent of non-religious rites. As such, from the onset, there were issues with trying to decide the direction of the village. The religious dominance won in the end, and the majority of the village's rituals and the way people lived were aligned with the Anerns ways, as they were called. This meant that everyone was forced to attend the church twice a day for the sunrise and sundown worship ceremonies. Furthermore, during the zenith, everyone was instructed to say a prayer. Additionally, people were disallowed to leave their rooms after sundown, and during the cloudy days, all entertainment was banned, including the use of alcohol. A day of doom was instituted immediately and it took Silas a moment to realize they were talking about the eclipse. There were 44 main tenets in total, he learned, chief among which were, beyond just the main rules of worship and prayer, cemented monogamy, the limit of 4 children, in accordance with the seasons, rituals of sunbathing, sundawning, and sunsailing, all of which only sounded to Silas at least like prime roots of skin cancers, and so on. Though there was nothing particularly unique among most of the tenets, as they seemed to be fairly consistent, the tenets themselves were quite commanding, demanding, and limiting. Early on, however, people were allowed to make a choice. Those who didn't wish to be part of the Anerns could choose so and weren't forced into participating in any rituals. Over time, however, as the number of religious people increased and the non-believers decreased, largely because the religion's traditions were quite hereditary while the non-believers were more likely to leave in pursuit of the opportunities elsewhere, the pendulum waved toward one side far more. In the end, just before this winter, in fact, there was an inquisition of sorts, where all those who didn't publicly proclaim their belief in the sun god were executed on the spot. Some managed to escape, using the tunnels that they've been building secretly for a while now to hide underground. Nonetheless, it could hardly be called living. The atmosphere turned heavy when they ended the story. It seemed everyone except for Silas had their mood trampled, even his sister. It wasn't as though he didn't sympathize, but he was far more curious than angry. After all, this was his first look at the broader geopolitical structure of the kingdom. If he ever wanted for Valen to sit upon the throne, he'd first have to understand how the kingdom operated and which levers to pull to obtain the best result possible. What he learned that the kingdom was actually fairly free in terms of religion, though it had a predominant one that most followed. It wasn't enforced by law for the most part, though there was a lot of pressure from the institution itself under the guise of spreading the message. It was the same here, he mused inwardly, institutions taking something mostly pure and corrupting it to serve their needs. All the same, it was a key piece of information. If he wanted Valen to rule, he'd either have to get the institution on his side or take their power away. This village was his opportunity to get a closer look at how the fundamentalist chunk of the religious folk in the kingdom behaved. Though it was unlikely to be a representative of the larger state, since that is rarely ever truly the case, if he learns of the extreme limits, it'd be much easier for the future. What do you want me to do? Silas asked. Though Anerns even hold the nobility and royalty with certain disregard, the two women said. There is one group that even they defer to greatly, the divine. Exorcists, sages, beholders, prophets, vanquishers, if you talk to them, maybe. Silas stroked his chin for a moment, falling in thought. He wasn't hurried to help them after all, he'd inevitably reset it, so just tossing himself in heroically wouldn't really change anything outside scoring a few pointless moral points that would hardly hold any sway inside his broken psyche. Can any of you use magic? Ha, if only, the two women smiled bitterly. Only Anne has any talent, but his is extremely limited. For the rest of us, I'm afraid we are just ordinary folk who merely wish to live our lives without a massive hammer looming over our heads. Do you mind if I talk with my sister for a bit first? Silas said. After all, going after Anerns, even with my identity. Of course, the women nodded, with one of them taking out a tiny bell from her dress and putting it on a table. Ring that when you are ready. Will do, escorting them with his eyes, he immediately shifted them to his sister who finally pulled away from him. Really? What? She mumbled, looking away from his gaze. Considering all the vile crap you spew in front of me, he said. I thought you'd be even worse in front of the others. Shut up. It's been a while. Anyway, that aside. What do you think? We should help them, of course. Hey? No, not that, Silas said. Wait, you trust them? What? You don't, she exclaimed in horror, looking at him. Of course I don't, he shrugged. Don't you think that the story is just a wee bit too perfect? What do you mean? Here's a life lesson for you, he said. If someone tells you a story in which they 100%, absolutely, unquestionably come off as a victim, it's always a lie. No fire stirs from nothing. What are you saying? That they're at fault for not wanting to worship a god. It seemed as though she was genuinely hurt on their behalf, causing Silas to sigh. She truly was quite naive. Put aside your naive, noble, humanitarian heart that I oh so deeply envy, he said. And think about it. They just happened to somehow escape the town-wide persecution using the tunnels that they just happen to have been building for years now, in secrecy, that just happened to function and not collapse. Please, he scoffed. The story stinks more than my shit. Then, what are you saying, she mumbled, though still appearing unconvinced. Why would they lie? Why do people lie in general? Cause they want something, Silas said. For all we know, they could be criminals hiding from the law and want to use my identity to either fight their battles or to distract the people in the village while they go off to commit some more crime. Then again, some of what they said is likely true. They were quite convincing, and it's difficult to do so without weaving some truth into the lies. If I were to bet, he thought back to the story for a moment before continuing. It's likely true that the majority of people in the village were believers, but the part about being persecuted for not believing is likely fabricated or greatly exaggerated. The true reason as for why they were kicked out of the village is probably far less innocent. She remained silent, pulling her knees against her chin. It was clear that she didn't like the implications, that she didn't want to believe in them. After all, Silas had long since realized that she held the purity of the world in high regard, believing in the best of everyone. After all, she extended that faith on him of all people. Hey, he called out to her, causing her to drift her gaze toward his. Even if I'm wrong, isn't it better to be sure? Wouldn't you feel awful if we just blindly condemned a group of people for their beliefs? I know, she grumbled. I don't want to believe it. I know, he smiled lightly, patting her head gently. She winced but didn't move away. That's because you're somehow a 30-year-old woman with a mentality of a teenage girl thinking that yelling really loudly at old people will change the world. Fuck you. Ha ha ha, Silas regaled in laughter for a moment at her pouting expression, pulling back. Looks like you've regained your spirit. We can finally start talking about the plan then, hey. What do you have in mind, she asked, sighing. We'll accept their request, naturally, Silas said. But I want you to stay here with them. Huh? Why? If you think they're the bad guys, aren't you just leaving me to die, she exclaimed angrily. No, just hear me out. Look, I'm gonna reset this loop anyway. As such, I want you to beg and pray to your God to let you keep some memories, at least from here on out. I want to know how they behave, and what you can learn from them. They'll likely be less on guard against you since they just think you're an ordinary, shy girl. While I deal with the village, observe them. So, the next loop around, we'll have a greater and broader picture of exactly what's going on. Let me tell you this straight away, it's unlikely my prayers will be answered, she said after a brief pause. Whatever I end up dreaming about is beyond my power. It's entirely possible I'll completely forget we even went on this journey. Still, we can only give it a shot, Silas shrugged. If you forget, I'll just repeat everything like the last time and wait for you under that ridge where we can resume our little adventure. The next time, we'll do things differently. Besides, I'll likely learn a thing or two from my visit above, so everything should even itself out. Can you do it? Humph, of course I can. Don't underestimate me. I'm really worried now. Tisk, you bastard. Chapter 107. Uncanny Valley. Silas stood at the front of the village, looking at the thatched roofs that were finally coming into light under the shine of the rising, morning sun. The eerily silent village seemed to wake at that moment, with the faintest sounds of the noise beginning to emerge out into the open. He remained alert though not afraid. Above all emotions, curiosity reigned. As far as he could tell, there was no energy, no magic within the village. It could be that he was entirely unqualified to notice it, but he suspected that wasn't the case. Even if he had little faith in himself, he understood that he was hardly just a layman at this point. Who are you? An alarmed and cautioned voice broke out amidst the silence. Silas looked to his right. A male-worn man seemingly in his mid-twenties stood there, a brittle sword drawn out, shaking and pointing toward him. Though he was surprised that the man didn't raise any alarms for him, he dismissed it as he didn't seem to pose a threat. Put that thing down, Silas said. You'll cut yourself. I'm just a traveler. Do you have a village chief or something? I'd like to talk to him. Why you? It's that different building, I'm guessing, Silas interrupted him. Man. Lead the way. Chop chop. Though the day is young, I ain't. I'm fucking old. How do you know when you're old? When you go oh snap when you hear something snap. It's really a terrifying sound, right? Under Silas' repeated barrage of nonsense, the young man seemed overwhelmed and actually followed Silas' instructions, leading him through the streets toward the brick-laden house. On their way over, Silas saw many faces, most hidden behind the windows, staring at him with strange looks. There was certainly something strange about the place, as he could really discern any of them through magic, only with his eyes. They all stood still and silent, watching him. Even the young man didn't speak, silently walking forward like a voiceless guide. If nothing else, the place was strange and odd, even slightly more than whatever was happening underground. Then again, this was only odd for those who've never gone to a small town. Sometimes, those places to an outsider could even feel cultish, as everyone ended up staring and dancing around for the longest time. Experiencing this, though uncomfortable, wasn't all that strange. Being an alien inside a tightly knit community was usually a death sentence to social life. Luckily for him, he wasn't here to necessarily socialize. He was hoping that he'd begin to slowly unravel a story behind both the village and people living underneath it with the visit, even if, inevitably, he'd have to come back to complete the full picture. The young man stopped in front of the building, glancing back for a moment before running away. Though strange, Silas shrugged it off and headed inside. A single corridor awaited him, leading into what appeared to be a lobby-like building where he saw a few people standing around. All turned toward him and stared intently, though nobody moved in toward him or spoke, at least not initially. Forgive me, but do you necessitate any assistance? A woman's voice spoke out, framed within a tiny, 5'1" body of a middle-aged woman cloaked and hooded in damp brown. I'm a traveler, Silas said. With some business proposals of trade. I was wondering whether I could meet with your chief. Naturally, of course, stumped for a moment with the ease with which the woman seemed to accept his story, he was forced to immediately follow her as she turned around and sauntered deeper into the building, toward its rear. We shall accommodate travelers and traders naturally. We accept merchants. Silas looked oddly at the woman, namely questioning her education considering how she spoke, but didn't take it to heart. His exposure to largely relatively educated and well-lived people in the castle could have likely skewed the general outlook on education in this world. The woman didn't speak further as she led him to the rear and into a small but relatively cozy-looking room. There weren't any chairs, instead there were pillows kneaded against the ground and surrounding a low-hanging table. The walls were dyed or, at least, there was an attempt to dye them in almost white, with a few pots holding flowers standing in the corners and against the wall. Chief person shall arrive in time not long, the woman said, reaffirming Silas' belief that she was likely foreign and have learned the local language as an adult. Please lower your body on the ground. Ignoring what sounded like a tamely veiled threat, he escorted the woman out of the room with his eyes before sitting down on the pillows. They were quite hard, he noticed, and hardly cushioned much. In fact, he'd much rather have sat on the floor but elected not to do it as to not invoke some hate because of a custom or such. Things weren't adding up, that much he realized, judging from what he was told. He expected to be fought off immediately. Besides, if that young man was the median of the guards in the village, he had to wonder how they managed to expel anyone, let alone drive them underground. The village mostly looked just like any other small town community wary of outsiders, though perhaps slightly odder and eerier. Welcome, once again, he failed to both hear and detect any presence through energy. For a moment, he humored a thought that this was a ninja village. Looking around, he saw two people walk in, a man and a woman, both of whom stood equally tall, wearing the exact same robes just with different colors of brown and black. The two sat down opposite of him, and a whole foot apart from each other, lacking any facial expression. You are a merchant we were told of recently. Welcome. By now, Silas was wary. It was one thing for a random villager to speak strangely, but for a chief, something was definitely off. Thank you, Silas said, using energy to mutate his eyes for a moment, looking for any minute changes. Nothing. The both of them were still and motionless, as though they didn't feel anything. What can we assist you with? We are open to suggestions. I was wondering if I could open up a shop here, he posed an innocent question, all the while inspecting and scrutinizing the both of them. So I can sell some of my merchandise. Naturally, of course, the woman said. He realized that the man was yet to speak out. We are open to anyone. If we can inquire of shall what you sell. Wait, are these fuckers not even breathing? I was wondering if I could sell some spices, he continued to lie randomly, focusing specifically on the chest of the two as he suspected. He saw no movement. While it was possible they were so well trained as to completely disguise their breathing, he highly doubted that was the case. You know, to spice shit up and whatnot. Naturally, of course, spices are loved, the woman said. We are agreeable with it. What about him? Silas pointed at the man. We are agreeable with it, the woman said still. How many people live in the village? Silas asked. Can't breathe, are they like an intelligent mutation of the ghouls? No, they aren't rotting in any way. There are a lot of us living here in this village, a very lot, the woman said. We shall buy your spices all the time. Oh, he exclaimed softly, realizing something was blocking his ability to use energy. It's a trap, he mumbled, stroking his chin and beginning to ignore the two in front of him. Airborne? Talismans? Right. I didn't inspect for talismans since I never sensed any magic. These two, probably projections of those two women, he added, glancing at the two. Why are they speaking in such a broken language, though? Silas, run! A throat-ripping scream blew through the village and quickly reached his ears, causing him to shoot up to his feet and without a second thought ram through the doors and run out of the building, rushing toward the location of the voice. It took him less than 10 seconds to get there, where he saw his little sister being chased by several rotten-looking men and women. You idiot! Why the hell did you come here? She cursed, yet still ran toward him and hid behind his back. How'd you get away? You don't strike me as a prime specimen, he quizzed indifferently. Though he didn't have a full picture yet, a good chunk of the story was forming already. I told them I had to go to the bathroom and ran, she said. What about you? Where were you? Why did you run? Because it was creepy. The two women wouldn't leave me alone, she said. And I never got to meet anyone else. That boy, too, would sometimes just randomly pass out and start having these spasms, but nobody paid attention to it. Look, I may not be the most conscious person, but I can still see some things. Can you get through them so we can run? She asked as more and more rotted-looking men appeared, circling them. Nope, he shrugged. I can't even use magic anymore. You, what? How? Don't know. Maybe some talismans? Or something else. Besides, why would we run? I can just reset it and we'll come back here, much stronger. She looked at him for a moment, a faint pang of pain emerging in her gaze. One he deliberately chose to ignore. Fine, she said. Reset it. You might, remember. Just do it. No, we gotta wait for the stars of the show, he said, Don't you know that the bad guys are notorious for expositing their plans when they think they've got the hero cornered? Dash of all the wrong things in that sentence, she said. The wrongest one is that you think you're a hero. W. Watts with that look of pride. Because I'm proud, he said. Finally. You're finally beginning to understand the classic art of shitting on others. You're weird. Really weird. Hush now, he said. Here come our stars to brag. God, I love these moments. Really weird. Chapter 108. Those who sing. The two identical-looking women stepped forward amidst the surrounding sea of souls, both their expressions exactly the same ones of indifference and frigidity. Behind them, the tiny boy followed, his expression unchanging as well. There was truly something strange, yet Silas was unable to pinpoint what. Nonetheless, he hoped that they'd tell him. We applaud you for seeing it through, the two spoke out. You can die knowing you died smarter than most. Well, considering that most are absolute morons with no thinking capacity, Silas replied with a faint smile. It hardly makes me feel better. Tell us who sent you and who knows about this place, they said. And we will make your death painless. Oh? We had only suspected that something was happening, Silas' reply caused the prophet to look at him oddly for a moment. But never that it was this bad. Truly, when the eyes venture blind, darkness swallows. Who suspected, they asked. As if I'll say, Silas shrugged his shoulders. My only solace in dying is that you'll follow me soon after. And then, I get to rape your ugly faces with my fists for all eternity down there in the hell. You didn't send out a signal, the two said. Which means that nobody will be hurrying here, especially as it's deep in the cold snap. By the time anyone bothers looking for you, we'll have left already. Apologies for the lacking solace. I still can't seem to determine who you are, Silas said. You aren't exactly the brightest lot, so I doubt you are all that important. Still, taking over an entire village, at least, you're ruthless, I'll give you that. Since you're unwilling to answer our questions, the two said, withdrawing slightly. Tisk, looks like they aren't the chatty type. We shall bid you an early farewell. It was a pleasure, Exorcist. Kill him. I'm gonna test them for a bit, Silas turned to the side and spoke. Hurry and hide. If you do remember, find me before I depart from the castle. If not, well, I'm happy I'll get to see your many rosy expressions as I once again enjoy messing with you. You're an evil man, she grumbled, though smiled in the process. Good luck. Silas drew out the sword from his scabbard and ran back, easily ducking in between several attacks and slashing out repeatedly until he cleared a path, allowing her to run away. At the very least, he didn't want her to die an unnecessary, painful death. Plus, this way he'd have more room to operate and move. He had no dreams of escaping. Without magic, a good chunk of his body's stamina was actually missing, and he regressed to just really athletic man from a magically enhanced tank. All the while, he continued to move, slicing and stabbing with immense precision. He'd gotten extremely proficient at the Heartseeker, one stab short of completing the second quest. The 9 superimpositions were so strong that he was able to make a hole in a 15 inches deep wall, but the attack also rattled his bones and muscles and even broke several tendons in his arm, making it nigh unusable. As such, he didn't use it here in part because of that, but mostly since it was necessary. Though the men and women attacking him weren't ghouls, they were somewhat similar. Rather than a rotting corpse, they were like puppets, admittedly ones of flesh and blood, which made them even creepier. It felt like he was stabbing into human flesh, which he suspected was made to be a deterrent for the well-minded. He, however, hardly felt a thing cutting down bodies like wheat. Their utter numbness to horror did, however, aid that lack of emotions considerably. He managed to last about 30 seconds before he was simply overwhelmed. Contrary to his expectations, it wasn't his stamina that betrayed him but the fact that he was swarmed by dozens of souls and no matter what was incapable of beating them back. Pushed to the ground, they went after his eyes, throat, limbs, slowly digging holes into his body, killing him. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. It was a productive venture, all things considered, especially taking into account that he'd even given up on reaching the village. Even though he didn't get any true answers, he didn't mind. He planned on traveling to the village quite a few times anyway, and now knowing what awaited him made planning for it all that easier. For the time being, however, he once again had to relearn his own path. He'd gotten numb to the pain, easily managing to coat the entirety of his blood reserves in energy, empowering himself. Step by step, he was coming closer to completing the second transformation, one that was the gateway, he suspected, to also completing the second quest of the Heartseeker. To reverse the blood flow wasn't easy. No, in fact, the way he was doing it was likely impossible for ordinary people. After all, it wasn't just reversing the blood itself, he had to take into account the organs, the change in travel time, and a myriad of other anatomical things that he was too dumb to know and realize. What he did know was that the ache was immensely greater than when he was just stopping it. The difficulty, similarly, spiked, namely it was in the way that the rest of the blood behaved in relation. When he was trying to freeze the blood flow, the rest of the blood in his veins would directly belt against the frozen part, making it harder to hold. However, in this case, not only did he have to freeze and endure the rush of the rest of the blood, but he also had to push back against that flow, making it all that much harder. I am getting there, though, he mumbled, stretching after a brief practice session. He was about a quarter way through, and it didn't really take him that long. Though he complained about the difficulty, Overall it was easier due to the fact that he already had a good foundation and he wasn't rushing in blindly. In fact, he suspected that he should be done with it in about a year, tops, if he kept at this pace. He didn't care for the timeline, however, not anymore. However long something took, that's how long he'd take to complete it. He'd learned to compartmentalize time itself, in a sense. As night fell over the frosted landscape, he returned to his room, seeing that Valen wasn't there. It wasn't anything out of the ordinary, he often stayed late with the council, deliberating over this and that, and ending up sleeping in the adjacent room. Taking off his shirt, he went over to the bucket of water and picked up the loincloth straddled to the side, wiping himself. Though the water was cold, frigid even, he didn't mind. If anything, it helped since his veins were on fire from trying to reverse the blood. Peeking makes you a pervert, don't you know that? He spoke out suddenly. What? A girl can't admire a fine piece of art. A voice replied from the window pane, causing him to look up and see the same, white-haired head peeking from the hole in the wall, smiling at him. Ah, to be considered a piece of art, he said. Woe is me. Then again, I wouldn't mind admiring your piece of art either, you know. Hold your horses. I don't have any horses. My art piece, though, is many legions more valuable than yours, I'm afraid, she said gingerly, vaulting over and into the room. There are men millions of miles away who desire me, you know. No there aren't, Silas said, finishing up and drying himself with a fresh piece of cloth. In fact, you could probably count the number of men who even know that you exist on one hand. Are you denying my beauty? She grumbled. No, you're very beautiful, he said, putting on a shirt. But all that beauty is being sapped away by naivety, vanity, and a tad touch of just pure stupidity. I really want to punch you. You're even meaner than you were in my memories. So, you remembered? He asked, turning toward her. Fragments of it, she replied, sitting down. A touch here and there. Not everything. A lot of blanks. I did remember you asking me to find you, though. So, you didn't remember the addition to that ask in the when I'm about to depart. Oh, you do. You just chose to ignore it. What? I was excited. I didn't think even for a second I'd remember. I didn't either, to be honest, he said, sitting down opposite of her and popping open a jug of wine, pouring her a cup. Here's to your one positive, a good memory. Why did I even come here, she sighed. Just to be abused? Ignored? I am too beautiful for that. If I wanted, I could walk out into the castle right now and get 50 men to worship my beauty. You have a really, really fucked up view of men, he said. Here's a piece of advice that will last you a lifetime, the kind of men that would kneel to your beauty, are the kind that you want to avoid the most. HOH? Are we getting jealous? Stop, he said. You're not 14 anymore. Ugh. Wow. It hurt that much. You basically called me a kid, she exclaimed, drinking a sip of wine. Bah, this is god-awful. What the hell is this? The wine that the rest of us mortals are forced to drink cause we don't have gods fulfilling all our desires and whims. Ha. You're really bitter. A petty, bitter, little man. I really am, he said. So, how about it? What? Will this bitter man finally get to learn the beauty's name? I wonder, she smiled, fingering her lips. What should I do? Fine, I'll just call you Agnes. Yes, Agnes suits you perfectly. Wait. What are you? Agnes, thine beauty is literally timeless. Pfft. Ha ha ha, damn, I love making myself laugh, ha ha ha. Wait, what's going on? Hey. Why are you laughing? Silas. Hey. Silas, alas, Silas remained silent, too engrossed in the sensation of laughter that his mind seemed to have been missing desperately. Chapter 109. Oddities make a man. A strange atmosphere surrounded a dining table, with only one among the 5 seated seemed entirely oblivious to it, diving deep into bland-tasting porridge, drinking it down with some beer. The 4 others, Valen, Ryan, Derek, and the newly baptized Agnes merely awkwardly chewed away at some bread, eyeing each other with quizzing looks. The whole ordeal lasted some 10 minutes, which was when Silas burped lowly and leaned back into his chair, finally full. Looking around, he grinned at the circumstances, as they were hardly accidental. So, yeah, he said, breaking the silence. This is my wife. Who is your wife? Agnes exploded immediately. As you can see, she's very shy, he persisted, causing Valen and Derek to sigh. I'll take this knife and open up a hole in your throat, she said. And very violent. Anyway, she's gonna be living with us from now on, so welcome her. Will we get even a made-up story that makes an iota of sense? Valen quizzed. Sure, Silas said. One day, I was feeling wondrous and I wandered outside the walls and I found her lying in the cold, wretched snow, shaking. I could barely tell her from the snow, but I fell in love immediately and made her my wife then and there and heroically carried her on my back and nursed her back to health. And all that in one night. All that in one night. Hey fine, whatever, I'll trust your judgment, Valen shook it off. I'll ask some maids to retouch Ryan's room and I'll move in with her, to give you newlyweds some freedom. I mean, if you're okay with that, Ryan. Okay. Silas scoffed. She might literally die of joy. Agnes looked toward the young, blind girl and saw her blushing cheeks, picking up a fork and pressing it against Silas' cheeks, right beneath his eyes. You might literally die if you don't stop yapping like a scorned bitch, she said. Got it. Very violent, Silas smiled lightly before pushing off her hand. It was shaking, as she seemed genuinely nervous that she might hurt him. Anyway, don't you guys have some meetings to go to? I'd like to spend some alone time with my wife. Yeah, Valen sighed dismissively. Let's go. Find us if you need anything. The room emptied soon after. One major change that Silas had begun implementing in every single loop was that he assisted in making a proper wheelchair for Valen. Though this world had the general idea with their own so-called invalid's chair, they didn't really use wheels for movement but instead had sliding slacks as they called it, which were just smoothed out wooden panels, hardly a wheelchair. As such, he had to be carried everywhere, and Silas knew the young lad hardly enjoyed it. Thus, he took the time out of each loop to help build a better version of it. Though he still required assistance to move up and down the stairs, naturally, at the very least he could navigate the corridors on his own. Agnes sighed and took a few plums from the bowl, nibbling away at them, occasionally darting dirty looks toward him. Though she insisted they move out immediately, Silas planned on replicating the last loop as closely as possible, including the departure time as well as their time of arrival in the village. What? He asked, glancing at her. I somewhat get why you're mean to me, she said. And why you enjoy riling me up, but she's just a girl. Couldn't you have been gentler? Hey? That girl is more mature than you, Silas said. And she can take a punch. Ugh. It hurt. It always hurts. Ha, at least I get to stay without needing to stay hidden, she commented, standing up and stretching. You can go with them, if you'd like, Silas said, pouring himself a cup of wine. They're fun company. And I've a feeling they'd like you, what with your uninhibited anger toward me and all. All that anger is well deserved, she glared at him. Besides, don't sell yourself short. You're a fun company, too. What? Beyond the pain of you poking fun at my very existence, she chuckled. A lot of those jokes actually land. And, well, you do it with such indifference, that in and of itself is kind of funny. Oh, you're a masochist. What? No I'm not, she exclaimed. You've got no idea what that is, do you? He asked. Something bad. Since you called me it. So, what is it? She asked. I don't think you're ready quite yet, he said, smiling wryly. Anyway, I actually have a job for you until we depart. A job? He nodded. You can ask Valen to help you since he's done it before. Go over the history books we have in the library and see if you can spot some inconsistencies. Even if you're a prophet of the wild, you should, at least instinctively, pick up on some things. What about you? She asked, surprisingly not firing back, sitting down once again. Train, of course, he said. After all, I gotta be ready to break some bones when we get to that village. For now, I'll try without talismans to see how far I can push my personal strength, but if I fail, I'll probably have to ask Ryan to help me make some talismans the next time. Unless, of course, you became a godlike fighter overnight. A godlike beauty need not be a godlike fighter, she said with a smile. Ah, at least nothing breaks that silly spirit of yours, Silas chuckled. Oh, no, you do. All the time, she said. In fact, each time I look at you, I feel like a part of me dies. Because I'm ugly. Because you're ugly. Ah, what can I say, he said. It adds to my charm, you know. What charm? Never seen none. Go to the library, he grunted. I need to go cool off in the snow. See you tonight. Wait, we're really going to share this room? She asked, pulling back. But, what if you attack me? Silas merely cracked a smile toward her, mystifying her further, before leaving. He wanted to try and make some final preparations, pushing his body as far as it can go for the time being, before departing for the village. Though he wouldn't be taken unaware and sapped of all magic the next time, it was an experience that made him realize something: without magic, he was, at best, an above-average swordsman with very limited moveset. If he were a character in a game, he wouldn't be a boss, but a random mob in a sea of same-looking mobs that have two ways of attacking and get killed rather quickly. Though he trained with Tenor a lot, with even Derek pitching in frequently, most of what they taught him were the basics: how to hold a stance, basics of stabbing, sweeping, slicing, how to move his feet laterally, use his entire body to swing, dodge by using minimal movement. All of that was extremely important, but it also made him predictable. If he ducked to dodge a sweep once, he'd do it again. He wasn't good at parrying, so he didn't really have a choice. While magic allowed him to overcome some of his shortcomings, the lack of moves still held him back. He only had Heartseeker in the end, and one strike at that, repeated over and over. And though a dangerous and lethal strike, if somebody dodged it once, they'd dodge it again. Additionally, he'd come to realize that none of the classic sword-fighting fantasy actually worked in this world. If he tried to do a spin attack, everyone immediately stabbed him in the spine and killed him. If he tried to be fanciful, his strikes wouldn't be lethal and others would just exchange blow for blow and kill him. In fact, most duels were erroneously short. Rather than minutes-long epic clashes of skill and strength, they were 10 seconds long, simple-seeming, even boorish-looking fights that determined who lived and who died. It took a lot of adjusting, but he'd become strong, that much he knew. Still, there was much more room to grow magic-wise and otherwise. He was merely touching the edges of reality, he knew, as the current peaks that he had witnessed outshone him by the speed of light. Going as far back as to when he witnessed the clash of the two shadows, to when Rhine exploded, obliterating the entire castle, to the army of the dead beyond the membrane of reality, and finally the hand that swept from the void and abolished his psyche. Not many things still made much sense as they were hidden in the dark. The gears and wheels and the tiny little mechanisms that controlled this world were still hidden from him, covered with a shroud beyond which he could not peer. In time, though, he was confident he would. He was getting stronger, faster, and though not smart, at least smarter. Beyond just being a swordsman, he was also on the general cusps of becoming a basic-level exorcist, even according to Rhine. Then there was also the fact that his stubbornness and single-mindedness created a completely new way, an entirely unique school of magic that likely nobody else in the world could study except for him. It was a world of magic, but it was a world grounded, there were rules and laws and guidelines and he wasn't above them. The only thing he could do was learn them in detail and understand how to play within them. And it all began with becoming the strongest version of his current self. And as for where it ended? He couldn't even venture a guess. Chapter 110. Shades of Corruption. Amidst the piles of snow that lay adrift the drylands, a tiny patch of fire burned, its smoke filtering out into the grey, open skies. Surrounding the fire was a snowless patch of land, though barren of life still, with two figures sitting in a circle, nibbling away at some meat in silence. Both wore clothes unfitting the skin peeling cold, looking as though they were set to become sailors rather than snow-hulking travelers. Silas was the first to finish his meal, downing it with some ale right after the fact. He'd brought a pinch with him on the journey, though the castle's reserves were bare and barren. Nonetheless, it tasted better than the watered-down wine, though it was hardly grand praise. Looking around, he sighed. They were back under the rigged protrusion, just near the river cutting the north off from the rest of the kingdom. The journey's been naturally quicker with Agnes by his side, forcing him to take more frequent breaks since he didn't wish to arrive any sooner than before, trying to replicate the experience as closely as possible. "How is your meat this much tastier?" she suddenly asked, causing him to choke on the ale he was drinking and look at her with a gaze askew. However, there was nothing odd about her look, it was draped in innocence, forcing him to simply cough away his own little musings. "What's wrong?" "No, nothing," he quickly said. "It's, cause I smoke it and add a pinch of salt. Plus, castle's cooks tend to overcook it, making it harder." "That's right. I noticed that. Your meat is much softer and easier to swallow." Please stop saying your meat," Silas pleaded. Why? Is it not?" "Never mind," he sighed, taking a sip of ale. "I'm glad you like it." "Even your sincerity comes off as insincere," she commented. "How's that possible?" "That's got nothing to do with me. It's all on your skewed view of me. Anyway, we should go. Finish up." I. Packing everything up and putting out the fire, the two stood up and began walking, disappearing through the snow and into the wilderness abandoned by the world for the whole of the winter. Just like the last time, save for when they were in need of something, when that something would just miraculously show up out of nowhere, there was nothing and nobody beyond the two of them. It truly felt as though they were the last remaining pieces of the world that was buried beneath the snow-laden storm, stripped of life and meaning in a single night of horrors. In the despondent silence overcast only by the violent winds, the two stood out as though they were relics of a past that was no longer there. With each step they took, each pressing of their boots into the snow, it was as though they were leaving behind the final footprints of mankind, the last of its kind, the vestiges that would resolutely echo the species forgotten. It was a silence heavy, a burden loathsome, and yet neither seemed to think much of it. A paradigm at play put the two least interested in the philosophy of it together, as they both had their own ideas and means and desires independent of the story at large. Peeling back the curtain of trees, the duo once again reached the edge and landed upon the plain separating the forest from the village. In the distance, they saw nothing, despite it being a day. As Silas suspected, there was no chimney smoke, no hubbub, nothing of note. It looked like an abandoned, decrepit, ghost village forgotten by its fief. A paradise in making for some, an infernal hell for most. "So, what's the plan?" she asked, eating some plums that she'd just found randomly scattered on the ground a few minutes ago. "Like the last time," Silas replied. "Sneak in, wait till the boy finds us, follow him, wait till those creeps show up and then I stab them real hard while you incompetently watch." "Was that second part really needed?" she grumbled. "Of the few joys I have in my life," he said. "Making fun of you is pretty much at the top." "Oh well. As long as I keep your demons at bay, I guess," said she, thinking she wasn't one of them. "Gods, you suck." "All right, let's take a nap," he said. "Long night awaits us." "Or a short one," she said. "Depending on how good a fighter you are." "True." Tisk. Just like the last time, the two slept till the night crept and the darkness swallowed the world. He didn't leave anything to chance, electing to go at it slowly, replicating it all until they found themselves pressed against the wall. The atmosphere, undoubtedly, tensed up. They were no longer ignorant. And though Silas could still shrug it off, she seemed to be incapable. He chattered on randomly, mostly to draw the boy in like the same time, but also to try and calm her down. "Hush," the voice arrived right on cue. "You'll wake them." Looking to the side, Silas saw the same boy as the last time, hugging the same doll, his eyes peeled to them. And, just like the last time, he began speaking shortly after. "Follow me." "Hush your lips. Hush your eyes. Hush your feet. Hush your lies. Hush. 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 The lips did not move, and the voice spoke into his mind. It was still eerie and strange, but Silas fought back the instinct to jump at the boy and kill him. He stood up, intending to follow the boy, when he saw that Agnes was still rooted on the ground, appearing frightful. Hurrying, he bent down and grabbed her hand, pulling her to her feet and dragging her forward, hand in hand. She seemed to abruptly wake but didn't let go, holding even tighter instead. The boy led them through the village and toward its back, down the same cellar doors and the same stairs and the same corridor and into the same room before leaving them. Watching him leave, the two sat down onto the couch of sorts, seeped in silence. You're gonna have to let go at some point, he said. I know I'm a good fighter, but I ain't good enough to fight with you as a weapon. Not that you'd make a good one, anyway. Why, she grumbled, letting go. All you had to say, can you let go of my hand? Literally, that's all you had to say. Why complicate it? 'Cause it's more fun that way. Why am I even putting up with this abuse, she said, leaning onto her arm. I could be living elsewhere, on my own. I don't need you, you know? But you need me. It wouldn't hurt you to be nicer to me from time to time. Isn't it more fun, he asked suddenly. Hey. Bickering with me, even if on a losing end, he glanced at her. Then talking to the trees and birds and watching everyone else live their lives blessed by altruistic ignorance. It is fun, she said. Could be funner, though. Funner's not a word. More fun. Funner is a word. There ain't many hills I'm gonna die on, he looked at her. But if you say funner one more time, I swear I'll dye your hair in piss yellow and make constant jokes about how many birds pissed on your head 'cause you reminded them of a piss hole. A very strange hill to die on, she fought a creeping smile. But very well. I shall afford you this victory. What a lovely scene, a calm, quaint voice interrupted the two suddenly. Silas turned slowly, facing the group of people that was not there just a moment ago. The boy that led them here stood to the side, playing with the doll, while three others stood to the front, two elderly women and a young man. The latter seemed to be the guard of a sort, draped in scrappy, leather armor, sword in hand. The two women were identical, slightly hunched, appearing to be in their late 60s, white-haired, with half-closed eyes and white robes that dragged along the floor slightly. Is it? Silas replied quaintly as, just like the last time, Agnes moved closer to him and tried to hide from the newcomers. It was strange, he mused, as she appeared completely fine with Valen and others. Of course, the women spoke at the same time, though it didn't sound like two voices. Young love in full bloom is always a beautiful thing to see. The two moved forward and sat down opposite of them, with the man standing guard to their side. Though Silas was slightly worried about him, it didn't alter his plans. Yes, she does radiate the beauty of love, Silas changed the response, granting himself a swift jab into the ribs that he ignored. Though loveless still she's beautiful. I can imagine, Agnes had changed her appearance once more, to the same, black-haired woman she was before. Though a dash of loving sheen never hurts the woman's skin. Nonetheless, we are Silas was quicker than anyone, even Agnes, anticipated. Charging his muscles with the hidden energy in his veins, he crossed the distance between the two in less than the blink of an eye, a dagger in hand stabbing precisely and perfectly into one woman's heart. Eerily, both cried out and, within a moment, began to shrivel up like aging fruit, even more so than before, until they deflated like balloons, entirely unlike how any human dying would. Another moment later, and a shrieking cry swept through the room as a violet died, ghostly apparition arose from the two corpses and was flung toward the boy, seemingly sucked in by the doll in his hands that began to shiver and shake and violently spasm. At the same time, a window appeared in front of Silas, confusing him further. You have killed a shade of corruption. New quest has been discovered, liberating the haunted. Context: you have discovered a nefarious plot of one of the kingdom's most notorious murderers, a long-standing legend believed by many to simply be a family of murderers carrying on their legacy. However, the grand secret is far more evil and heinous. Uncover this secret and defeat the murderer. Reward: preserve a single change of your choice through the loop's reset. The reward abruptly shook him, his mind reeling. He didn't hear Agnes calling out his name, didn't see the boy standing up, didn't see or hear the wailing ghosts burst through the wall. All he saw were opportunities, so many that it was impossible to narrow it down to just one. Chapter 111. Son of an The room went still, with Silas standing in shock over not being attacked by anyone after he killed both of the women. The man that stood guard next to them disappeared in a whisk of smoke, vanishing from their sight as though he was never there. The only ones left in the room were the two prophets and the boy holding onto his doll. The latter stood up slowly and stilled, stiff like a puppet, craning his neck to the side and looking at the two. Chills began to rise, almost appearing corporeal. Agnes walked closer to Silas and hung to his rear, shaking faintly. Though he felt them too, Silas remained unbending. They were the chills of death, he realized, the kind he'd felt millions of times already. They were nothing new, even if they were consolidated onto him. Death was not his foe, not anymore at least. If anything, the two hung like lovers in the sky too many times already. Though Silas was surprised that the boy was behind the deathly dews, it didn't matter. Masks were aplenty in this world, and a child's was just one among them, however deviant it may have been. The silence continued to reign, pulsating freely, seemingly waiting with bated breath to be broken. The energy changed abruptly, Silas realized, and just as he was about to react, he realized it wasn't an attack. Instead, twilight-dyed shadows ran amok the floor and up the boy's short legs, converging toward his head, covering him completely. A subtle explosion later, a much taller and broader silhouette emerged from the smoke and dust, a figure draped in ordinary clothes that seemed 2 layers too thin for winter. It was a black-haired man who looked to be in his late 40s, wear and tear of age evident on his face, his nose slightly hung and crooked with a pair of slanted and narrow, twilight-colored eyes peering just above it. He was on the shorter end of things, some 5'3" at most, without a doll to hold this time. Despite the ordinary appearance, Silas stiffened momentarily. The man gave off the same sense of danger that Derek did, causing instinctual alarms inside his body to begin ringing out like bells at dawn. I can't defeat him, Silas knew instinctively. Some foes he could still contend against and have some hope of defeating, and some yet he felt hopeless against, Derek included still. It was no longer a matter of experience, as he likely toppled over others in that department, but rather refinement and the general lack of polish and techniques. Still, it wasn't as though he'd just bend and keel. He will still fight, if for nothing else but to discover how strong the man is for the future. You have just ruined 20 years of planning, you know, the man said with a crooked smile. How did you know that they were the vassals? The what? Because you didn't hide them well, Silas replied confidently. After all, his personal motto did used to be never let your ignorance get in the way of your confidence. Ha 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 ha, the man burst out laughing suddenly, bending back and forth like a tube man in the wind, eerily unnaturally. You really are getting on my nerves. So much is ruined. Not even 10 of your lives can repay it. Not even 100. Nay, not even 1,000. More will now have to suffer because of you, you know. Well, if by more you mean you, then yet, Silas smiled. Before I chop your head off, you'll suffer a bit. I hope you can keep up. You amuse me, the man said. A little plaything in the snow, dancing and singing and flailing. Had you just stayed quiet, you'd have become a part of a dream greater than you, than this land, this entire kingdom, the entire world. Why didn't you just stay quiet? Accept the scythe of reality. What did you do to the villagers? Silas asked. Killed them, of course, the man said casually. What kind of a stupid question is that? Were my plans truly thwarted by a moron like you? Ah, I must be slipping. Age is catching up to me, I've noticed. Sometimes, I forget to pull my pants down when I crap. It's gotten bad. Yeah, bad's really underselling it. So, Silas recalled the window's explanation about the quest, trying to worm his way into some answers since the man appeared somewhat chatty. What's the kingdom's most nefarious and legendary murderer doing in this backwater place? Oh, a glimmer alighted inside the man's dead gaze, a tiny spark of interest as he pulled something from his pocket, catching it between his lips and using his index finger to summon fire on top of it. Is that a freakin' cigarette? Taking a puff, the man stood in silence for a moment, his stern gaze locked onto Silas. Smoke billowed out from between the dry lips, vanishing soon after, not unlike the man who guarded the 2 women. Not a dullard, eh? Since you're here, you're at least an exorcist. Who sent you? Mullins? Fires? Kill arts? Ha. It doesn't matter. Unfortunately, you can't return. You've taken upon the point of no return, I'm afraid. Shame. Kingdom needs good men, now more than ever. Like you. Silas quizzed. Like me, the man scoffed. You think these peasants matter? They're everywhere. Breeding as though the sky rains food. Parasites, the lot of them, leeching off from those deserving and then crying and begging when hunger strikes in. Their lives are worth more in death than in life. The kingdom above all. I understand you exorcists think yourselves grander than us, loftier, above the mortal matters. You sit upon your golden throne and judge us. Don't worry. Your own judgment is nigh. They shall stand drained within the same chains that they anchored us with. At least, take solace in knowing you shall welcome them, wherever you may go. The kingdom above all. Silas smiled faintly. Sorry. Can't buy it. It doesn't matter, the man said, taking another puff. You're not meant to. Most aren't. While you enjoy your reveries, we fight and fight and fight. I am only a nefarious murderer in the eyes of the worthless, pointless, and tragically numerous nobodies. In the eyes of the kingdom, I am its hero. You just sound like another megalomaniac, if you ask me, Silas probed carefully. An actual hero would fight for everyone, not just the deserving. Ha, the man took another puff, shuffling his hair. It's pointless. You set me back many years. Though it's a shame, an exorcist's core should be fairly useful. 20? No, maybe 30 years? Should be enough, Silas frowned, slowly contextualizing everything. Ah, don't worry about the girl. I'll kill her too. I am not a monster. That's a weird line to draw. Even the nefarious villains have a compass, the man grinned strangely, drawing out a thin and sharp-seeming dagger, fiddling with it. Mine's just a bit more comfortable with bending here and there. Goodbye, then. The dagger came flying in quickly, but not to the point where Silas was helpless to respond. He shoved Agnes back and lifted the sword up, ignoring the dagger's strike and instead immediately using Heartseeker, aiming for the man's heart. Silas was his best, against people, at least, when he fought blow for blow. It was truly, irrevocably impossible to quickly kill him. In fact, it was starting to be a bit troublesome, as he could even survive having his throat cut for minutes on end. In fact, short of beheadings, it was virtually impossible to kill him in one strike. Even stabbing his heart directly yielded some mild pain at worst short term, at least. He'd die eventually from the blood loss if he let it bleed freely, but it would take a while. The man, on the other hand, didn't seem too keen on exchanging blows, using the nimbleness of a dagger to deflect his strike and slither by the blade's edge, closing the distance between the two immediately. He was virtually pressed against Silas' chest, the pair of emotionless eyes peering into his soul as dagger nicked at his neck, cutting directly through the artery. The man withdrew swiftly while Silas stood motionless, running his fingers over the wet and warm wounds. It hurt. Kind of. The man staggered when he saw Silas ignore the wound and strike back, once again aiming for the heart. The man, despite the shock, dodged and, once again, closed the distance, nicking the other side of the neck. Silas continued to stab, adjusting to the speed and coming closer and closer to landing a strike. In the meantime, the man continued to chip away a stab here, a stab there, aiming for the vital organs. It was only after over 10 holes were punctured in Silas' body that he fell to his knees, too weak to stand up. The blood loss was simply too much. There was a victory in all of it, however he managed to cut the man, however slightly. What the hell are you? The man asked, frowning. Did Heron send you? No, he wouldn't dare. I don't sense the way of blood in you, anyway. How are you still alive, though? Again, what the hell are you? Me. Silas said, grinning. His whole face was dyed in crimson, turning his smile eerie and harrowing. He lifted the sword with the last of his strength, but instead of aiming it at the man, he pointed it at his own chin. Just your demon. See you soon, son of a ner. The man's eyes widened at that moment like saucers, his entire body shuddering. Though the name likely meant something, Silas didn't know what. He'd have to investigate. It wasn't him who discovered the name, it was Agnes, actually. She heard a voice, apparently, and just before the two broke into the fight, she whispered son of a ner into his ear. Ha, so many names to remember, Mullen, Fire, Killard, Aner, Heron, sheesh. This will be a long loop. Chapter 112. A little bit broken. Silas didn't linger about too much after catching up to the peak of his way, immediately heading for the library. This time around, he had a clear goal in mind, putting faces to the names the son of a ner, whatever that may mean, mumbled. It wouldn't be easy, but at least he had a frame of reference, that being the kingdom's nobility. He paused in front of the library abruptly, his lips twitching. Standing by the door frame and leaning onto it was Agnes. He hadn't seen her this loop and had begun to think she may not have remembered it this time around, but it looks like she did. It was better this way, as he would have even more help. Yo, he called out. Where have you been? Praying, she replied, stepping aside while Silas opened the doors and walked in. Memories came flooding back, steeped in the deep past of when he first met Valen, when the boy was hawked at still by the castle's maids. Praying for what? He asked. Answers, mostly, she said, her tone heavy. As to how they could allow a monster like that to not only live but swallow an entire village in his vileness. Silas glanced at her and noted the black circles underneath her eyes. She seemed tired, but not the kind of tiredness that emerges from hard work. It was the sort steeped in pain and anguish and long, languid, sleepless nights when the restless mind belts and beats and screams into the void. Did you get any answers, I mean? No, she said, sitting down. Just memories. It's different with the dead, she added, looking at him. It makes sense. But, a person killing their own kind. I always figured you were naive, Silas said, reaching for the two main books he was after that detailed the recent history of noble families in the kingdom. But this is bordering dangerous. What do you mean? She frowned. It's just who we are, innately, he said, dusting off the books and handing one over to her. We are warlike, greedy, selfish, and hopeless. Primal. That's the difference, he interrupted, looking up and at her sternly. Is that we have the capacity for change. We have the ability to choose not to be any of those things. That's the difference between good men and not so good ones. That choice. Most people will choose to be good. Some will choose to be evil. Others neither. He chose neither. What? How is he not evil? She argued, ignoring the book. Then, do you think I'm a good man? He asked suddenly. No, even more importantly, do you think you are a good person? Why yes, I think we are both good people, she said. Then we are good, he smiled faintly. To us, he is evil. To us, we are good. Flip the story, and to him, we are in his way, nuisances. And, just like he said, he's a hero. You don't have to agree with it. Just understand that people are infinite variants all bound within the frame of the same desires. We all want to be loved or respected in some capacity. It's just that we go down different paths trying to accomplish it. Setting your coming-of-age struggle aside for a moment, he added. Look for the names he mentioned, starting with his, Aner. After, look for Mullen, Fire, Killard, and Heron. Hey, did you hear me? Why yes, I did. What names? Mullen, Fire, Killard, Heron, and Aner. You were pretty sheltered, even within your visions, hey. Silas said. It's not as though I never saw men kill each other, she said. But, it's always in the context of a battle. Of war. Where it makes sense. Never killing ordinary people who can't even put up a fight. Well, now you did, he added. Start reading. It will take your mind off of things. Silas refocused on the book, flipping swiftly through the pages, only looking for the names and ignoring everything else. He was fairly familiar with the general structure of the kingdom, though the names were mostly a blur as it's been decades since he last read through these tomes and refreshed his knowledge. Pages blurred in his eyes, though he didn't encounter any of the names. Though he knew he still wouldn't truly understand the dynamics of things, it would be a start. Afterward, he would ask Valen for the fuller picture or at least the surface-level fuller picture, before once again making the trek south to look for more answers. No, he quickly shook his head. Going back is pointless since I'd immediately get killed. I need to evolve the Heartseeker before moving out. I found one, Agnes' voice brought him out of his thoughts. Killard. Yes. Says here, she continued. They're one of the older noble families, though they are just an earl's estate. They are known for their silver and gold mines, making them one of the richest estates in general. The rest is just listing off some prominent names of the house from the history, all of whom seem to be royal treasurers. All right. Keep looking though it wasn't much, it was a start. He knew that Killards weren't just some rich, connected to royalty estate, they were tangled in the shadowy wars of the kingdom in more ways than one, likely funding some of the players directly or indirectly. He stopped flipping, coming across a name in It was a fairly thick passage, detailing out their history which immediately caught his eyes. The name derives from the Old Tongue's word for Holy Anyun and was bestowed upon General Makina Nidahata by Her Majesty, the kingdom's first Holy Queen Nea. Since the dawn of victory, House Anur has served the throne with eclipsing loyalty, participating in every war since. It has always bolstered the strongest troops, with countless historic figures born within the house's ranks. Fenley the Revered, who defended Hyldar's Pass against an army of 6,000 with only 800 men at his side for whole 3 weeks before reinforcements arrived. Then there was Vanir the Bestowed, who managed to take his small, private troop of 60 knights and take over one of the major border castles, Kvinta, in a single night. House Anur has been traditionally wed into the royal blood by the means of their daughters, such so that 22 queens altogether have been direct descendants of House Anur. It is likely that with the death of His Majesty Bevun and the crowning of his son, Crown Prince Wyvanol, young Lady Leonor, the prince's betrothed, will ascend to the position of queen, marking her the 23rd Anur lady to hold such position. House Anur's roots run long and deep, their hands intertwined with many of the kingdom's projects. Be it road pavements connecting many of its lustrous cities, or some of the monumental projects that distinguish our great kingdom from the others, House Anur is always at the forefront, representing the fierce loyalty and love to the crown that should serve as an example to others. Silas' frown was deep as he leaned back. Lady Leonor was the kingdom's current queen, the very same one that effectively banished Valen and had begun stirring the ire of the kingdom through her antics. That would make Prince Wyvanol the current king, the passive sort that stood by and watched it all happen. And House Anur, though it wasn't specified anywhere, was likely the most powerful house in the kingdom. And that man was the supposed son of Anur. There was a caveat there, however. Silas recognized. It would be easy to immediately jump to connecting the man to the House Anur, but there was the alternative that he was somehow connected to the original meaning of the word, that is Anyun. Which would make him the Holy Son. Silas wasn't willing to jump to either of the conclusions as both were loaded with possible misinterpretation. Rather, he decided he'd probe the man himself for answers eventually. Until then, a headache would suffice. However, bit by bit, he was pulling the curtain. The kingdom was no longer as alien as it was when he first landed in it. Though many corridors still remained unlit and harrowing, it was at least not a void no longer. Hey, he called out Agnes, causing her to look up. I'm sorry. Huh? For what? For being a jackass, he said. In my hurry to get somewhere, I forgot to be human. A common thing, really. It's fine, she said. You were a jackass, but also right. Besides, you're always a jackass. So, are you apologizing for being who you are? You terrify me, you know that. Silas said suddenly. What? Why, she exclaimed, looking at him strangely. Because you remember, he replied, causing her confused expression to vanish, replaced by a faintly painful one. I might forget, you never know, she said. Don't know which is scarier, to be honest, he sighed, leaning further back, rocking the chair. But, for while you remember, I'll try. To be nicer, I mean. It's fine, she cracked a wide smile, the dimples of her cheeks pronouncing the contour of her lips further. I don't mind you the way you are. Really? Ah, you must be as fucked up as I am, then, he said. I might just be, she chuckled. But, nothing wrong with being a little bit broken, I've learned, she leaned further, resting her head on her arms, her smile mellowing out further. It just means we've survived whatever tried to kill us, and found the strength to live on. Silas chuckled, shaking his head. Though, it was nice to hear it, even if to just mask his mind for a little while. He was not unwhole, just a little bit broken. Chapter 113. A stroke of death. Silas held his breath, his expression a grimace of pain. His muscles were flexed taut, veins pulsating like worms, his skin steaming as though there was a fire roaring beneath it. Agnes stood to the side, biting her lower lip, eyes full of worry. He'd been in such a state for nearly an hour now, and yet what lay beneath the surface was even more horrifying. Even she felt it, the energy coiling around his blood, dragging it against the body's God-given current. Every so often, per his instructions, she'd toss a bucket of ice-cold water at him, immediately causing a rollout of steam to mystify him for a little while, though if it helped, she didn't know. She couldn't understand, after all, how could a human body even survive what his was surviving? Even she knew that a touch of energy anywhere within was virtually a death sentence, even means of human execution in some parts, since it was so quick. And yet, he thrived within it, within the rolling fires that burned even her, who stood some 10 feet from him, steeped deep in the cold snap. It wasn't painless though, that much she knew. From the onset, his face was that of a man suffering. His eyebrows danced and his lips trembled and his nostrils widened. Every so often, he'd bleed, most often from the nose, other time from his eyes, lips, ears, and sometimes skin on his body would simply rupture and spray out a handful of blood. It was a horrifying sight to behold each and every time, and it caused her heart to stop. Even if aware that, deep down, this to him was a catharsis as much as training self-flagellation meant as punishment for his past, it wasn't easy watching. Rather, it made it harder since he believed he deserved the pain, the gain of strength from it notwithstanding. It pained her as well, and yet she couldn't help as much as she wanted to. She was a stranger, a stray, a speck in the internal history that he was writing. As long as it helped, she would muse. As long as it helped. It all suddenly stopped, his body relaxing as he opened his eyes. She didn't run over in joy. This was the third time it happened. And, judging by the look in his eyes, he was unsuccessful still. He remained seated for a moment before lashing out, digging a ditch in the ground with his fist alone. Sweat blistered out, collected strands of his hair flaying about in motion. "Are you hungry?" she asked, not knowing what else to say. "Yeah," he replied in a hoarse tone. "Water." "Here," she hurriedly handed him over a gourd, which he emptied in a single motion. Here's some fresh bread and corn if you'd like." "Yeah," he said, standing up and walking over to the large bucket, washing his torso and armpits quickly, ignoring the fact that she had to put on 4 layers of clothing just not to freeze to death while he walked around in knee-long pants and topless. He, then, sat leaning against the castle's walls, chewing away at the bread and corn absent-mindedly. How is it?" she asked carefully, sitting down next to him. "I'm close," he replied. "Should get it the next time." "Then, why'd you punch the ground?" He glanced at her. "To expel excessive energy." "You did it on purpose, didn't you?" Maybe, though he tried to hide it, a smile inevitably crept on his lips. "In truth, I am a bit frustrated." "Why?" she quizzed. "Because it's easy." "Because it's what?" "Are you insane?" she exclaimed in horror. "That's not easy. That's outright impossible. What you're doing, literally cannot be done by anyone else." "Not that," he sighed. "There are no bottlenecks. No struggles. It's just, smooth sailing. I don't have to particularly work on anything, just mindlessly rush ahead and abuse the fact that I can't die." "You can die," she said suddenly. "No, you do die. You know what I mean." "I don't think you know what you mean," she added. "You've grown too numb to death, I've realized." "You'd too if you died thousands of times," he said. "No, it's probably in 5 digits by now." I ain't bitching, though. I'm sure I'll hit a wall eventually, I always do. I'm a talentless hack, after all." You're many things, but that's not one of them," she said. "By the way, did you make this bread?" "No." "So that's why it's good," he said. "And if I said yes? It would have been the worst bread you've ever tasted." "Shit, you're catching up." She'd been sighing a lot recently, she realized. But she'd also been laughing more. And feeling anxious. And nervous. And hopeful. Joyful. Excited. Mournful. She'd been feeling human emotions, at last. The two didn't speak anymore, not while he ate, when he finished, or when he returned to the session of torture. She'd known no other man who could do what he was doing, willingly walking into the kinds of pain that would have others screaming till their lungs and throats collapsed and burned. Once again, his body, scarred and patched and seemingly broken, burned, his skin turning reddish. Veins pulsated, muscles bulged. Expressions danced like sorrowful swans. Lips quivered. Time, like the blood in his veins, seemed to freeze its passage, intangible to the reality in front of her. To him, and in part to her, time didn't matter. She'd lived out lifetimes in her dreams. Lived out thousands of stories in the voices that spoke to her. And he likely forgot that time was a thing. Days and months and years and decades to them were just words. Things divorced from their reality. It was within the passage of the thing invisible, however, that the world abruptly changed. She felt it, immediately. The blood in his body went against the current completely, turning unwound. A muffled roar escaped his tightly glued lips, his entire body shaking as though sitting on top of an earthquake's epicenter. Blood began to flow out of his every orifice, it seemed, dyeing everything within and without him in scarlet red. The horrifying sight that nearly had her puking aside, he stood up suddenly, his eyes opening. They were bloodshot red, like the devil's. Not speaking a word, he reached toward the sword lying leaned against the wall and drew it out of its scabbard. The rugged grey of the steel shimmered briefly as it drew a grand arc toward the front. Still not speaking, still red-eyed, still bleeding, seemingly holding the last breath, one that, if exhaled, would take with it the last of his life force, Silas got into a fighting stance, his feet faintly parted, facing forward, the sword pulled back at his waist. And he stabbed. It was a beyond quick stab, one she, at least, was unable to follow. Only its afterimage, the blur it left behind. However, before she could properly register even that, the second stab followed. And then the third. And the fourth. The only reason she could even tell the number is that they blew the wind toward her, over and over, despite the fact that she stood to the side, some 15 feet away. The wind was cold and carried with it the scent of death that the blade emitted. She knew that even if just grazed by it, most men would die on the spot. Silas continued stabbing all the way until after the 9th stroke, the stab caused his entire body to shift slightly and his lips to part, whereupon a mouthful of blood found its way out on the freshly paved snow. He ignored it, however, his red eyes beyond focused at the tip of the blade. And then he stabbed again. It was different. Even she realized it from the get-go. Not just different, no, it was not of this world. The blade ripped forward and shattered, the chunks of steel first flying off and, within the first feet of flight, incinerating. Yet, despite that, his motion continued. The blade was no longer corporeal, it was made up entirely of invisible energy. He pushed forward with every inch of his body, his bones creaking, cracking, and snapping like the branches of a tree. Yet he persevered. Though she saw it all, she saw it because forces beyond allowed her to see it all. Of it took less than 1/10 of a second to happen. Silas finished the motion and stabbed out fully with a blade that was not there. The world fell silent and still for a moment before a thunderous roar blew her eardrums out and the violent, shattering wind blew her back into the wall. In soul-seething horror, she saw the trees bend and break under the mighty wind, with the direction of the stab, vanishing. Where Silas stabbed there used to be a thick, tall wall. Now, there was a hole that ran on and on, deadly stillness all around it. She slid down against the wall, ignorant of the ache that was frying her mind. What superseded it was what she had just witnessed, a strike that defied the order of nature. A strike born not of a man. Her eyes instinctively veered to the side, at the figure that procured it. Despite the fact that he stood in the melting, red snow armless, bleeding from the gaping holes at his shoulders, he seemed beyond tall, beyond amaranthan. He was breathing the last breath of his life, his eyes a mere visage of consciousness that was quickly fading, his body a broken, tangled mess of blood and gore, but her heart and soul were shaken and stirred with awe and terror she only ever felt when hearing the god's voice. Before she lost her own consciousness to the pain she was yet to perceive, he managed to tilt his head to the side and lock his gaze with hers. He smiled, she realized. A smile full of pain, yet of hope. A smile of dread, yet wonder. Of fire that kills, yet births. Of hate, yet forgiveness. Anger, yet tranquility. And she smiled back. A smile full of hope. A smile full of wonder. A smile that births. That forgives. That tranquilizes. Within winds of time, bends of bones, and tears of blood, the two died. Chapter 114. Heart Puncture. Congratulations on completing the second quest of the Heart Seeker mantra. Your reward, Heart Puncture. Heart Puncture, superimpose 10 strikes into a singularity, unleashing a strike that cannot be blocked, dodged, parried, neglected, or dispelled. The strike's strength is dependent on the sacrifice made. New task, take 10 lives using Heart Puncture. Rewards, Heart's Touch. Silas remained in a daze for days to come, recalling back the scene just before he died. He'd done something inhuman, no, that was wrong. He'd done many inhuman things, such as dying countless times, but that was the very first time he'd done something that he would qualify as fantastical. It was the very first time he truly broke the laws of physics as he knew them. The first time he stepped onto the ladder of monsters. It was a strike that took his life, yes, but it was also a strike that took the life out of the world and bent it under its might. Whether 5 or 500 people were standing in that path, they'd have all died, he knew. It was that powerful. That life-altering. He knew, from that moment, he'd taken a path with no return. Because he knew he wouldn't be able to spend the rest of his life without striking like that again. He looked down at his open palm, at the hand that held the blade that shattered. It was a strike beyond all others, but it demanded equal amounts, he knew. The description of it didn't do it proper justice. The level of damage he caused the first time he used it demanded his life, yes, but there was a major caveat there: he was impossibly difficult to kill. In fact, he'd wager that he was harder to kill than 20-30 ordinary people. Someone could stab and slash and punch and rip and claw and cut him for hours, and he'd still live. The value of his life, from that perspective, as a tool of sacrifice, was incomparable to the rest. He suspected that if an ordinary soldier wagered their life for a strike, it would be nowhere near what he ended up executing. Sighing, he picked up the flagon of wine and drank till his throat couldn't handle it anymore. His perspective of the world was changing with each passing breath, with each step he took forward. It wasn't just that he advanced in the Heart Seeker, there was also his way he'd managed to reverse his blood. In fact, it was flowing backward right now. The sensation was strange, akin to feeling chills crawling up his veins, but they never end. He did some tests already. A massive puncture wound would heal within a day. More miraculously, however, he was incapable of bleeding out. He could sit for hours and not even pass out, let alone die. More and more he started believing Derek's recollection of the man who hung himself upside down, slit his throat, and bled for 7 days and 7 nights. It was an issue, however, for him, at least. The only way to quickly kill himself at the moment wasn't to even slit his throat, but to go directly for the brain, either through the eyes or the soft sides of the head. He worried, deep down, that there might come a point where even that won't be possible. The only way he knew how to function in this world, truly, was through being reborn over and over again. If he were to be denied that, he would be lost. Nonetheless, he was far from immortal, that was the comforter. Beheadings were still there, his neck wasn't made from steel or such and was still very much normal. A lot of the instant death still worked on him, it's just that, it took a while for him to die. It was a weave, he realized, of strange juxtapositions, though his newfound durability worried him when it came to rebirth, it greatly empowered Heartseeker. After all, he could sacrifice very mild things for attacks that would effectively kill anyone not superpowered themselves. Sighing, he put down the flagon and looked toward the window, smiling queerly. Days have been eerily quiet recently, with no heightened voice of a certain someone to continuously pester him and break the silence. You sure would make a terrible stalker, he spoke to the air, it seemed, and yet, a moment later, a head popped out from the window pane, causing Silas to burst out into laughter. She was like a curious cat peeking in gingerly. What are you laughing for? She cried out, vaulting through the window. Nothing, nothing, sorry, he waved it off, pouring her a cup. At least you had the decency not to watch when I bathe myself. I would never. I wouldn't mind, though. Ugh. Ha ha ha, good to see you're still the same. Why wouldn't I be? She asked, taking the cup. I thought I scared ya off. Oh, you did, she commented, and he felt it. Briefly, but it was there. Scared the wits out of me, to be honest. You can talk to a god, he said. How's that not scarier than what I did? Not all magic is equal, she said. And same. My magic is, soft. Loose. Abstract. I hear a voice. I see things. I feel things. But that aside, I'm just an ordinary woman. I can be cut and I cannot cut. I can barely lift a sword without my muscles weeping. Then train, he said. It's not the same, she shook her head. Training aimlessly would only get me so far. We ought to behoove our strengths, walk the path laid out in front of us. My strengths are not within the blade, but within my voice. That much I know. You do have a nice voice. You know what I mean. Well, I'm glad you're back if nothing else, he chuckled. I never left. It was a bit creepy having you just watching me from the distance, though. How did you do it? Do that. Do that, she nodded. A many small million things, I gather, aligning in a perfect ensemble, he replied, taking a sip. And losing my life in the process. Did it hurt? It didn't. Are you sure? It rang strange, she said. It's one memory. I distinctly recall. It's not a vision. Not a retelling by a voice in my head. It's a memory, Silas. I can just close my eyes, and she did. And picture it. When I died. When I felt it all just, go quiet. Is that how it's like for you? To die? Sometimes, he said. Other times, it's violent, loud, painful. Sometimes I'm not even aware I died. I'm shocked, she said, opening her eyes. You aren't screaming into the sky perpetually. I am, he smiled. It's just that the screams are silent. Can you do it again? She asked. I can, he nodded. Amazing, she sighed, setting her head down onto the table, her hair spilling over like water, softly laying. Oh my, you're making me blush. You can already shake the heavens, she said, glancing at him. You're quite dumb deep down, aren't you? Oh, wow, I was never so offended by something I wholeheartedly agree with, he smiled. Do you know what is magic? She asked suddenly, sitting up. At its core, stripped away of its fancy. Forget the scale, forget the feeling, forget the reality. Beyond it all, what is magic? I don't know. What is it? A tool of defiance. A tool of defiance. Humans take what is by right gods, she said. And rise. At its core, magic is like an intangible blade or armor that we use to cradle ourselves in faith that we can defy the inevitable. We use it to empower ourselves, to elevate ourselves, and to look at the sky with confidence to face the thunder ripping back at us. But you became that thunder, Silas. You became the rip that shreds the souls. You are magic in its infancy, an empowered blade coated with armor that cannot be wilted. You need to be aware of that. Silas fell silent for a moment, meeting her piercing gaze squarely. She truly believed everything she was saying. Every last word of it. Thanks. I am, he replied honestly to her sincerity. Good, she beamed him a smile. At least you're smarter than a dung beetle. Wow, I can't believe I passed such a high mark, he rolled his eyes at her. Hey, dung beetles are clever animals. They understand that there's no such thing as waste and that everything has the potential to be useful. Just stop, he chuckled. I get it. You're a friend I never thought I needed. Ha. So you finally acknowledge that we're friends. I suppose, he said. But does it make you that happy? Of course, she nodded. After all, you're a perfect bodyguard. Oh. No matter what happens or who attacks me, she continued. I can just have you defend me bravely. When you think about it, aren't I invincible? There's only so many times I can save you as a friend, he flung her a teasing smile. Hey. What's it like here? A knight saving his lady and such, he said. Yeah, that. For the truly permanent protection, at least that is necessary. I am a god's maiden, I can't. Oh, wow, I didn't know it hit that hard, he quickly recoiled. I'm joking, okay? Just joking. No matter what, or how many times, I'll help you, alright? No knighthood necessary. I'm fine with mean jokes, she said, nestling her reddened cheeks into her bosom. But that was just cruel. I'm sorry, he said. One apology's not going to cut it. How about a kiss, then? Silas. Pfft, ha 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 ha, he burst out into laughter, while she tossed a wooden bowl at him, huffing and puffing angrily. The day was good, he realized. And silence was quenched. Chapter 115. Legacy of an Immortal. The two were back on the road once more, their footsteps quickly erased by the falling snow, leaving no trace they ever walked through. Nonetheless, the winds carried their voices forth into the reaches beyond their sight, adrift. Silas was confident, if not in winning, at least in dragging the battle much longer than before. He had the complete intention of sacrificing as much of himself as possible if it would gain him a victory, as it would likely lead to some more answers. Son of an whoever he may be, may not be the key, Silas mused, to all the locks that held the gates of heaven tightly closed, but he was the prying mantis that would allow him to at least peek through the keyhole. Mysteries were abundant, and even before unraveling one, he would beset himself with 5 extra ones. Strangely, however, it wasn't as though they were completely disconnected from one another. Here and there, bits and pieces, sometimes even large chunks, were connected by the bridges of relationships. Everything, it seemed, stemmed from perhaps not a singular root, but a few that themselves shared the dirt that gave birth to them. The boy turned man, who so easily dispatched him the last time, on the surface seemed like a random anomaly, and yet, somewhere in his straying shadow, there's a link to the kingdom's current queen and king, who are in turn connected to Valen, who in turn or, rather, whose gift, in turn, connected him to the realm of dead, the state which was then further connected to the city Silas discovered beyond the border. And then there were shadows, tapping into the shades and shimmers of death for their bidding. Though he had all these motes, nodes of knowledge that broadened his horizons, the definitive links were missing. Even the nodes themselves had major disparities in terms of how much he knew with certainty. In the end, it was all a blur. There were no anomalies. Even Agnes, for some reason, had been given visions of him long before they met, by the actual gods of this world. In him, a certain suspicion arose that those very gods had dragged him from Earth's slumbering ashes and plotted him here, for one reason or another. He couldn't help but sigh at it all. How simpler the times were, he mused, when he first arrived. All he had to worry about was an army of zombie-like creatures, and a traitor or two. Since then, a mountain or a few of knowledge had piled onto his mind, some of which was already rotting in the depths of his memory, all but forgotten. What are you sighing for? She asked him as they approached the edge of the forest. Everything, he shrugged. I think I'll take a year-long break or so after this one. Why? To train a bit, he said. Refresh my talisman knowledge. Drink. Sleep. Peek at women bathing. Hey. I'm kidding. You better. I just need to reset my brain, he said, tapping the side of his head. It's running on fumes right now. Well, you do have limited capacity for thought, she said. Nice. Thanks. That aside, what about you? Will you join me or will you disappear for a while yourself? Disappear where? She shrugged. May as well watch over you, make sure you aren't peeking places you oughtn't. Oughtn't can't be a fucking word. No way. Ha. Maybe we can use that time to educate you a bit. You should wait outside the village this time around, he said suddenly. Hey? Why? She quizzed. It's gonna be explosive, he said. And I won't be able to protect you. I plan on going all out, in part to see my limits, but also try and get some answers from the guy. You can observe my badassery from a safe distance. Fine, she said. You better win, then. Shit, now I'm getting nervous, he said. I need to take a piss. Couldn't you have maintained that shred of delicacy you had to never mention your business to me? She asked intensely. No, now that we're friends, we need to be knocking down these walls, you know? True friends can watch each other shittin' and still grin. Just shut the fuck up and piss yourself to death. Well, I pissed you off to death. Would be poetic. Oh my god. Silas followed the same steps as every other time they snuck into the village just without her by his side. It was strange, though liberating. He didn't have to repeatedly look over his shoulder and keep her in his peripheral vision, just in case something jumped at them. It all played out the same. Despite his worry, the boy came to pick him up, leading him to the underground room where, after some wait, the twins joined. He played along for a moment, wondering whether there'd be any major changes, but there weren't. As such, when he noticed that the voices were wrapped in the atmosphere, he stabbed out with the dagger, killing both twins by killing just one. And, just like the last time, the room fell silent as he cracked his neck and stood up, drawing out the blade and waiting. The boy became a man and looked at him. The conversation was the same, and he was unable to pry much from the man, only that he was definitely not an ordinary human, since he spoke of certain events that happened over 300 years ago, as though he'd been there, in first person. Though it could have been mind games, Silas doubted it. After all, there was no reason. To the man, Silas was just an exorcist, and nothing more. Taking a deep breath, he waited for it to strike. It came, as swiftly as the last time, the dagger flashing through the void itself and aiming for his neck. He was unable to dodge it, he knew, as such, he didn't bother. He thrust the blade forward, aiming directly for the man's heart. The latter dodged, once again slithering forward in an attempt to nick Silas' neck. Having expected it, Silas abused the fact that his body was no longer a human's and swung the sword to the side while still in the thrusting motion. Though his bones creaked and his muscles cried, nothing snapped or broke. The man reeled back in shock, bringing down the dagger and barely deflecting the strike, though he still ended up with a cut at his left side. He didn't immediately attack, instead keeping his distance, wariness in the eyes growing. He slouched forward slightly, clearly entering a proper stance this time around. The room was silent, the world was silent, and their hearts were silent. Silas was shocked inwardly over the man's absolute body control. Despite clearly being surprised, his heart barely skipped a beat before returning to its normal state. The two stared at each other for a few moments before they broke out into attacks. Silas still aimed for the heart, the only attack he had that had any chance of working, while the man dodged once again, ducking beneath the blade instead of slithering to the side. Though he didn't exactly expect it, Silas was prepared, once again doing something that shouldn't be possible while still in the thrusting motion. He veered the blade to the side so that its sharp edge faced down, and cleaved it against the laws of gravity. Evidently, the man didn't dedicate himself fully to the strike, immediately rolling out of the blade's trajectory and dodging the strike while using the opportunity to open a massive gash on Silas' right calf. The latter, however, didn't seem to even notice it, immediately recoiling the sword and stabbing toward the man who barely had a moment to recover before he was forced to roll away once again. Silas caught a breath and, instead of thrusting, swept violently at the man's general position. The latter, instead of confidently using the sporadic strike to sneak into Silas' dead region, rolled out of the sweep nimbly, electing to instead toss the dagger at Silas' shoulder. The latter was incapable of dodging it, partly because he was still in the sweeping motion, but partly because the dagger moved at the speed of thunder. It lodged itself cleanly but, seemingly bored with the notion, Silas reached out with his other arm and ripped it out, letting himself be bereaved of blood. The two paused, both catching their breath for a moment. "Who the hell are you?" The man's frown had formed deep creases on his face, his voice hoarse and dry. "Just an old man looking for an adventure," Silas gave out a non-answer with a grin. "If you want to know more, we got tit for tat, as they say. What say you, son of a ner? It's like that, isn't it?" The man's gaze sharpened suddenly as dark, thick shadows of black began to swirl out of his fingers and round the daggers. "Seeing your skill level, it's pointless to try and capture you. But I will find out who sent you." "Ah, I very much doubt that. I always get my answers from men, perhaps," Silas grinned. What do you mean?" "Wars are not something mankind had invented," Silas continued. "But something we inherited." "No, that's impossible," the man suddenly roared. Silas grinned inwardly, his blind stab getting some reaction, at least. "There hasn't been a champion of gods since we destroyed the Emporium's cairn. Who was it? Tell me. Who is the fool who rebuilt the damn thing?" The dark shadows that stood rooted to the daggers thus far suddenly erupted and covered the man's entire body, edifying him in darkness. "Do they not understand what they wrought upon this world? My blood and blood of my blood slaved for thousands of years to those things. It took everything we had to free ourselves of the godly chains. We had to usurp the echoes of the death, make deal with Calibrium, sell our sons and daughters in the final prayer of freedom. Jesus, fuck. That's a lot of information to throw at me, dude." "Who was it?" the man asked once again. No, he was no longer a man. He was a humanoid shadow with blood-red eyes and a spiked crown of blades on top of his head. "Who brought you here? You use something that doesn't belong to you," Silas tried to force out a bit more before devoting himself to the last strike. "Not to mention the time that should have been another's." "Ha. So be it. We shall find who it was. If lips were to be trusted, it's likely my own children, dreaming of the great empire's return. Fools. I should have never founded it. Come now, the man of God, and die." Silas, though absent-minded over the nuke of information that just obliterated his thoughts, still moved on instinct. He'd use it all, everything he had, in the clash. Whatever the outcome may be. Chapter 116. Pillar begets the weeping spirits. She blew into her hands despite not needing to. She was never cold, not once in her life. In fact, she was never anything except normal. Being burnt or chilled escaped her, the sensations as distant as that of love. There was something to be said, she knew, about living life never experiencing any highs or lows, existing in a perpetual state of content. Though she felt happiness and sadness, those emotions were abstract, elusive, hard to connect to. If they reflected in physical discomfort, she might have, but they never did. Nonetheless, she blew into her hands. It was because of a strange feeling, one she hadn't experienced before. She felt jittery, jumpy, unsettled. No, there was a transgression there that abounded. Her body felt those things. Her right knee would dance up and down madly. Her heart pumped faster. Her breathing grew shallower. She even bit her lips involuntarily. Staring at the distant town, a part of her wanted to run toward it. Not knowing was perhaps far more terrifying than being in the thick of the flames. She wanted to pray, to clasp her hands in front of her chest and close her eyes and mumble into the wind. But, she knew it was pointless. The act of prayer was wasted, she knew. The gods loved only her and would answer only for her. To them, he was likely an interesting anomaly that they were either tolerating or were indulging and engaging with. Another sensation washed over her, one that she experienced quite a few times before: helplessness. It was the very same emotion, the very same feeling, that had nearly driven her to the edge of sanity. The common knowledge regarding the prophets was that they'd see too many awful things in their visions and lose their minds because they were incapable of processing so many of them. But that wasn't quite right. Though watching awful things in a dream certainly wasn't easy, it was knowing that she had no ability to change anything that haunted her and many others. When she was 8, she had a dream in which a red, falcon-signed flag fluttered ragged in a horrid, violent wind. The flag was perched on top of an old, downtrodden castle whose walls were already falling apart, looking over a massive courtyard. There, some 20 people were lined up, on their knees, mass executed one after another in a bit of cruelty entirely inhumane. She woke up then, trembling, crying, screaming but only for a moment. Then, like a gust of wind, something cold swept through her and calmed her down. Replaced the sorrow with helplessness. She'd seen what would happen, but what of it? She didn't know which castle it was, whose flag it was, or who those people were. In fact, she never learned some of her dreams she ended up seeing in reality, but most remained elusive, blurry, distant. It was that sense of helplessness that caused many to lose their minds. She wasn't a unique specimen among the prophets. All of them were loved equally by the gods, given the very same things she was given the same privileges. The likely difference, for her, was that she spent her formative years in the woods, entirely divorced from the world. Her dreams remained dreams. She never saw them play out in reality, or saw others ignore her warnings. Others did. Prophets, in and of themselves, were vaguely looked at across the kingdom. It was beyond rare for a case like Cain's to occur, where a prophet was accepted by someone and where his visions were adhered to properly. It was far more common for them to either be entirely ignored or, worse yet, accused of dark worship or attempting to usurp the kingdom's peace. Madness was equal parts derived from dreams as it was from reality, and as she was missing the reality part during her formative years, it became easier for her to live. And lived she did, though not the longest. She'd occasionally hear whispers of those before her, some of whom lived 100 years even and heralded kingdoms and empires with their assistance. She was dragged out of her thoughts by an abrupt shake. She felt the tremors run through the dirt and directly into her spine, knocking her down forcibly into the snow. She held her arms back and helped herself up, though not for long, as yet another tremor came, knocking her down yet again. Before she had the opportunity to lift herself up, the world erupted. It was a deafening explosion that entirely disoriented her, turning the entire world into a blend of sounds and colors that confused her mind. Amidst all of it, however, she still managed to see a pillar of a white and black surge like a coiling dragon toward the sky. It roared like one, too, at least in her mind, with the expulsion of energy being such that it decimated the entire village into a crater that nearly reached her, this far off from the epicenter. Just as she was about to run away, she saw a silhouette blur toward her and yelped, yet, it landed some 500 yards in front of her, though continued to roll uncontrollably until it was basically just 50 feet away. Despite the horrid state he was in, she recognized him immediately. Crying out though not hearing it, she lunged to her feet and ran forward, kneeling next to him. His entire body was burned almost beyond recognition, skin peeled back, revealing scorched flesh and bones beneath. He was barely breathing, one of his eyes quaintly open, dancing around until it landed on her. The lips partly disconnected from the rest of the face tried to curl up into a smile but to no avail. Damn you! Damn you all, hell! A voice reminiscent of nightmares broke through her deafness, speaking directly into her mind. She shook and shivered, cold air belting against her soul. Looking away from what was a horrid sight, her eyes landed on an approaching figure. It was humanoid, at least, coated in thick layers of darkness and shadows. It bled, so to say, those very shadows, in the form of entirely ebony liquid. The figure approached swiftly yet slowly, landing in front of Silas and her, featureless face still appearing mad and raging. Who the hell are you? It shouldn't be possible. You shouldn't be possible. All the ways have been stripped of soul arts. Nobody alive should be able to wound me in my ascended form. She didn't know what it was rattling on. But she knew one thing: Silas was suffering. He was in pain. As such, her right hand reached for his belt and took out a dagger. It was misshapen, but it would do. Humph. How far have I fallen that an ordinary girl dares levy a weapon against me? She ignored him, however, biting her lower lip and reaching toward Silas' destroyed eye, thrusting the dagger directly through it and into his brain. She could swear she saw his lips mouth a thank you before she took the dagger out. All she had to do now was wait. Whether aware or not, the world would reset. She prayed her memories would, too. She didn't want to remember him like that. The world was, once again, full of colors. Silas sat down and stared out the window into the open horizons, baffled, traumatized, and lost. The clash rang and repeated inside his mind infinitely, it seemed. In that moment, where he poured nearly all of his life force into a strike, and when his blade met the shadows, the world lost all its hue. It turned grayscale. And a bell of death rang like a blossoming roar of a dragon, striking into the very core of his being. He managed to last for a breath and a half before the sheer onslaught of energy that the two expelled in that moment blew them apart. He came out far worse for wear, expectedly so. However, he had still hoped to inflict more damage or endure for a little while longer. No, he hoped for that before he realized who the young boy turned man was. He was another shadow. Just like those two that ripped the castle asunder a long time ago and vanished without a trace right after. He met one of them again. And not just that, he learned many new things that shaped his perspective toward entirely different conundrums. He had to admit to being a little bit lost. Sighing, he drank a sip of sweet wine and reclined back. There were a lot of things to peruse over what the shadow mentioned. Especially toward the end, where it expressed the confusion over how Silas was able to even hurt it, to begin with. Or how other ways were stripped of soul arts, whatever that meant. Deep down, he understood the core of the problem. He knew a lot. In fact, in terms of important knowledge, he likely didn't lag behind some of the kingdom's big shots. The core problem, however, was that he lacked the most basic building blocks that made sense of all the big things. This, in turn, resulted in mass confusion every time he was introduced with a previously unexplored concept, something that the netizens of the world likely wouldn't have issues with. How many times will we play this game? He spoke. Just get in. I was waiting for you to get drunk, a voice carried through the window before a figure vaulted through. To soften you up. Soften me up? Why? Aren't you mad? That you lost, she asked carefully. Why the hell would I be mad? He looked at her strangely. In what universe did I even stand a chance of winning against that thing? Huh? You know what it was. No, is a strong word, he said. No, I've nt a clue, really. I just know that people like I'm are really fucking strong and I've no business fighting them. And yet, I fought. Even wounded the bastard. If anything, that fight worked to sharpen my ego rather than wound it, as you were about to say. I have a memory. Again, she said, lowering her head. Not a good one, I assume. It's of you, she replied, looking up into his eyes. At the end. Lying there. Burnt and wounded beyond help. You looked. Crispy? Roasted? Freshly fried? How can you joke about it? Weren't you in pain? She blew out. Of course I was, he said. Every inch of me hurt. Then how? Because it's nothing new, he smiled. I know this may shock you, but that wouldn't qualify even for the top 50 of my most painful deaths. One time, while I was training in my way, I miscalculated and accidentally damaged my veins as well as my nerves, essentially paralyzing myself. As I was outside the castle, nobody could find me. And, so, I spent a whole 2 weeks in excruciating pain, hungry, cold, and thirsty. But unable to die. Don't look that pained, he said. You're making me uncomfortable. Oh, geez, well if I'm making you uncomfortable like hell. Ha ha ha, it's all right. I'm sorry you had to see me like that, though, he added, pouring her a cup. But I need you sharp. I'm about to share a shitload of loaded information that you and I will need to decipher. Not to mention, we'll still have to kill that thing if we want to advance, no. I suppose so. So, let's get drunk, try to erase the bad feelings, and get down to business. Chapter 117. Undo Wrongs. Silas and Agnes sat side by side, their heads deep in the tomes of history, sighs of exasperation echoing out more frequently with each passing minute. They had been at it for weeks now but to no avail. Nothing new or of note was uncovered and discovered, and despite everything, Silas was unable to connect any of the dots he had been fed. Through no tome did he hear a mention of Emporium's cairn or Calibrium or godly chains or soul arts or anything indicating a form of ascendance. One thing he could confirm was that the Inner family was likely a remnant of the fallen empire, either partly or in its entirety. And though it was a bombshell of the revelation, seeing as it was one of the most respected and powerful houses of the kingdom that could likely start a rebellion at any point, it did not point toward any of the overarching, magical narratives. Agnes was in the same bind. She, similarly, had never heard of the phrases and the words, and was even more in the dark when it came to nobility, as her forte, so to say, was in the arts of magic and very niche and fringe pieces of knowledge. In fact, Silas had already toured through the most knowledgeable minds in the castle Valen, Rhine, and Derek knew nothing either. And though he didn't mention Inner house, it was quite telling that even someone like Derek was entirely unaware of the concepts. This meant one thing: those secrets were rooted in the founding of the kingdom. Beyond just the shallow, surface-level confrontations that played out for all to see, there were secrets that ran through the veins of reality, virtually carved into something invisible to most. He took a peek at that depth, but it meant little since he was unable to make sense of it. Though he could try and extrapolate and form conclusions, rather than helping him, it could only do harm, as it had the chance of forming biases toward which he'd naturally gravitate when looking for answers. Gaia, eventually, he pushed back and grunted, standing up and walking away from the desk. He poured himself a cup of wine and walked back, seeing that the prophet was still hung over the tome. Got anything? Other than the fact that whoever wrote these books had never heard of the word fun? No, nothing, she replied, pulling back as well and stretching. Are you sure you didn't just mishear or misremember those words? I've come across things like godly memories. Maybe you meant that, she joked. I've a feeling that all these answers lie with the true core of the kingdom, the royal family, he said, sitting down. I've contemplated for a while that Valen's banishment this far out was intentional for one reason or another. Queen Lee being from Inner house, especially, solidifies something. There is a secret about both the founding of the kingdom as well as the war with the empire that stood here that will likely change how we look at things entirely. Now, I just don't know whether the queen is being used to tie down the king, or whether it's the simple matter of keeping each other in check, but we won't get those answers this far out. I'm just surprised your gods aren't telling you anything, since they have to be involved with this somehow. What stuck with me the most, she said, is you mentioning how your way can harm whoever he is, while most others can't. Why do you think that is? I don't know, Silas shrugged. I don't think it's particularly different. It's basically just a derivative of the Order's way. Also, it's not just my way, it's a combination of two. Right, the Heartseeker, and yours, she nodded. Maybe that's the key? As far as I can tell from all this reading, ways are acts of defiance, means of using something which effectively doesn't belong to humans. Maybe there are some limitations there? I mean, though gods aren't all-powerful, they're still extremely strong. I don't think they'd just sit by and let it happen. There's something I've been meaning to ask you. He looked at her. I keep hearing and reading about God's influence on the world, but I haven't seen a clear example still. Even you, someone directly tied to a deity, are just a conduit. You can't make any true change past the human limitations. What's your point? She asked, frowning. Me, he said. I'm the point. Not my way or any of that shit, but my effective immortality. It's clear that the gods are aware of it, aware of me. This begets two possibilities: either they are responsible for this, or are entirely incapable of interfering. And, if I'm being honest, I'm leaning toward the latter one. Why? She quizzed. You. Hey. How our realities are bent, Silas elaborated. You were aware, basically from the get-go, that you were tied to them. Me? Nothing. Not once was there ever an indication they were somehow behind all of this. If anything, it was the opposite. The more I read about things and look at them from the outside seeing in, the more it seems to me that whatever influence gods have on this world at the moment is very soft. It means that they cannot directly interfere, they can't just send a magical wind down here and cut down a person or two. Their influence is entirely relegated to, well, their delegates, namely you and in extension others similarly tied to them. However, the scenario surrounding me is an extremely direct influence. It's effectively bending the laws of nature and reality to the point of creating a loop of time and space. What about my luck, though? She suddenly asked. Isn't that direct interference? Possibly, he sighed. I don't know. I just desperately want to make sense of things, but I can't. Everything is so goddamn convoluted and fucked. Another question now is how any of what we've just learned ties in with the plight of the dead. Is it really so simple that House is brokering a deal with the dead in order to weaken the kingdom for an eventual coup d'état? Is that why the king sent Valen here? As means of preserving lineage or creating an anti-force? Then what the fuck am I doing here? Did God send me to assist him? What about you? It can't all just be a coincidence. No way. There's another possibility, she said suddenly. Which one? That it's the immortals. Her expression turned strange. They are known to occasionally interfere. Never to this degree, obviously, but if anyone besides the gods has this kind of potential influence, it's potentially them. Maybe, Silas sighed yet again, having to admit that it was just as much of a possibility as any other. I'm more curious about the world at large. World at large? Beyond this kingdom, beyond this peninsula. All of these tiny chunks seem too centralized to this place. What about the rest of the world? What the fuck are they doing? I don't know, she admitted. I've had some dreams before of places beyond, I think. Really? Like what? There was one about a maiden ship, she said, resting her head against the desk while a depressed and dark expression fell on her pale face. I wasn't able to see the full name, just dream. Men and women aboard the ship were unfamiliar. How? Their skin, she said, was dark. Like obsidian. I've never seen neither a man nor a woman with obsidian skin in the kingdom. Plus, they spoke in a language I couldn't understand. Their ships, too, seemed different. They were outfitted with strange gems and metals and contraptions I've never seen before. Truthfully, I've only ever seen a ship or two myself, but I've seen them occasionally in my dreams, and most were ordinary, wooden sails. Silas listened to it keenly, some of his curiosity sated. What happened to them? People on the ship, I mean. A beast attacked them, she said. A snake-like thing with wings of a bird. It came at them during a night and sunk their ship. I'm sorry. I find it difficult to describe. Don't be, he smiled. I'm interested in more. If you are willing to share. Really, she looked at him. Of course, he nodded. You might not be the best storyteller around. Hey. But at least the stories you tell are fun. Well, not fun. Depressingly fun, I suppose. Like mine. I have thousands, she said. I remember all of them. Shit. It's a miracle you're barely more fucked up than I am. In what reality is that even remotely true? She grunted, rolling her eyes and sitting up. I am sound of mind and of a beautiful body. You're neither. I've seen you stare at my body, he grinned. Lips say one thing, but the tongue that licked spoke otherwise. What? I never licked anything. Oh, so you did stare. Damn it. Ha ha ha, it's fine. I've stared too, don't worry. Ha. Anyway, stories. Give me more stories. Maybe there's something in to make sense of something at least. I doubt it, she shrugged. But fine. Another one, is about a strange structure in a desert. It was shaped like a tip of a pike and was built on top of the sandy surface out of sandstone. In my dream, it was home to some kind of a priest order. I recall them wearing ornate robes with a cut frame, where women's breasts were exposed. Oh, damn. And where none of the men were like you, she scoffed. And were prim and proper gentlemen. Don't worry, they touched themselves well enough in private. You really do assume that everyone's like you, don't you? I don't, he shook his head. I'm just taking blind jabs, seeing what gets a rise out of your cheeks. While they were holding some praying ceremony, she elected to ignore him and continued the story. The temple, I imagine, was raided by some armored men riding strange horse-like creatures, though they were scaled, long-necked, and had 8 legs in total. In total across all animals or per one animal? What do you mean across all animals? There were like 40 of them. What? Did each animal have a quarter of a leg to use? What the fuck? That's what gets a rise out of you. Silas looked at her strangely. Man, you're one strange, morbid creature. Takes one to know one. You just hurt yourself more than me. You do realize that, right? Shut up. I spoke in the heat of the moment. I didn't mean it. Sure, sure. So, these quarter-legged animals came carrying quarter-cocked men. Sorry, please don't leave. I'm just messing around. I'll be silent. I'll seal my lips shut. Just keep telling me the stories. Hey, Agnes. You most beautiful thing, won't you? Chapter 118. To slay the unkillable. Strange silence permeated the dining table, one that Silas and Agnes seemed entirely impervious to as they continued to gobble up the food. On the other hand, Valen, Derek, and even Ryan only nibbled, spending most of their time exchanging glances or looking at the strange woman that appeared out of nowhere. Silas didn't introduce her, she didn't introduce herself, the two just walked in together, sat down, and started eating. Observing her yielded little. In fact, if anything, it confused them further. She had hair as white as snow and a pair of ruby red eyes and a skin that seemed allergic to the sun, not to mention that she wore similarly light clothing to Silas himself. She was a beauty, unmistakably, but the kind that men found difficult to approach and speak to, not because she seemed arrogant or difficult to talk with, but because she appeared strange, odd, eerie, otherworldly, even. None of the three said anything, waiting for Silas to break the silence. And yet, it seemed as though he never would, and that he'd just stand up and walk away when he was done eating. As such, Ryan took a deep breath and decided to be the hummingbird that sang. Hey, Silas, she called out. Are you going to introduce us to your friend, or is it a guessing game? Oh. Right, haven't introduced you this time round, Silas mumbled, wiping his lips and glancing at Agnes. She immediately sighed when she saw the speck in his eyes, electing to shrug and just ignore him. She was enjoying the slightly salted cornbread and some deer. Let's see, this is my mother. I know she looks like this, but she's, in fact, 69 years old, he continued, with Valen, Ryan, and Derek reeling back in shock, still unable to process everything while Agnes was inches away from bursting out into laughter. She swore to herself, however, she wouldn't afford him the audience he was so desperately seeking. That's why her hair is white. Anyway, she was worried about little Ole me and decided to trek through the hellish winter to come visit her favorite boy. Are you really his mother? Valen quizzed. He was roughly 18,000,000% sure she wasn't, but he still had to ask. Just in case. Of course not, Agnes rolled her eyes and sighed. There is no way in hell these hips of mine could ever bear as gigantic of an ass as he is. Shit, that was actually good. Silas exclaimed. Don't patronize me and eat your deer, she said. Yes, dear. Ugh. Ryan snickered and elected to eat in silence. It has been around 3 weeks since the accident, and she was worried Silas would be beyond down on himself. However, it sounds as though he'd found someone new to lift him. Though it felt lonely, she steeled her heart and nerves and endured. On the other hand, Valen and Derek were stunned into silence, numbly eating their meals. Whoever she was, they realized, she was of his cloth, and one such was enough to taper their nerves, let alone two. They decided to simply let them be, whatever that may end up becoming in the long run. Right, Derek, how would you go about killing something that seems unkillable? Silas asked suddenly. As in, it can kind of, sort of, possibly wipe out the entire castle in a few attacks. What? Did you have another vision? Valen erupted in shock and terror. What? Oh, no, right. No new visions. Silas took a moment to recall that he was supposed to be a prophet. Just pure curiosity. In case, I have one in the future. Don't scare me like that, though he seemed to settle, the prince's lips were still shaking. Sorry, Silas mumbled apologetically. So. I'm not too sure myself, Derek replied. I've said this a few times, but I'm nowhere near as strong as you imagine me to be, especially kingdom-wise. It was worth a shot, Silas shrugged inwardly, returning to silence. Agnes and he finished their meals and bid their farewells, returning to the room the two occupied, leaving the other three to undoubtedly chat and chatter for hours at the very least. You really are planning on killing that thing? She asked him on their way upstairs. What other choice is there? He asked back. Go around it? And leave someone that dangerous in our backyard? He'd inevitably come north, anyway, Silas said. By then, who can say what our circumstances would be? Besides, ever since I realized that village was abandoned, I had an idea in mind. What idea? To move everyone out the castle and into the village. What for? She asked, appearing confused. The castle is far more fortified. It's also far more exposed, he said. When Derek and I leave, there's gonna be just a few soldiers left capable of fighting the ghouls, let alone anything stronger. Though the castle is more fortified, there's no way in hell we'll be able to fix up its walls before spring, likely even summer. And without them, it's just a village, anyway. Additionally, the village has that underground level that can be further expanded to become sort of a hideout. There's more to your head than meets the eye, hey. Still, he said, ignoring her jab as she opened the doors to the room. This all presupposes I'm somehow able to single-handedly kill that thing. Which, let's face it, will take a while. The best way is to probably evolve my way further, coalescing a second heart that I can then use fully to discharge a single attack. The last time, it wasn't fast enough so he was able to dodge in time, forcing me to miss his vitals. However, if I can get off a strike directly into his heart, ain't no way he's surviving, ascended form or not. It's somewhat horrifying how casually you're talking about literally forming a second heart, she said, pouring herself a cup of wine. He didn't realize when, but she'd squarely begun treating the castle as her home. I'm just following a blueprint, Silas sighed. I'm not sure if it's even the right way. Why can't you just kill that man before he turns into whatever ascended form is, she asked. I possibly could, Silas nodded. But I don't want to. I'm already capable of killing strong men, Silas said. Hell, I could likely face an army of derricks and do just fine at this point. But, my heart and gut are telling me that I need to be capable of much, much more if I even want to have a chance of succeeding. The shadow is the perfect wall for me, right now. If I can kill him, even by the virtue of cheating, in the ascended form, it would mean that I can walk up to the stage of the bigwigs and strut my stuff about. It's a mightily tall wall that you've chosen to tackle, she said. You are allowed to go step by step, you know. I think I can skip a few steps, being an immortal and all, he said. I'm more worried about you. About me? Why, she quizzed. Though I may sound confident, it will likely take years, possibly dozens of them, for me to actually kill him, Silas said. Wouldn't it be better if you'd just forget for a little while? Is this your roundabout way of telling me to go away? She asked with a faint smile. It's my straightforward way of questioning whether you have the mental fortitude to endure the same reality for years on end. I haven't told you something yet, she said, looking out the window. But, the last year or so that I've spent with you, fragmented though it may be, has been the happiest of my life. Not necessarily because of you, she added before Silas could take a jab. But because alongside with everything else around me repeating, so do my dreams. You mean? I haven't gotten a new nightmare since that time I watched you die in the village for the first time, she said. They were all repeats. And though horrifying they are, after having seen them a few times, they are more bearable. So, if anything, I welcome the years and potentially decades of sameness. Even if nothing moves forward. Why do things need move forward, anyway? She posited a question. Don't all people wish to simply latch themselves on a few moments and never move on? Lovers tightly woven neath the stars? A mother holding onto her child a mere few hours before it passes? Or a man overlooking an open plain where he'll run out into a battle a few hours later and die? Wouldn't the moments of eternity be the chains all of them would gladly put onto themselves? For a time, perhaps, Silas said. But, nothing lives on forever in a moment. At some point, we all need to stop looking back at the things that were and weren't, and look at things that could and will be. Even you. Especially me, he said. The reason why Ryan is blind, Valen is crippled, Derek is armless, and Tenor and many others are dead, is because I was unable to look back any longer. I had to step forward, chasing after the thing that could have been. Well, she mumbled. I will let you know when that day comes. Until then, humor my senselessness. So long as you promise me that the hip birthing a gigantic ass wasn't your peak just yet, Silas grinned. And that more gems of that nature are coming. They are common, she said. Unlike you. You know what? Silas said. Because it was really good, I'm going to substitute the actual reality with yours. Good job. You could have just said good job, she sighed. I didn't need to know, you know. How else would I glimpse at those beautiful, apple-red cheeks, though? I'd honestly just prefer if you slapped me full force at this point. Wow. Yeah. Very well, Silas nodded. The next time, I'll slap you with an even more embarrassing sentence. Just like you asked. Yeah, the moment you smiled, I knew your lips will turn into butt cheeks and shit will just come flying out. Spraying out. I'm suffering from diarrhea at the moment. I'm going to leave, for a little while. Don't look for me, okay? And reflect in the meantime. Godspeed, sister. Make sure you don't step on any of the shit flying out of my mouth. Ha. Chapter 119. Grown, though still heart-driven. The trees seemed to split into a path, Silas mused. It was different from his memory, though, admittedly, it had been a while since he last trekked beyond the wall into the northern hellscape. The night, however, was still as viscerally dark as was in his memories. It made the empty woods full of ghosts, as every howling of the wind became a wail of an apparition somewhere in its deeps. A roaring fire, however, helped the darkness, beating it back. The two of them sat around the light in silence, with Agnes delighting in some rest. She was quite like him during the first few years of struggle, where no matter how hard he worked on his body, it would all be undone each time he died. Part of the reason why he elected to go north was that very body. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to push his blood together into a heart-like clot. It wasn't just the entire capacity, but even a few droplets caused a blockage in his veins, and adding more onto them, didn't really do anything. It was painful if anything, but nowhere near lethal or deadly for him. What he hoped to achieve by going north is to stimulate himself in a fight to try and use the energy within and without. Not to coalesce a heart or even anything remotely close to it, but to sense a general direction that he ought to be taking. As it stood right now, he could only go by Derek's vague guidelines as the man himself was not a Bloodstone Knight, he only had some shallow knowledge, especially when it came to the last stage. According to him, it was about further refreshing the body by displacing inner organs to form room for the second heart and then, making that heart. Though it was little to nothing, at least he could first focus on figuring out how to make some extra room for a new organ and worry about actually creating that organ a bit later on. I'm going to sleep, Agnes said suddenly. What about you? I'm not tired yet, he replied. How? We've been walking all day long. You haven't realized it, he smiled faintly. But I usually go 4-5 days without sleeping. What? It just takes a lot for me to get tired, he explained. Just walking is nowhere near enough. You're a creep. Ouch. Want me to stay up with you? She asked suddenly. Will you get lonely? Yes, please do, he took the bait on purpose. If you fall asleep, I might just lose my little mind. I'll wake up naturally, she said, lying down flat on the ground. Just before she did, green grass sprouted out of nowhere and formed a nature's bed beneath her. Though it wasn't the first time he'd seen it, he was still shocked at the sight. Don't bother me. I. Silas culled the flame soon after, not minding the dark. He focused mostly on drinking, another thing that was growing more and more impossible. In fact, by now, if he wanted to get drunk, he learned he'd have to drink at least several jugs of wine and forcibly prevent himself from taking a piss. And even then, it wouldn't even be considered true drunkenness but rather a step below it. It wasn't because he developed a natural tolerance to it, but entirely due to his blood. It became effectively immune to toxins of any kind, even literally burning poison when he tested it by injecting it directly into his veins. He had become a genuine freak of nature beyond just his immortality. His body was no longer humans. Though largely a positive, he still worried about the general trajectory he was moving along. If his body continued to grow stronger and stronger, more and more resilient to damage, he worried that there might come a point where he becomes quasi-immortal without needing to reset. It was still quite some ways away, as beheading him still resulted in a fairly clean and swift death, but he mused that there might come a point where he'd be able to regrow his head in seconds to prevent himself from dying. Those were, at this point, largely the musings of a bored mind, but still, he had to worry. His thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sound of shuffling and low moans. Turning his head, he vaguely saw Agnes' frame shift, her arms leap out. It wasn't the first time he'd seen her like this as per her own words, she was likely having a vision. Though he was going to ignore it, her body suddenly heaved upward against gravity, floating midair as her arms spread out wholly. She remained suspended midair as though haunted, strands of her hair flying about sporadically. Her body suddenly began to glow in faint silver, her expression turning contorted, teeth biting into gums until they bled, the blood trickling out the corners of her lips. He approached cautiously, calling out her name, yet found it impossible to actually touch her any time he tried to get within the feet of her, some force repelled him back. At the same time, Wines began to howl like mad and starved wolves, causing him to howl back, taking out a sword lying inside a scabbard on the ground and slamming it forward at the barrier. The sword, however, disintegrated upon the touch, turning into vanishing ashes carried off into the story of the trees. Though he wasn't disintegrated, he was blown back and into the tree, though the tree suffered far more harm as it was knocked over. Gliding on the snow, he struggled for a moment to stand back up, facing forward. By now, he was panicking. She wasn't like others. With others, he could reset. Rewind back the time to before whatever ails them happened. But she was different. The howling whines soon began to surround her, causing her hair and dress to flap about violently as she began to scream. Her screams were not loud and soul-grating, they were low, hollow, child's almost in their naivety and innocence. Oh, fuck you, he yelled, defying the whines that tried to push him back. Coating his veins in energy, he pressed forward. The whines were cold and cutting, shredding his skin like knives. Blood began to pour out of him, hundreds of wounds turning swiftly into thousands, but he ignored the burning cuts. He walked back to the barrier and found himself stopped again. The violent whines continued to pelt against his skin, and the cold began to seep into his veins. Ignoring everything, he gritted his teeth and began to slam the invisible barrier with his bare fists. Each time he smashed it, it felt as though his bones would break. But he continued to hit it. Once. Twice. 5 times. 10. 20. 50. 100. He was rocking it, he realized. There was a reaction. The now shredded lips of his curled up into a smile when he saw the first crack appear in the invisible membrane. However, just as he was about to push through and get to her, he saw something that stirred his soul. Cyan light began to shimmer from her as an orb appeared just above her head. He had but a moment to shield his head before the world exploded in the woe of sapphire. The resulting blast blew him backward for over a mile, causing parts of his chest to melt and several of his ribs to crack. Even still, he was relatively unharmed compared to nature. All trees within several miles were gone, as were all the tiny hills and dips. It all turned flat and barren, like an apocalyptic wasteland. Silas forced himself back up, panting heavily and bleeding as though he had an ocean's worth of blood to bleed, his eyes widened, jaw agape in shock. Just then, the whines began to die out, and she stopped levitating, plummeting to the ground. As there was no snow to speak of, his now bare feet were able to grasp the dirt as he ran forward with all his might. She lay still on the patch of grass, her skin all but transparent, the silver glow beneath slowly disappearing. She was shaking whole as he crouched down next to her and felt for her pulse. It wasn't there, but she was alive. He could tell by the fluttering eyelashes, the curved lips that seemed an inch away from parting into a wail of pain, the chest that kept moving up and down, however shallowly. It was then that her fluttering eyes began to slowly open, causing him to briefly sigh in relief. He truly was lost, unaware of how he would even go about trying to help her. Bit by bit, her eyelids parted, revealing the familiar, scarlet-red eyes that he had gotten so used to. Just a moment later, as those eyes landed on him, they widened in shock as a scream blew out from her lips. It wasn't, however, a scream of pain but one of fear and shock. She shot to her feet, or at least tried to, scrambling against the ground to force herself away from him. Who are you? Where is Silas? What did you do to him, you beast? Hey, it's me. Silas cried out in bitterness. Kman, did you forget this handsome face of mine? What face? She screamed back at him. I only see bones and some flesh hanging over them. What the hell happened to you? Shit, it's that bad. Silas mumbled, feeling his face. As she mentioned, there was no skin, his fingers immediately touching the raw bone of his cheekbones. Fuck. Before that, are you alright? Shouldn't you be worried about yourself? She finally seemed to have accepted the fact that it really was him, causing her to slowly walk back forward. I'll be fine, he replied nonchalantly. It's you I'm worried about. You suddenly went fucking supernova. Look around you. Hey, she finally paused and looked around, at last noticing the barren wasteland that surrounded them. What the hell happened here? Did you fight someone? What? No, this is you. Just, you, he said. Well, not you. Something inside of you. I did all this, she gasped in horror. No. Impossible. Agnes. Silas immediately picked up on something. No. This, no, she began to wail incessantly and crashed to her knees, tears streaming down her dirt-laden cheeks. They said it wasn't me. They said, no. Silas stopped in place, his eyes widening. Looking up to the sky, he spoke to the invisible in the voice only he could hear. Make her forget. I don't care what it is. Just, make her forget. He reached for his belt and took out a dagger, slashing his throat. It would still take a minute, he knew, but it was the quickest way he could kill himself since the beheading wasn't exactly possible. What are you doing? No, Silas. Why are you doing this? She yelled after him and ran forward, her tiny, shaky arm reaching toward his neck and pressing against the profusely bleeding wound. Why? She looked up to him, crying still like a newborn babe. Snot and blood and tears and dirt and sweat mingled and mixed to make a mess of her face, barely recognizable beauty shoveled beneath the layers of nature's makeup. I felt like dying, he had to gasp for breath to speak, but speak he could still. All. Please, she pleaded with him. Tell me. What happened? Please. Don't hide it from me. I need you to smile, he said. And laugh and bicker and roll your eyes. It ain't you, he said, gently wiping her cheek, though to dismal effect. They were right. Silas? You're an ass. An ass. I deserve to know if I killed my loved ones. Her voice grew hazier as the world began to spin around him. Would you want to forget what happened? What you did? Gladly, he wanted to mumble, but neither the voice nor another breath left him. He turned stoic, cold and dead, her strength unable to hold his falling body as it fell flat against the scorched, barren ground. You have died. Save point death has been initialized. Chapter 120. Halo of Divinity. What are you looking at? Agnes asked awkwardly, finally having had enough. Silas had been intently staring at her for almost an hour now, the look in his eyes extremely strange. Oh, I know. You have finally been entranced with my beauty? Ha. It was about time. Yeah, that must be it, Silas smiled languidly as he spoke, taking a spoonful of stew. Something happened, didn't it? She suddenly asked. She'd realized it. After all, it wasn't as though he was being particularly subtle about it. Ever since she came to the castle, he'd been behaving strangely, often appearing mindless and vacant when looking at her, as though thinking deeply about something. Things happen all the time, he replied. Something happened yesterday and something happened just a few minutes ago. Like me farting. It was already suspicious that I was told so little, she frowned. But... Silas, please, tell me what happened. I think I've earned the right to know. If you must know, he said. We shared a passionate kiss. Shit. Ha, he laughed freely as she lowered her head. Your crudeness is not fair, she said. If I lived among men, I sure would have gotten experience like you. Probably even more, he said. I'm glad you didn't, though. Your reactions are pretty funny. As are your lies, she fired back. I know myself, this our past version. We haven't shared a passionate anything outside the words of scorn. Please. I'm pleading here. Just tell me what happened. Did I die in a painful way or something? No, he said. Nothing like that. And stop asking. I won't tell you. I've already made up my mind. I'd rather stay temporarily ignorant than ask. What are you talking about? This and that and those, he said. Though he spoke, Silas' mind was awonder. Nearly every fiber of his being was begging him to crack down and ask her why she had that same thing like Rhine, the blue orb of destroy everything. All this while, Silas suspected Rhine's was something her master had implemented in her as means of protecting her. Yet, he was wrong. Agnes had it, too. And yet, he didn't have the heart to ask her. The right choice was to ask her, to get the answer, and to reset so she forgets yet again. He knew it was the right choice. And yet, he couldn't do it. All the oaths that he had taken in light of what his choices resulted in appeared to be in vain. His conviction, the very thing he thought he had steeled beyond reprieve, was cracking. He'd found comfort in her, he realized. She'd become his solitary constant, a voice not his own that carried over through his deaths. He hadn't even realized how much he needed it before he got it. Something to hang on to besides the invisible tangent of immortality. In a strange sense, she became his anchor of reality, a proof that he wasn't losing his mind somewhere in the four walls. Each time she came crawling through the window, despite him telling her all the time to just use the gates, a part of him calmed down as his mind cleared up, allowing him to think far more clearly. You are a prick, she said. I thought we've already established that. It must be something scary if even you won't bring it up, she said. Just as Silas was about to respond, a window appeared in front of him, causing him to pause as his eyes veered toward the letter inscribed on the shimmering surface. New quest, beholden to light. Content, you have twice witnessed the halo of divinity. The halo is an intrinsic, defensive mechanism that all the divinely chosen are gifted with from their birth. There are 3 major conditions for triggering it. You have discovered 2, any attempt to infiltrate a divinely chosen's mind will result in immediate activation of the mechanism. The second condition is bodily instinctive, at the height of fear, dread, and horror, the mechanism will activate to not only defend the chosen from without, but also from within, by entirely eliminating thoughts/memories/emotions that are fueling the negativity. Quest, discovering the third condition for the activation of the halo. Reward, Divine Blight Mantra. Silas paused and gaped. Once more he was showered in a bout of knowledge that seemed the type that few, at most, were aware of. When he saw the quest, he was almost beyond certain that it would be about actually discovering what those things were. And yet, he was outright told what they were, with the only quest being that he was supposed to discover the last condition. Still, even if difficult, it was likely easier than having needed to figure out the entire narrative behind the halo, which also included identifying both Rhine and Agnes as divinely chosen. Though he suspected they were of that nature, he wasn't absolutely certain. What now? She asked, tearing him out of his thoughts. Did you hear a voice too? Something like that, he smiled, taking another bite. Can I ask you something personal? When the hell did you ever ask permission for it? Now. She remained silent, rolling her eyes. What's the worst vision you've ever had? His words froze her for a moment as she lowered her head, her entire countenance shifting. Why do you want to know? She asked. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, he said. It's not that I don't want to, she said, looking up at him. You would hate me. He arched his brow in confusion. Hate you? Why would I hate you? It's a vision, she stuttered, taking a deep breath. Of what happened to Rhine, Valen, and others. What? Silas mumbled in shock. You saw that? I rushed here, I swear, she cried out. I swear, Silas. But I didn't make it in time. When I realized, you were waking up to her scream. All the time. That's why I stayed out of the castle, she said, her fingers digging into her thighs due to nervousness. I didn't know how to approach you, she bit her lip. I really tried. I know it's not an excuse, I should have tried harder, but It's fine, he interrupted her suddenly, causing her to look up. It's fine? Aren't you mad? I was first joking when I said you're a 13-year-old girl in a body of a 30-year-old woman, but looks like that ain't far from the truth, he smiled. Why would I be mad? I know that if you could have made it in time, you would have been there. Or are you the type of a person who would have stayed out of the castle and laughed menacingly through it all? And no, of course not, she exclaimed. There you go, then, he said. It's a shame, but it feels to have been an inevitability. I'm just surprised that was the worst vision for you. In my vision, I saw your face, she said. With all the hell reflected in your eyes. It broke my heart, honestly. Tisk, look at me, Silas clicked his tongue jokingly. A heartbreaker without ever having even met the woman in question. Bards ought to hear this and write a song about me. They ought to, she cracked a smile as well, as though a mountain of burden came undone from her shoulders. You'd make a fine hero of a bard's story. Would I really, now? Of course, she nodded. A ruggedly handsome man who stares death into its face and never flinches embarks on a journey to save a princess from a painful curse. To cure her, he must defeat 7 evils and take their hearts to brew a potion for the princess. And he only has a year to do it. Wow, you do make me sound badass. If only you had the confidence of one in reality, she added. No, confidence is perhaps a bad word. Belief, I imagine, conveys the sentiment better. Not all of us can so unequivocally love ourselves, he said, cracking a wide smile as he poured himself a cup of wine. And honor the wind that touches us by our grace. Self-doubt, you know, is an essential part of what makes humans, human. Are you implying I'm not human? She frowned. Implying? If that's implying to you, then damn girl. But I am joking, he added. I wouldn't have you any other way, really. Good, she nodded. So, tell me what happened. No. Damn it. Why? What could possibly be so bad that you outright refuse to even imply anything? I told you, he said. We shared a passionate kiss but the truth is, you were so bad you bit half my tongue off. Where do you imagine your tongue would be anywhere in the biting distance even if we did kiss? But fine, fine. You don't have to tell me. Yet. Ever. The reason you're not telling me something is probably that you don't think I can handle it, she said. Well, I can. And, in due time, I'll prove to you that I'm strong. Really? Yes. So, I demand you train me how to fight. Yeah, that ain't happening. Why? Because you'd literally break your arms if you tried to lift up the sword, he said. If you want me to train you, we'll have to bulk you up first. Add some 20-30 pounds at the very minimum, fix your awful conditioning probably by having you run circles around the castle and completely beat the girl out of you and turn you into an emotionless, fearless blob. Nobody beat the man out of you for you to become strong. Really? He asked with a sly smile. You don't think the life didn't skewer the man in me onto a pike and left I'm rotting and decaying in the sun? Strength isn't just about training, he added. It's the question of using it. Can you ever imagine yourself coldly mowing down a field of men without remorse? Can you imagine yourself walking up to a man and cutting his throat coldly while he begs for his life? Can you imagine ignoring the cries of your friends dying and focusing instead on killing rather than saving? Can you see yourself setting fire to an encampment and watching it all burn? Silas. Can you imagine leaving me or Ryan or Valen to die while running away? Never. Then you can't be strong, he said. What? Are you telling me you'd leave Ryan or Valen or even me to die while you run away? No. Then, what the hell are you on? It means I can't be strong either, he cracked a smile and saluted toward her with a cup of wine. So there's no shame in you being weak. Turns out, I'm weak too. Ha! You're just a bundle of nonsense, aren't you? I truly am. Anyway, we should pack. We're going north tomorrow. I didn't get to test my theories the last time around. Okay, seriously, what the hell happened? We passionately. Oh, shove a spoon up your ass passionately, you hairy-ass troll. Chapter 121. Chasms form and chasms close. Silas found himself back in the forest, Agnes walking by his side, still on the half-speaking terms with him since he refused to tell her what happened, as they made their way toward the north. He continued to observe her carefully, just in case, after a brief thought, he realized that he missed the most important factor the last time around that her halo activated. This meant either of the two things: someone was trying to enter her mind, which was unlikely, or her own body perceived a threat from her emotional state. The source of that emotional state was likely a vision. However, the issue was that Agnes herself had said that she hadn't had a new vision ever since she joined him in the loop. Yet, by all accounts, it appeared as though she had a completely new one the last time they made their trek toward the north. What was different? Them traveling north, that's all. If it happened once again, he'd have to scrap taking her north with him since whatever was triggering the vision existed in the forest. And, just as he feared, he was right virtually at the same place as the last time. Shortly after she fell asleep, the world blighted once again. She floated, suspended in the air like a marionette held by the strings loosely hanging from the heavenly gardens, her fingers clutched into fists, nails digging into her skin. Her expression was a canvas of pain, horror, and searing anguish. Watching her, Silas sighed as the color blue swallowed the world for a moment, washing over him. Once again, he burned, yet didn't ache. He was largely numb to pain by this point, his brain effectively refusing to even recognize its existence for the most part. He suspected he could walk into the fire and stand still indefinitely without even flinching. Fuck, should I just ask? He sighed, walking up to her as she slowly began to wake up. Just like the last time, she yelped in shock and ran away like a rabbit when she saw his face. Oi, 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 you're breaking my heart here. What happened to you? Who did you fight? She looked around, noticing the leveled forest. What vision did you have? He asked instead. Vision? What are you talking about? I didn't have a vision. Judging by her expression and her complete lack of ability to lie with any ingenuity, Silas figured she was telling the truth. Her memory's really been wiped clean? Shit. Just how bad was the vision? What if it had something to do with the castle or our trip north? I did, didn't I? She mumbled, her eyes dancing around. And this was me? No, they told me it wasn't. They lied? They lied to me? Why did they lie? She'd all but started ignoring him, spiraling. Something dawned on her, and before she could completely lose herself, Silas took out a dagger, aiming toward his throat. Don't. She screamed at him so loudly he was shocked, dropping the dagger, his eyes finding her. Don't. She repeated firmly. She was shaking, yet clearly desperately trying to control herself. Her muscles worked overtime to stop the shaking, as did her eyes, with crying but to no avail. This was it, wasn't it? You're an ass. You said that already. Because you are. I deserve to know, she said, tears streaming down. I deserve to know. Know what? Silas asked. It's going to happen again, isn't it? She asked, looking at him. You'll reset it, and won't tell me anything. That's right, he nodded honestly. Fuck you. You don't have the right to keep this from me. Maybe. But I have the ability. You have a halo, Silas said since the walls had crumbled already. Something inside of you that protects you from specific kinds of harms. Do you know what? Halo? Protects? What are you talking about? She asked half in confusion and half in anger. Oh. You mean, this? I don't know anything about that. All I know is that this is the second time I've seen a sight like this. And you should have told me. You don't want this, trust me, he said. Sometimes, ignorance is bliss. Maybe, he said. But it should be my choice, not yours. And I don't want to choose ignorance. Tell me what happened. Only if you promise you'll tell me. I promise. I don't believe you, she said. For a wordsmith, your word means so little. What were the circumstances when it happened the first time? He asked. The conversation between the two was, unlike any prior. It was cold, direct, disinfected. I know you think you're protecting me, she said. Because that's what you do, Silas. You want to take everyone's sins, and encumber yourself with them in their stead. But sometimes people want those sins. Sometimes those sins empower them. Just like you. You use your sins as fuel. But if someone offered to take them, I'd give them up in a heartbeat, he said. You can spew sophistry as much as you want. It is easy when it will never be challenged and tested. The first time it happened. I was 6 years old, she said. I may have misspoken about my childhood. Slightly. While it is true that my parents were wary of me, they didn't exactly kick me out into the woods. Instead, they chose to sell me. On the day it happened I passed out. When I woke up, there was nothing around me. Just like now. And they told me that a natural disaster happened and that they saved me. And thus my tale began. Are you happy? I'm sad, he said. You're so awful at holding back, and yet, a blinder man than me might even miss it. I killed. No you didn't. What are you on? She exclaimed angrily. They killed them, Silas said simply. It wasn't you who told M to do it. It wasn't you who begged M. It wasn't you who activated the halo. They deemed it themselves worthy of activation. And you know what? They were right. They weren't right, she gritted his teeth. This is what I hate about the both of you. How little you value human life. To you, it is just a piece, an abstract. You forget the soul, the person, the thoughts behind the flesh and skin. Even if my parents deserved it, which they didn't, what about the rest of the village? Did they deserve to die? I stay by your side because I believe in you, Silas, she added. Believe in the good that's hiding beneath all that garbage stirred together through guilt and pain. But even the good seems misshapen. Don't take people's choices from them, good or bad. This has been bubbling for a while, hadn't it? Silas chuckled, taking out a gourd of wine from his belt and wetting his parched throat. I didn't think you were still holding out on me. I am begging you, she said, biting her lips further as tears began to stream once again. Begging you, Silas. Don't make me forget. Please. Fine. I won't. Really. But this is where we part ways. What? You just told me that you value each and every life unquestionably, he said. And that you want every person to make choices for themselves. That's noble, beautiful even, but it's also beyond idiotic. You're a child, Agnes, he interrupted her. A naive, hopeful, rosy-eyed child who thinks the world will magically fix itself as long as we do the right things. I can't for the life of me figure out how you remain so naive, what with the constant visions of violence and pain that plague your mind. But, you have. I'll tell you right now, on my way to crowning Valen as the king, tens of thousands will die. Probably more. A lot of them, nay, most of them will not deserve to die. They'll just be ordinary soldiers following orders of their liege. But I'll kill them just the same. When I saw Tenor die, and when I saw Valen become a cripple, and when I saw Ryan go blind, I made a resolution with myself, to do whatever is necessary to make their lives the best they can be. But ever since I started spending time with you, I saw that resolve wane. Your whispers began to get to me, naive though they may be. Your songs about the good of men, your ideas of good men rising to the occasion, and now your belief that I need to let others make their choices. You're telling me that you want me to leave because I make you want to be good, she asked, having stopped crying, her voice turning numb and low. Yes, he nodded. And no. Ask your gods. They'll explain it to you. Then make me forget. It was Silas' turn to stumble over his words, not having expected her response. Make me forget, she repeated. You're a good man, Silas. You have a good heart, a good soul, a good mind. You can become a herald of true change in this kingdom. And even if my naive little self wants it to happen blood-free, I know that's not an option. But I can't let a good man slip down the ladder of madness because he somehow convinced himself it's his burden to bear. You're not a messiah, you said so yourself numerous times. So, stop pretending to be one. Make me forget and let me delight in continuing to make you want to become a better man. Ha! Silas sighed deeply after a few moments of pause, drinking a few gulps of wine. You're fucking insane is what you are. Come on, let's go. I should heal back up by the time we reach the dead city. Huh? What? You're not resetting. We're here already, he shrugged. And we'd have to go through all of this bullshit all over again if I reset it. May as well go on. Wait, I'm confused, what's going to happen? Are we done after this? She hurriedly ran over and joined him as they began walking, their pace matching. Or will you not tell me what happened? Who knows, he shrugged. I'll wait and see how I feel in the moment. Hat, she grinned suddenly. I got to you, old man. You like having me around so much that now that the excuses are gone, hat, oh my, could it be that you're falling in love with me? Oh gosh, whatever will we do? Silas glanced at her hollowly and looked her up and down without holding anything back. Agnes paused for a moment, never having experienced a man dot each of her eyes so distinctly. Nah, he shook his head. I still prefer big milkers, some fat thighs that can suffocate my soul, and less of this, girly shit you've got going on. I mean, you're fine to look at, but bonin' you know, there'd be a lot of bonin' going around with how skinny you are. Not to mention you have the mentality of a kid. Thank the gods, I never leaned that way. Big, fat milkers for me, thank you very much. For the first time since the two met, Silas had managed to carve out hours of uninterrupted silence. And it was delightful. Chapter 122. The dead may die. It's here, Silas came to a halt and warned, pointing at the invisible membrane between the snowed-on trees. Agnes paused next to him, her eyes veering toward the direction and alighting. It's fascinating, she mumbled. You can see it. See it is, not quite the right way to describe it, she said. For example, each time I was about to come across a dangerous animal somewhere in the woods. I had a feeling, and the world shifted colors. Ah, I get it. Gods are telling you to fuck off outta here. Something like that, yes, she nodded. Considering how stern the feeling is, whatever's beyond is quite dangerous. Hey, she looked at him. Quite dangerous is, not quite the right way to describe it, he grinned as she rolled her eyes. For example, the last time I came here, I got my ass handed to me rather quickly after meeting a big-ass knight in armor. It will be different this time, though, he licked his lips suddenly, a glimmer of expectation shimmering in his gaze. If you'd like, you can stay out here. But I ain't leaving that place alive. I'll come, she shrugged. May as well bear witness to something no other human alive had. Well, except you, I suppose. You mean me or the dead? Both, she shoved him gently and smiled as she pressed forward, her bare feet leaving steaming imprints in the snow. Silas shook his head and followed, with both quickly breaking past the invisible barrier and into a completely different world. Silas immediately realized there were some changes, namely, there were far more spires, more buildings, and well, more things in general. The city appeared much larger, though still draped in dark and gloomy shadows, cast wholly of oily, black stone akin to chiseled obsidian. On the other hand, Agnes stammered and stuttered and nearly fell back. Rather, she would have had Silas not extended his arm and held her. Her lips gaped in shock, eyes quivering at the sight. It's a bit bigger than I remember, he said. That's what you get from this, she exclaimed. I know you said it's a city, but, it's a city. Well, no, what I said. What the hell do you mean? I figured you were overblowing it to make yourself seem cooler. The more honest you are, the more I realize just how little you think of me, actually. I think of you plenty, she said. But also know you're like a playful jester, never a word of truth from the clown's lips. Well, we'll chat some other time, he said, stepping forward and taking a deep breath before drawing out the sword. They might attack you. I'll try to defend you, but I ain't making any promises. Ah, my hero. Scratch that, I'll gleefully cheer em on while they disembowel you. Tisk. Can't take a joke. Where are you going? Silas abruptly extended his left arm and grasped at the void. A mere moment later, Agnes watched as a silhouette formed within a frame before morphing into a cloaked figure. Just then, Silas pressed his fingers tightly and snapped the figure's neck in a singular motion. This almost shocked her as much as watching the city of the dead. Snapping someone's neck, even under the best of circumstances, was insanely difficult. And yet, he did it with his fingers. With a single motion of his arm, he tossed the body forward and let it roll on the ashen ground, kicking up grey particles. Don't be little cunts, he spoke into the wind. She's just our audience. Before his words parted his lips, Silas ducked and snapped his sword arm forward, thrusting the blade end, once again, seemingly materializing a figure from nothing, killing it in one hit. And thus it began. Agnes watched curiously for a few seconds before being entirely entranced. She was already very familiar with the fact that Silas was fast so fast, in fact, it was impossible for her to actually follow his actions, just their aftermaths. And yet, somehow, he'd gotten even faster than the last time she saw him fight. Rather than a blur, it looked as though he was simply moving his arm through space, snapping from one point to another and appearing the blade inside the attacking figures. Dozens came and dozens fell, just as quickly. Some tried to go round him and attack her but none got the chance. In fact, it seemed as though the 40 feet around her was the marked forbidden zone. Most bodies were laid out just outside that mark, cloaked in black, though ashen still. After some time, she noticed that there were no more phantom figures appearing. At the same time, she realized that Silas' countenance had changed. Until now, though focused, he was relaxed and simply unencumbered by the whole ordeal. And yet, now, everything from his expression to the stance of his body seemed to stiffen. She soon found out why, coming from the black-dyed and misted streets that she was not allowed to peer through, a behemoth in spiked, obsidian black armor came thudding. The thing carried with it a massive weapon, too massive for any human to wield in fact, and seemed more a giant than a man. Just the mere appearance had her heart caught in her throat. She wanted to spin around and run as fast as her legs would carry her, yet, at the same time, she was rooted to the moment, to the place, to the idea. Just then, a heftily broad back appeared in her view, blocking the giant, ugly thing. Comparatively, Silas looked almost naked, his armor composed of a singular piece of mail covering his chest, a strange, single-horned helmet, and skirt-like leggings that were embroidered pieces of famous Lucas scales, a fairly resilient plant native to the north. He looked a savage more than a warrior, while the behemoth looked a proper knight, someone armed steadfastly, incomparable. And yet, that tiny, rugged, even ugly-looking figure seemed far taller in her eyes. He didn't flinch at the earthquake-like footsteps like her, didn't seem frightened or fazed. If anything, he seemed excited. She didn't have to wait long for the calm to disappear. Rather than waiting like the last time, Silas elected to rush forward. Though his body wasn't as quick as his blade, it was still beyond any human's limit. It wasn't just the raw speed, but the way he unshapely bent his body and how quickly he was able to change directions. Reaching within the 10 feet of the beast, the latter swung its gigantic weapon toward Silas. And rather than simply shifting to the side slightly or trying to block or parry, he rooted his feet for a moment and immediately snapped his body wholly left. What would take everyone else in the world, she suspected, a full, proper stop and change in directions, he executed in a single motion. Though she heard some bones creak, none snapped. She, also, quickly realized why he chose to do that over everything else. The strike of the giant caused a massive chasm to erupt in the ground, not to mention the sheer outburst of wind on all ends rooted stones from the ground and sent them flying. One, in fact, shot toward her like an arrow but melted before reaching her, as though 1,000 hands worked in concert to prevent it from touching her. In the meantime, Silas flanked the beast and started attacking. Not unlike his armor, Silas' blade wasn't anything special. It was an ordinary, steel-crafted and tempered blade. Though immensely effective against people in normal armors, it lost most of its usefulness against what looked to be even stronger than the tempered plate, not to mention that the blade wasn't even the length of the beast's forearm. All the same, Silas continued the dance, stabbing with unmatched ferocity, ducking and dodging left and right. The winds kicked up the ash and blurred her sight, though she still fetched it all clearly. He was a tiny mote amidst the flaunting darkness, and he was winning. She felt it. She felt the darkness flinching. The steady strikes that never wavered suddenly became hurried. Panicked. Sloppy. From attacking unhesitatingly, it began using its weapon to block instead. To try and parry. But it didn't realize something that even she did: it had already lost. Its sole advantage was that it was big and strong in its armor. It could never match Silas' speed or natural skill. And thus, in the moment of panic, Silas found the opening and stabbed with one of those strikes that stirred every drop of blood in Agnes' heart almost to the point of believing she could become a swordsman like him. The strike shuffled the wind and shuffled space around it and bore through the thick, ebony-dyed armor and did the unfathomable: it exploded the figure from within the armor. Though the plate remained standing, from within its gaps blood and gore and chunks of flesh and organs began spewing like a horrid, horrific, nightmare-inducing fountain. Like a macabre decoration that the very dead he was killing would be worshipping. At the sight, Agnes looked away and closed her eyes. It was horrible, the shower of blood. The storm of gore. And it was cold. There was not a scream of pain. Not even a tiny yelp. There was silence and the thuds of the chunks belting against the ground. She opened her eyes a few moments later and looked forward. There it still stood, the armor. It was now like a golem, a decorative statue that went eerily well with the background. It truly looked like it had always belonged there, the silent, inanimate guardian of the obsidian city behind it. Before she could ponder over whether she admired it or abhorred it, she realized Silas had returned to her, draped in blood from head to toe. "We're fucked, beautiful," he said with a grin, taking a flagon of wine from next to her feet and drinking a few mouthfuls. "Looks like I've pissed someone really strong off. What say you? Piss em off further or run?" "Piss em off," she grinned and took the flagon from him, taking a few sips herself, as though trying to swallow the fire of courage to ignite her soul. "And go win once again." "Well, shit," he chuckled, turning around and facing the city once again. "I can't lose now. Wouldn't that be embarrassingly lame?" "It really would. So, you better win. I just might reward you with a kiss." Ah, why did all my motivation suddenly deflate like a corpse that someone poked with a needle? "Hey. My kiss is a godly prize, you know." "Well, kiss or no kiss," he said. "We're both about to be deeply fucked. I hope you aren't hardly hanging on to your dying the most painful way, virginity. Stand behind me and hold a dagger. If she starts torturing me, stab me in the back of the neck," he pointed at his nape. "And then, with all your strength, shiv it left or right. You're asking me to kill you. Kill me? No, more like, reborn me. Yeah, let's go with that." "I'm serious, Agnes," he warned her sternly. "I'd much rather you kill me and live with your demons than become a puppet of torture for some maniac for decades to come." "All right. Alright. I will, she nodded, grasping at the handle of a dagger and swearing inwardly up and down she'd do it even if she had to cry for months after. Or days. Or perhaps hours. Surprisingly, the thought of killing him as to air out her grievances against him, didn't seem that bad after some examination. Chapter 123. Breath held. She appeared like a ghost, with no signs or foretelling noises. Appeared like a phantom and stood silent amidst the ghastly corpses. Silas forced a grin, realizing once and for all just how far away from her he was. She didn't actively embody energy, yet his own seemed to wither and die whenever he thought of using it to attack her. There seemed to be a wall that transcended the nature of energy surrounding her, sky-tall, impregnable. Her eyes were like the piercing spears that saw right through him, though paused on Agnes behind, eyebrows arching and lips pursing into a smile. Oh my, she said softly. Had I known we were being graced by the god's own, I would have rolled out the drummers and welcomed thee. Then again, she added. Your blade seems quite restless, prophet. Agnes, though, didn't speak, her fingers tightly clutching Silas' shirt, shaking. My little princess is quite shy, I'm afraid, Silas said with a peal of boisterous laughter. So, though beneath you it may be, you'll have to talk to me, I'm afraid. You've killed one of my favorite creations, she said, bending over and picking up a few pieces of armor. I've woven a lot of love in these threads. Was one of my first, you know? The stitch. Ah, I remember my first, Silas said. Ria Bekowski. Was the tallest girl in my class, almost fucking 5'5" at 15. Insane. Played ball. Both on and off the court, God, she just jumped me after school one day and had her way with me. Told me she'd rip my cock in half if I told anyone. And you know what? I trusted her. Shit, this is the first time I've told anyone that story. Ha, feels good to get it off my chest. I've never seen your way before, she said. You two pique my interest. Come. Hey, it was Silas' time to stutter with words. You're not going to kill us. What for? She asked with a faint smile. It's still on the table, but I'm far too curious to simply let you walk. Fair enough, Silas shrugged and grabbed Agnes' hand. Lead the way. How did you find us? She asked as the two joined her, walking side by side through the misty, fogged streets of the city. Business led us north, Silas replied. And we eventually reached the membrane. Was that business perhaps her visions? She glanced at Agnes. No, Silas shook his head. Her visions are mostly of me naked. Ugh, he groaned in pain as he felt an elbow dent his ribs. I mean, of us fully clothed with a respective distance between us. Yet. Ha ha ha, the woman woven in the melody of shadows laughed keenly for a moment. You two are quite entertaining, aren't you? We try. What about? Silas paused as he suddenly realized, they were no longer in the fog. In fact, they weren't even in the streets. They weren't outside, that is. They were in a spherical room, its floor interconnected, obsidian-dyed stone boards that were akin to bridges, forming squares with holes between each that led to darkness down below. Assortment of furniture decorated the room and it was strangely well lit, what with several silver chandeliers hanging from the far high ceiling above. Shelves lay stacked against the half walls, with books strewn about their parts as well as several desks that stood taut at the half corners. The woman led them across one of the bridges, over the abyss, and into a small, ported room with a long stride of a table, some 3 feet long, bedecked in ashen jewels with painted motifs of a skull furbishing its surface. Waving her right arm gently, 3 of the chairs that were neatly tucked beneath the desk were pulled out, all in harmony and soundless. She herself sat opposite of the other two, summoning a pair of glasses and a bottle from a nearby shelf the same way she pulled out the chairs. She sat and smiled and indicated with her hand for the two to sit down as well, and they obliged. Agnes still remained frosted and hanging onto him, her head lowered, while Silas kept smiling. She poured the both of them red wine, though the kind that sizzled and bubbled as though boiling. Silas reached for it and held up the glass. Unlike the burning hot he was expecting, the glass was chilly, as though made of ice. He took a whiff, his nostrils flaring at the cold touch of the air that burned through his passageways and into his lungs, clearing them up in a moment. Kadaik's flower, the woman said. I imagine, among the kingly emperors of your realm, it would be considered a godly wine. After all, the lovely Kadaik, she said as she seemed to pull something out of the void itself and tinker with it. Looking at it, Silas realized it was a black hung flower with 12 petals that were all wound counterclockwise. Grows only in my realm. We've often bought your armies and their loyalty through that drink. Baseless, men truly are. It's a good wine, Silas sighed after taking a sip. Though he was reluctant to admit it, he could see how it would buy armies, especially if sold in large quantities. Why aren't you drinking it? Why would the dead drink or feed on anything? She asked with a smile, letting go of the flower. The latter, eerily, didn't fall on the table. It defied the force of gravity and remained afloat above the desk, hovering gently back and forth. Our vanities are indulged elsewhere. Why did you invite us in? He asked yet again. You could have easily killed us. You interest me, she replied. Humans, I'm afraid, do not hold the monopoly on curiosity, despite your kind's projection. I understand you hold many a prejudice against my kind, but all I ask for is an open mind. Hard to have an open mind toward someone who invaded my home repeatedly and caused countless, pointless deaths, Silas replied. It's a war, she said. And in war, undue deaths are plenty. We are not your foes, little human. Who is, then? Those who pointed their fingers at you, she smiled. One simple truth, little human, about my kind is that we have no business with the living. Bullshit. It's true, she didn't seem offended at his outburst, keeping a calm and smiling expression. We exist within two separate realms, within the same dimension. There is little of desire for humans in our lands, and we are more than happy to trade for what we need from yours. But humans are greedy, petty, angry creatures. They don't want much of what we have. In fact, I am perpetually more certain that your ilk does not know what we have. They likely believe we still live in leathery huts and hunt half-naked to survive. The only thing they think we have of value, are soldiers, she said. And thus, we sell them soldiers. Armies, ever so often. What about the well's opening? Silas' question didn't seem to surprise her. What about it, she asked back. The last time it opened, an empire fell. You seem finely versed in history, she cracked a half-smile, fiddling with the bottle. But your history is wrong, I'm afraid. Let me ask you something. What do you think the well's opening signifies for us? Silas remained silent, noting it was likely a rhetorical question. It signifies a birth of our new emperor, she explained. In many ways, it is no different than humans' coronation ceremonies. We call it a Thabun, Eve of the Emperor, and it has nothing to do with the living. I can hardly blame you, however, she added, leaning back. You live in a desolate corner, fighting a misted nightmare of a hand that you've been dealt, trying to swim through a swamp of lies and mountains of deceit. I cannot give you answers, I'm afraid, in part because I have no reason to, and in part because I myself am ignoble of many. For instance, during the last grand war of humans in your corner of the world, many of my kin have indeed been bought. By whom, why, and where they ended up? I haven't a clue myself. You have seen it yourself, little human. We are not invincible. We aren't grey shadows creeping up toward the human lands, monsters wanting to swallow you. If you wish to point fingers at anyone, point them at the gods you worship. You don't. Silas quizzed. Just a god, she smiled yet again. But in their perennial pursuit of entertainment, we are merely tools of ambition. You, me, yours, and my emperors. Even their own child, that little prophet by your side. A long, long, long ago, before the realms were cleaved and separate, she would have been much, much more. Ask yourself this: in a world of sublime magic, why is there so little diversity for your kind? Why is all magic almost exactly the same? Wars are mirrored like how a poet's description of a destructive force mirrors his own life. You're quick to hand out pointless hints, Silas sighed and took a sip of wine. I'm tired of those. I've plenty of hints. Yet, how come I still know fuck all about this world? Tell me at least what's the Emporium's cairn. Oh? Where'd you hear that one? Curious. Quite curious. So, you know what it is? It is it used to be a wayward of worship, she replied. A delicately woven bridge connecting your world to God's. I ain't gonna get anything more, am I? Mull over it, she said. There's a higher chance it seems of a porcupine fucking my ass than there is of anyone giving me a straight answer. Fine, I'll mull over it. Thank you. Right, can you sell me or, well, loan for now, cause I'm fucking broke a few bottles of these. Have at it, she chuckled, summoning a whole basket of them. You intrigue me, little human. Just as how your kind uses mine as mercenaries, I'd like to use you as well. I'd pay you handsomely. What do you need me to do? He asked. There is a group of humans that are capable of entering my realm without detection, she said. They sneak in and kidnap some of our important ones. If you could be so kind to locate them for me, I'd be more than happy to hand you enough wine to buy yourself an empire. I'll see what I can do, he said. How do I find you? Do I just come back? Do knock next time, she laughed as she waved her arm, summoning a sea of mist to swallow the two of them. Good luck, little human. Silas desperately forced his eyes open and saw the trees rise around him. She somehow sent them out completely, back into the forest, just near the membrane. He sighed and looked at his feet where he saw a basket of bottles sitting there. She's dangerous, he mumbled into his jaw and looked up to the sky. Wayward of worship, hey? Champion of gods, destroying the cairn, but why would they destroy it? Are those shadowy thingies in the anti-gods faction or something? Fuck. I'm getting a headache again. Chapter 124. Hung in Desires. Silence reigned between two silhouettes who cast long shadows that warped into the thin and branching trees. Roaring flame shone as brightly as it could, yet still struggled to alight the drowning darkness of nature that surrounded it, as well as the heavy clouds of mudded truth that pressed from above. Silas remained silent as he tried to recollect and recall as much as he could about everything. There were millions of memories struggling for his attention in his head, some more so desperately than the others, but their importance could not be measured through that alone. In the muddy waters of the countless images, he recalled the very first time he met the Dead's Emperor. It was a distinctly non-friendly meet, what with the figure threatening the racial war from the onset. And yet, the woman claimed otherwise. She claimed no interest in anything human beyond shallow trinkets and petty desires. Taking a swig of the extremely addictive wine, Silas sighed once again, rubbing the bridge of his nose. His breath was toxic, in part due to wine, but in part because he was trying to exorcise the seas of doubt within him. As always, he couldn't trust anything, for all what was said could hardly be seen as truth, and instead was just one of the many potential realities. Rather than focusing on the details, however, he elected to look at the larger frame. Even if the nitty-gritty aspects of everything were wrong, the framing remained consistent through most tales. The empire before the coming of kingdoms was powerful, vast, likely far more magical. And it was beaten and defeated and entirely wiped from history. That was what caused Silas the most hang-ups. Erasing an entire empire from the books and collective memories was not easy. It was either through world-scale magic, or through the absolute, dog terror that saw everyone who spoke of the empire end up headless. Generations of such terror will easily distort the truth and reality, and those in power can swap it with whatever they wish. But that was another issue. They didn't. In every history book Silas read, there was just a gaping hole before the kingdom's founding. None of the historians even bothered to come up with a backstory to the entire thing. The most he saw were the simple men arrived in search of the Holy Land and found it. Everything surrounding both the empire's existence as well as its fall was shrouded in inconsistencies, lies, and half-truths. And those few that seemed to know something were really keen on saying nothing. What do you think she meant? Agnes suddenly broke the silence. When she said I could have been much more. Silas looked up from the fire and met her gaze. She seemed disturbed and scared, as though her heart feared the truth more than the lies. I don't know, he replied. Could have meant anything. She was one cryptic bitch. Was she? Agnes quizzed yet again. She answered truthfully whatever you asked. If you asked me if I were an immortal, Silas said. And I replied only for a time, I would be both truthful and cryptic. I imagine that you being far more means your magic would be stronger. If the destruction of the cairns has something to do with the weaker magic as she implied, and the magic of a prophet is still strong enough to bore through the realms and reach gods, it's possible you could have, like, fucked a mountain with your finger. Though, to be honest, this soft one suits you better. I can't imagine you grinning like a mad woman, going around and yanking heads off their necks. The more we unveil the truth, she said, the more it seems that it stayed hidden for a reason, Silas. Doesn't it feel as though we are poking at something that should remain undisturbed? Yeah, kind of, he nodded in agreement. But, do I have a choice? Eventually, I'll make my march on the capital, the seeming center of all the shadowy nonsense. I can't afford to make that journey blind. The more I know, the more I'll realize if anyone's fucking around and lying to me. Truth is the foundation upon which all else is stacked. She turned silent, as did he. Though, at one point, he had a clear plan of how to proceed forward. By now, there was little remaining of that original idea he'd planned on marching onto the capital come springtime, getting the kingdom on the prince's side by visiting villages and towns on the way. He had hoped to gather both the support of the voices and swords as to have some bargaining power. Yet, time and again, he was forced to alter the plans to the point where was even uncertain whether marching toward the capital was the best idea. In fact, he was second-guessing most of the decisions he'd made before. Rather than going with the prince and an entire entourage, he wanted to go alone, to meet the king all by himself, and to try and get some straight answers. He wanted to go alone to meet the queen, too, to see whether she truly was the heinous shrew that the stories portrayed her as. He knew more than anyone in the castle, Prince and Derek included, and unless it was the final march for him to finally complete the main quest, there was little point in dragging the prince along, especially now that the boy couldn't even walk. And yet, he was reluctant to leave them behind. He was restless whenever he couldn't see them and couldn't protect them. He almost felt more duty-bound toward that than the quest itself. After all, the quest was merely a phantom, something assigned to him by the powers that be, while the duty of protection was innate. He wants to stay by their side and guide them, the whole lot of them, while crowning Valen is something he simply has to do. If it were up to him, he would never pursue it, but it wasn't. Even beyond the quest, Valen himself wanted to go, wanted to become the king. And Ryan wanted to go with him, as did Derek wish to return for his own reasons. He was a cog that spun their wheels, but he was not the one steering the chariot. We should go back, Silas said. I still need to make preparations for the journey to the village. You're still going? Of course, he shrugged. There's the gate, and there's the keeper. You don't have to if you don't want to. No, it's fine. I just figured you'd rest for a while. Silas shrugged, putting out the fire. Rest is all mental. And since I am mental, I am always rested. Ugh. Ha ha ha, Kmen, your one requirement is to laugh at my lame jokes. In another lifetime, perhaps, she cracked a smile, standing up. But you're right. We need answers. Can I ask you something personal? Wow, she exclaimed softly. If you're asking for permission, it has to be something insane. So, no. Obviously. Why do you always pull over a shell whenever we meet someone new? His question seemed to stir something in her as she quickly looked away. As I said. No. Hey. We gotta talk and stuff. Not yet. Ha, fine, he sighed. But I'm not a patient man. I don't have that much time to wait. Ugh. Ha ha ha. His laughter ran whole as they began their trek toward the castle. Over 3 miles away from the walls, Silas realized something was off. The smell was different. He frowned and sped up, and though Agnes noticed something was off with him, she didn't ask, simply matching it. The two covered the distance relatively quickly and chanced upon something that caused Silas to audibly sigh while Agnes gasped in horror. The castle was on fire. The dead and the living were fighting still, the clashes of steel and the blood of the flesh decorating the massive yard. Cursing under his breath, he crossed into the castle's grounds and saw that they'd been fighting for a while and that the dead were winning. It didn't take a genius to realize that this was an anomaly triggered specifically by his meeting with that woman. Agnes and he had ventured north before and fought the dead just the same, but this had never happened. He was angry. Frustrated. Bordering insanely wanting of someone's head. Was it the woman? Unlikely. She was far too strong to play petty tricks. If she wanted to, she could have just killed Silas and destroyed the castle without all the games. Who was it then? Possibly the very same people she told him to hunt down. Maybe those shadows that had gone silent. And maybe it was the fays and the fairies, and maybe it was the gods themselves, and maybe it was all in his head. At this point, he just wanted it to stop. What do we do? Agnes asked in a panic. What's there to do? Silas shrugged, drawing out his sword. Look around for anything that can talk and beat the truth out of it. If there's nothing that can talk, reset the damn thing and weep in frustrations once again. Gods, I hate this world. Hate, 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 hate. This is worse than when games just toss 10,000 more enemies at you as means of making it more difficult. Fuck this world, fuck that chick, and fuck whoever's behind this shit. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Chapter 125. No truth to beckon. Silas slashed his blade horizontally, easily cutting through yet another ghoul. Within just 15 minutes that he had been back, he'd already killed over 30 ghouls, saving nearly a dozen people in the process. Agnes followed behind, strictly when he cleared the area, though, as they made their way toward the castle's center. Unfortunately, they didn't encounter anyone who could talk. It was just ghouls. Not even special ghouls, just ordinary ones that died in a single strike of his. It was boring and tiring, mowing them down. And yet, he had to check carefully as to not miss anything. If it was truly just the ghouls, then it was pointless. He had no means of discovering who it was that effectively sicked the dead onto the castle. Bit by bit, he began to pour his mounting anger into his strikes. They grew more violent, more